bro.
Yeah. Which model?
Okay, here you go. Okay.
Can you post the flat Earth model in the side chat for us, my friend?
Hold on. Again, just so you understand, I am here to understand your view
but you said you did
of the model.
You
I am not
understand the
talking
flat
about
Earth.
my view of the flat Earth model. I am
You
asking
understand
you,
the flat
an
Earth so
anti-globalist
well. You understand the flat Earth so well that you were able to
No,
make a model.
Again, I have
Let's
come
see it.
here to ask you.
Yeah, but you said that
Because
your
you're the
flat Earth
expert.
model is debunked by
playing against that.
Easy.
Atmosphere is in
nice.
the same. Listen to this one. Knuckin' futz are fucking nuts. Atmosphere is in the same reference rate as Earth. Really? Then none of Newton's law would apply. Newton's laws would apply.
Wait, where have you
clown.
seen this?
Of an idiot.
This in the side chat? Where have you seen this?
You just don't think on your feet, right? Knuckin' futz. You're a moron.
Yeah. That's true. You're fucking nuts. Knuckin' fuck. Knuckin'.
Nice.
Well, Kiwi said it before me, but anyway. So the other thing about that is that I've thought about is if an aircraft is gaining altitude as it's flying along, as it got further and further away from the surface, it would have to either increase or decrease speed. It would have to have a differential of speed versus how high up, because the further up it goes is a larger diameter requiring more speed. Aircraft are not doing this. Period. No evidence that this is happening.
That's a good shout. Yeah, true. I mean, surely they could argue, like, I don't know, the air's thinner or some shit, so that counteracts it, so they don't have to, or some shit. I don't know.
Nah.
I got a
I mean, it's wishy-washy for me at best.
I want to bring up something real quick. So in India, certain times of year, the jet stream is reversed, going east to west. And in the Azores, it's a constant, they call it the Azores anticyclone. It's constantly going in the wrong direction, 24/7, 7 days a week, 365. Quote unquote wrong direction, because there is no wrong direction. There is no direction. Just go. The wind goes wherever it wants to go.
Yeah. It's not connected to the surface of Earth. It's unbonded, like Huey said. Gases aren't bonded to any physical surface of any object, period.
I got a question.
Okay.
So, how did Luigi Mangione figure out where the CEO of the healthcare guy it's at the hotel and he shot him in the back of the head on the street of New York City?
Yeah, that's right. We don't care about your man crush, dude.
What the hell was that all about?
I have a question. What's on the outside of the firmament?
How would we know this?
Everything or nothing.
I mean, if there's a container, there's an interior to the container and an exterior.
Yeah. How would we know what's outside of the container? How do you think we would ever be able to know this?
That's interesting.
And then space is expanding in a Big Bang universe. There's an interior and an exterior. What's the exterior? What's exterior of space?
Do you want a wild guess?
If we went to the edge of space and took one step past it, what's out there?
Yeah, that's a good question. What's outside of the universe? Forte.
Oh no, I agree with you. It's interesting. It's interesting because if there is this container, right? Next question is what's outside of it, right?
No, the next question is, this is a paradox, and you're 2,000 years too late. This paradox is not solvable. It's the bounded, unbounded paradox, right? So you can't prove with logic, geometry, or whatever idea you have whether something is bounded or unbounded, because if you try to do it mathematically, geometrically, right, try to prove how far, where a boundary is of something, right? So say I go one increment and then a half and then a quarter and then an eighth, and I'll never reach it, right? So there's no summation I can do to get to the end of it. Paradox. It's called Zeno's paradox. Can't be proved with logic, math, or geometry, so it's not solvable, or hasn't been solved yet. It's a conceptual thing with the human mind because of how we interact with the world. we interact with extended objects that have boundaries. But when you're talking about all of reality, that property, we can't prove whether that applies or not.
Somebody just get hit with Zeno's paradox.
It's crazy when you're 2,000 years late to the party, man.
Sorry, I had to get up and walk away. All right, what else is going on here?
I got a quick one.
All right.
Can you see in the side chat? I just posted a little image with a bunch of dots. Sorry for those on YouTube who don't see it. I do apologize. I don't know if someone can stream it for them or whatever. I don't know. I'll post that again just so you don't have to spam it. When we're talking about like space and a container, you see the heavy group of black dots, the thick group of black dots, the really dense area, yeah?
Yeah.
If we say that's Earth, right? Dense matter, full, whatever. And as you move towards the edge of it, it just gets thinner and thinner and thinner and thinner and thinner until eventually the influence of matter gets so small, we call it space, right?
Yeah, that's a second law of thermodynamics violation.
What do we mean by the vacuum of space? Like, what are we referring to when we say the vacuum of space? I thought it was like a gradient. It's not just like a case of being a hard wall, is it? Where if you step out of that, you're going to get sucked off, not like in a good way. But, like,
it's not like in a good way. Did Jetty lose it? Yeah, I figured.
Yeah,
my bad.
This is a second law of thermodynamics violation when it comes to gases. Your little diagram here are not gases.
Okay.
That's the problem. It's a false equivalence fallacy.
I don't even know what is the second law of thermodynamics, bro? I don't even know what it is.
Second law of thermodynamics essentially says that all spontaneous processes on the Earth produce an increase in entropy of the universe.
Oh,
in other words, it states that entropy always increases.
Interesting. Okay.
Always. In nature. Now remember, second law of thermodynamics is a natural law. You could stop it being a human. You could temporarily dissuade the process, but that has nothing to do with the second law because it's a natural law. Follow?
Kind of. I need to brush up on thermodynamics as a whole, bro. Kind of.
In other words, yeah, Jetty's right there, ready with that citation. That's a killer citation.
Okay, let's have a look. Gas expansion into a vacuum, right? What are we meaning by vacuum? I mean, it's all right. Let me read the rest of it. Back in a sec. I have to read that 4 times and I still don't fucking get it. Let me open this link.
Yeah, all it's saying is gas expansion into a vacuum. It increases in entropy. That's all it's saying.
What do we mean when we say vacuum? People seem to think it's some sort of force where shit's going to accelerate like a black hole or something. We're just talking the lack of something, right? When we say space and a vacuum.
Yes, space. Lack of gas. A huge amount of space between gas molecules.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but this isn't like,
There's a lot of space up there between the gas molecules.
There is, bro.
No, there actually
is my local storage unit, but not quite.
There actually isn't. You are told that's what it is, but for the argument to hold sway, it has to be that. In fact, it's 3.85 times 10 to the 80th cubic meters of volume in the universe.
I don't even know what that is, but in actual, when we're talking about space. What are we saying is space? Is it got absolutely zero matter there? Or does it have tiny little amounts?
No, you're conflating two different topics. You said, what is space? Space is length, width, and height. It's an area.
Yeah, no, I get that. Yeah, no, I'm talking about like the cosmos, space, like the vacuum of space. Like, what do we mean by vacuum of space?
He just told you.
Did he? Shit, I must have missed the shit out of that. Can you repeat it, sir?
What they mean by the vacuum of space means that there's incredible distances away from each molecule. And those incredible distances have a Tor value associated with them.
Mm-hmm.
They've defined it.
When you get a bit closer to like Earth or bodies of mass.
Bodies of mass? That's a problem. Sorry to interrupt you. You keep on using these terms. They sound gibberish to me. So,
well,
mass,
just mass in general. As you get closer to mass,
what's mass?
The space? What do you mean? What's mass?
That's what I mean. When you say mass, I'm like, what the hell? What the hell does that mean?
Oh, as you get closer,
matter per unit volume inside the matter per unit volume. Don't you know that?
Well, one sec. As you were to get closer to a planet, then would the space between matter increase or decrease, or would it change in space?
What's a planet? What's a planet?
What are you asking? You know what I'm asking? Like,
well,
you
keep interjecting new words. So first, we need to know what mass is.
To describe like each one, bro. I'm not like a walking dictionary, man. Like, if you don't know what a planet is, just whatever you assume a planet to be is what I'm talking about.
A light in the sky is what it is. That's all we know it is a light in the sky. So we can go back to mass. What is mass?
I don't know the definition. No idea.
Okay.
Don't worry, neither does anyone else.
Bro. So,
yeah, I would stop using it.
No worries. Neither does anyone else. You're good.
Yeah, so you might want to stop using it if you don't know what it is. And the other thing you mentioned, you keep your words are flying by. Hold on. I was talking.
No, because my words
I was almost done. So I was talking.
I'm signed out.
I was almost done. So you also mentioned bodies. So Earth is not an object. Earth is not a body.
Okay, never mind. Forget it. Don't worry about it, bro. Appreciate it. Thanks anyway.
Didn't I just cover this with Zeno's paradox like 3 seconds ago?
I'm trying to think through some shit and like throw it back and forth a little bit. Maybe see if we can vibe, or you could help me through a thought process that I'm struggling with. But yeah, if every time I open my mouth, we're just going to get shredded to pieces, it is what it is.
Well, you're saying like, what are unicorns?
I can tell you what the problem is.
All right. I said don't worry about it.
I can tell you what the issue is. You try to insert explanations as descriptions. That's really the problem.
No, I'm trying to figure out the explanations. I am just not versed, and I haven't got the correct vocabulary, clearly. At this stage, though, if you guys are clearly versed on the subject, if a noob uses the wrong language, at least try and understand what that person is saying, rather than just picking every word.
I do understand what you're saying, and I just said what you're doing.
Let's carry on then.
I'm well versed in the subject. When you can't define mass, and when you say things like that, mass is an explanation. It's not a description of anything that's real.
Okay.
It has nothing to it, dude. There's nothing to it. Like, put some mass in a jar, dude.
Okay. Yeah. Right.
It's a concept.
Yeah, again,
they say it's a property of matter. Like what's the color of something, right? Like blue is a property of matter. Like, it doesn't mean anything.
Perfect. If you get
ontology.
Just 1 second. Let me take an overall look at what he just said. It's really important to make sure that who you're communicating with, that you guys understand what you are talking about. That's when people say mass and this and that, and they don't know the definition of it, because that creates a whole bunch of confusion down the line. You follow? If I'm talking about an orange, if I'm talking about an orange, but you have a different definition of an orange than I do, and we haven't established it, then we are going to miscommunicate with each other.
Yeah, you are right. Have you ever studied? And this is not me being a prick, but have you ever been to higher education?
Yes.
Right, then you'll know for a fact the first year there. The language that you use, you're kind of giving a pass with it because it's first year. It's just about getting everyone up to the same basic level of understanding.
No, that's
sure.
not what
One
it
sec.
is.
Sure, your grammar's not correct.
No,
your
no, I'm
language
not
isn't-
holding on 1 second.
Well,
No, that's baloney.
Okay.
You better know what you're talking about.
I thought
even
you
in
were-
your first year.
You were slating that chick for interrupting you.
Yeah, you fucking interrupt me all the goddamn time. I was just getting
I
ready
just
to tell
said
you to shut the fuck up, like you're doing now.
I just said,
Shut
hang
the
on,
fuck
and you
up.
said, no,
Shut
I'm not
up.
hanging on.
You're the one interrupting me. Shut the
Jesus
fuck up.
Christ. Right,
Shut
well,
up.
I'm not being.
You do it constantly. Shut the fuck up. You got diarrhea, motor mouth. And then you fucking blame others for interrupting you. Get your dumb ass out of here. Don't come back either. Fucking bozo. Have the goddamn audacity to tell me that I'm interrupting him when he's got diarrhea, motor mouth. Fuck off. And then when you get there, fuck off some more.
He's got motor mouth because he has to say 32 statements, and maybe if you cherry pick words out of each sentence, you might make one coherent sentence out of it.
Yeah. It's fucking
He
painful.
thinks he just says a lot. It means something. No, you're just saying a lot of words. You don't even know what the words mean. He's also implying that we're making up our own definitions. No, we're not. We're using your definitions that you don't know.
And we have Mr. Javier. Mr. Javier, are you there?
Yeah. What's going on?
I saw you pop in. Thought I'd say hi. How are you?
Good. It's Xavier, by the way. Javier is with a J.
Oh, sorry about that, Xavier.
It's
my
all
bad.
good. No habla español.
How about Javier? What if the X is silent?
Yeah, that's a new one.
Are you of the notion that Earth is an object?
Of the notion it's an object? I would hope so.
You treat objects like women.
Isn't that what you're supposed to do?
True.
So, how is Earth an object, namely a sphere, like we've all been taught? Do you have any evidence that Earth is a sphere? Do you think that Earth is a sphere?
Well, I've never seen a curve.
He's got a ball of you. Sure, Xavier, dude. He's freaking my boy, man.
Nah, we don't live on an oblate spheroid. There's plenty of evidence to refute that.
Okay. Sounds like you're of the notion that water obtains a level, and that level is horizontal, and that's where the term horizon comes from. Correct?
Yeah, it's in the word, right? It's where the sky appears to meet the earth. And some people are of the mindset that horizontal means a line segment on a sphere. Kind of equivocated definition.
Exactly. That's a paradox. That's another paradox. Them saying that level is curved. That's a paradox. Because
it's a plane when they want it to be. It's level when they need to build buildings, but we won't get into that.
Just, I mean, not to downplay your. You seem like you're pretty knowledgeable. Do you know what the definition of level is?
Yeah, it's that which conforms to a plane, but there's a more refined definition where a line can wholly line anywhere on the plane that a straight line can wholly line or something like that.
What the definition is that a level means no part higher or lower than the next.
Yeah, that checks out.
Yep. So that can't happen on a globe. And you can't use a curved line, which would be the side view of a sphere would be a curved line, a circle, looking at the side. So you can't have a curved line or a curved surface and have it be level at the same time. It's not possible. Very good, very good. How
That's
long have
profound.
Thank you. How long have you?
What an amazing point. Kiwi, I wasn't dogging you out, man. You need to call Professor Lewis Ryder because he said since Newton's theory is... Well, thank you. Since Newton's theory is inconsistent with special relativity, it must be abandoned. Newton never proposed a scientific theory in his life. So what I'm telling you is call Dr. Ryder and tighten his shot group. Since Newton's law is inconsistent with special relativity, it must be abandoned, should be the statement that was made. And he makes the mistake a bunch of times in this. Forgive me, it's at 36 minutes after the hour. It says page 21, Introduction to General Relativity by Lewis Ryder at Cambridge.org. This completes our account of Newtonian gravitational theory. That's incorrect. He never proposed it's a universal law of gravitation, even though it's debunked. It's not a theory. He does it once, twice, 3 times in this paragraph. And he's a professor? My God.
It was never a law to begin with.
That's
not
true.
a natural law.
Nope. And we shouldn't hang him by the neck for it because there's been some shenanigans, obviously, since he distanced himself after Principia was wrote it about 10 years afterwards and said, don't ascribe that shit to me, guys. So I don't know. There's some inconsistencies along the road here. Number one, it's not a theory. Number two, he distanced himself away from the statements he made in Principia. A lot of strange going on here with gravity. Wonder why that is.
We got the major problem with the cause being the effect.
That's another big problem, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. He made the claim 4 times that Newton, that the universal law of gravitation was a theory. There's 4 times because he said this is both a horrifying prospect and a hold on. We're having to abandon one of the best theories in physics. There he goes again. Oh, he does it again. 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. 6 times. No, 5 times. But, oh my God. Kiwi Buzz, get on the horn. Get him on the horn. We want to talk to him.
Who's the flat earther here? Like, just to...
Who's the flat earther? Like the definite article?
No, like who advocates for flat earth theory here?
Theory? That wouldn't be a theory either. But to get to your question, there's a whole bunch of people in here. You want me to identify them?
I'm curious. Are you one of them? Do you believe in flat earth?
You bet your ass I am.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Oh my gosh, he's not going to help you.
You're damn Skippy.
Terrible.
It's terrible. Well,
and he left.
He
said it's terrible and left.
Hey, did he leave?
Yes. Right after he said that, it's terrible. And blip, gone. That's fucking amazing, Globe Proof. Thank you very much. On this beautiful Saturday on the plane. Wanted globe proof. We've been looking for a long time. Anybody got some globe proof? Bring it in. We're looking for it. We're very concerned that we haven't found any yet. Anybody got any? Okay, not yet. So I was asking Xavier, how long have you known about this topic?
I would say about 10 years, but only 5 years active, maybe. You have to go to the cognitive dissonance stage of trying to debunk it. It took about 5 years. I could have talked shorter, but I was like, there's got to be something people are missing.
I'm guessing if it took you 5 years that you don't live near large bodies of water. Is that correct? Or you do?
Oh God.
No, not too far. I do live near the large bodies of water, but you know how the whole scale argument is convincing for normies.
He's a friendly. He's good to go, Sonny.
Yeah, I know.
CJ, you said special relativity, which uses the curvature of space-time. You don't know what. That's general relativity, not special relativity. By the way. If you wrote this, I can't believe you wrote this statement. Maybe you're just an idiot. You wouldn't be able to tell the difference between special relativity and a chartreuse windsock. Anyone that reads this at any, like, even below GCSE level would laugh their ass off at you. You're a doofus, man. Stop pretender clowning in here. Get your shit together. I mean, just fundamentally, at the ground roots Formica deep level, don't come in here saying this dumb shit right here. My God. Another guy came in here the other day saying the most famous equation, E equals MC squared, comes from general relativity. I'm sitting there. You got to be fucking kidding me, dude. They just make no, that comes from special relativity. They don't have, all they know is like the names of these things, but they're absolutely clueless. They haven't read anything. They are absolutely clueless. They can special relativity, general relativity, they can bagak it, but they don't have anything. There's nothing there. No depth. Nothing. Pretender clowns.
Quantum, what is an equation, actually?
What is an equation? It's a good fucking question. It has an equal sign in betwixt the variables on each side. So an equation, you would have to be solving for variables. Good.
Okay, what's a formula?
A formula is not an equation, though. Formula would be like something like PV equal nRT. So you're not finding variables. I guess that would be the difference. Off the cuff, let's look that shit up. Those are good questions, man.
It's been the question for the last few days.
I can't hear you. Equation versus formula, right? Is that what you guys are asking?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Yes, sir. Are your heels together?
Affirmative, sir.
Affirmative, sir. So, I think I'm exactly fucking right. All right. An equation is a statement of equality, like I said, while a formula is a specific type of equation. I see. That expresses a relationship between variables, often used to calculate or represent a specific. Yeah, that really doesn't tell us the difference. Maybe this one. No. No. Huh. I think I'm right. It's not given a good. What the fuck is this? Hold on. Dismiss that shit. What do you mean? The fuck? Why isn't it giving me the difference? So a formula would be like area equals length times width. That's a formula. But an equation is something like x plus 5 equals 10. Follow?
Yeah, kinda.
Oh, in a formula, you're not solving for variables, but in an equation you are. So how did they state this?
That's weird. Like I did a search and I asked AI, can a formula be used to, can a formula without measurement be used to determine a shape? And it says yes. Formula can be used to define, they didn't say measure though, define or describe a shape without needing measurements, especially in context of geometry or mathematics by using variables or parameters that represent the shape's characteristics. So they're saying they can use a formula to define a shape without measurement. They're out of their minds. Crazy.
Oh.
Who's writing that horse shit?
So how would we say this? That doesn't make any sense. I was going to say all formulas are equations. All formulas are equations, but not all equations are formulas. That's still, I wouldn't scratch that. You'd figure this be easy to find, right? I'm still standing by how I defined it earlier. The difference between the two.
Just do what the Globers would do and ask ChatGPT.
Say again?
I said just do what the Globers would do and ask ChatGPT. I'm kidding.
I'd say a formula gives you instructions on how to achieve a result.
This states an equation is a statement. This equals that. A formula or is a factor rule that uses mathematical symbols. It's not bad. It's not complete though.
Huey's brain freaking trying to think up a more complete definition.
I'm trying to just keep it simple, but I can't seem to find just something simple. I think, like I said, I think my definition was the simplest.
Your definition. We don't want your definition. We want the definition.
Yeah, but you're talking about a compare and contrast between two different things, so that's not going to be a definition.
So E equals mc squared. Formula or equation?
Formula. It's a formula on its surface, but if you try to define each of the variables, it breaks down. What's energy?
That's right.
Say again?
Oh, I was just saying, yeah, that's right. It's like a formula is like a reusable thing, like a reusable guide type thing. And then equations where you're actually like plugging in numbers. Yeah, just like what you just said. Kind of like a cake. Like if you like flour, like the formula for a cake would be like flour, butter, sugar, blah, blah, blah. You know, the basic things you need. Right. And then like the equation would be like adding the numbers in, right? One cup of flour, 2 cups of water, blah, 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 and that sort of thing.
Yeah, I was going to say a recipe before you came to it.
So when E equals mc squared, you said that's a formula.
Mm-hmm.
How does that make it different from? Why is it different from an equation?
You're not solving for unknown variables.
Okay.
Like x plus 5 equals 10 or 2y minus 3 equals 7. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the difference. Where like an area of a rectangle, area equals length times width. See the difference?
Right.
Yep.
So E is quite a bit different as far as energy. Like you said, what is energy? And then what is the speed of light? How do they equal?
There's another one in there. What's mass?
Yeah. So these are unknowns on both sides. It doesn't make sense, man. All of them are unknowns, actually.
Yeah. I did a presentation on that one day. Yeah.
Energy is unknown, mass is unknown, undefinable, and so is the speed of light, undefinable. Yeah.
They're all undefinable. Yeah. Yep.
That's crazy, man, that these Globers use that. E equals mc squared.
Fat ass Craig Fight the Fight Church said it E equals mc squared was Einstein's equivalence principle.
What? I never heard that.
I nearly pissed myself, man, when he did it. He did it a few times.
Equivalent of what? To what? From what to what?
He's a moron, man. That's the least of the stupid shit that he said. But Tufo, we can move away from him.
They like to make shit up. They like to make it up. Yeah.
They're just pretender clowns.
And then you have ratios.
Yep.
So a ratio would be like a comparative between two values, but you could use it as a formula. It could play the role as a formula.
Yeah, but wouldn't a ratio, a simple ratio, wouldn't that be considered an equation because you're basically equaling out both sides, right?
Oh, that's not it. I'm sorry, I'm looking at something else. A rate. So what are you saying? A ratio, like a fraction?
Like essentially, that's what it is, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just a fraction, right? I don't know. That's what I would define it as, a fraction. Right off the cuff. Let's see
Two
what they have to
fractions.
say.
Like they're two fractions, right?
What is a ratio? No. Why? 4/5? That's a ratio. Where's the second fraction at?
Equals 2.
Oh, if you're going to add something on to... Yeah, it's a buffalo and a tomato, but you got to add the tomato.
So buffalo equals a tomato in that case. If so, if this, then that, not happening.
That was a good one, Sonny. Way to go. That was almost Baltardia special right there.
I know. That's crazy shit, man. Wow.
Well, yeah, if you add another fraction to it, yes.
Yeah.
Are these the questions for today or what? What else have you been discussing over the past couple weeks that I've missed out on?
No, we've just been dealing with the slimy sort of Baltards. The slithering type.
What is a ratio? A ratio is a mathematical comparison of two or more quantities. Good?
Yep.
Let's see. Is a ratio a fraction? Has to be yes. Yes. So is a ratio a fraction? Yes. There you go. Oh, a ratio. I failed to continue on. Yes, a ratio can be expressed as a fraction, but they are not the same thing. Well, pray tell. A ratio compares two. Oh, okay. All right. A ratio compares two quantities while a fraction represents a part of a whole. I see what they're saying. Okay. That makes sense.
That's what I was just looking at myself.
Yep. I stand
see
corrected. Yep.
Two quantities comparison. Yep.
So all fractions are ratios, but not all ratios are fractions. How about that? I stand by that, by the way.
I haven't been in school. I haven't been in school in a long time. That's why I come here.
What do you think? I just fucking got out too?
No, I'm sure you haven't. You probably do more reading than I do, though.
Nah, I don't like fucking reading.
Not really. Yeah, I get it. Man, I just read music. Like that's about it.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Those are two. Those are pretty good questions, man. At least it got me thinking.
No, what's the difference between a schematic and a blueprint?
I have no fucking clue. Is there a difference?
Yeah, a blueprint is normally, well, I'm just going off the cuff, but a blueprint is normally a diagram of a construction or some sort of building. Mm-hmm. And a schematic is primarily based on a schematic, like an electronic diagram.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. That makes sense. Somebody called bullshit on your difference there, Sonny.
Yeah, I wasn't quite exactly correct on that. I guess that's a double positive. Here, I just posted it. What I found. It's not bullshit, but I could have been more specific. No, pure rigor. That's not true. Anyway, you want to argue about? You want to argue with me about it?
Oh God, no! Please, no.
It's true. It's true. And both are going to refer to the master plan.
Yeah, so a schematic doesn't have actually dimensions. It has a logical relationship between parts of a system using symbols. That's the main difference. That's part of the difference. Is Bennett new here? Are you new, Bennett? Friendly or foe? Mushkane's wrong. Earth is not in a linear motion. It's supposed to be an elliptical, supposedly elliptical, that requires acceleration and deceleration. So you're wrong.
And they claim the acceleration and deceleration. They already claim that. So and they forget that they claimed an acceleration and deceleration. So for some time they tell you, oh, you won't be able to feel only acceleration and deceleration. You claim that there is one.
Yep. Not only that, is an elliptical orbit is not only accelerating and decelerating. It's also a constant change in vector. Either one. So you'd feel it. That's what your vestibular system does.
Be a good time to play the crickets on the soundboard.
Wow, it looks like tornadoes through Missouri and Arkansas. Wow, man.
Welcome to my world.
Yeah, 150 tornado warnings were issued. More than 150 million people remain. Where's the rest of it? What the hell? Yeah, I remember that.
Slowly, no, Missouri. It's like, no, like there's more tornadoes in Missouri and Arkansas than there was 20 years ago. It's kind of like it's moving from Oklahoma over. Somebody lives in Moore, Oklahoma, man. You know how many times Moore, Oklahoma's been hit with tornadoes? Things been freaking leveled so many times. I don't know why you would live in a place like that. Insane.
Yeah, if you look at the radar from that part of the country, oh my God, it looks like it actually just is moving more to the east of St. Louis and Memphis, moving eastward. Looks like there's a couple of little streamers of storms, but that initial one that's going all the way from just about from New Orleans up to Ohio. Crazy.
Yep, that's the Coriolis effect. Come on.
You start building frickin' homes frickin' half in the ground. Places like four foot sticking out of the earth. It's freaking terrible when you see one just tear through a freaking neighborhood and just level it.
Well, we've had the
Insane.
technology to build tornado-proof homes for a very long time. Just nobody likes them because they look ugly.
Talking about like a dome or like a half shell or something like that.
Yeah, they had a company that would inflate a bladder that looked like a dome shape, peanut shape if you wanted like a higher level on one side and a lower level on the other. And then they would spray foam on the inside, then attach rebar to the inside, and then they would spray concrete on the inside. And those houses were 100% tornado proof.
It's hard to pick out freaking circular furniture or furniture with round edges.
But nobody wanted to live in those Teletubby houses, though.
Builders that call them angles of sorrow. The corners are where bugs congregate. So like when you have the round huts down in the rainforest, or something, they're less likely to have bugs hang out. Apparently, they're like corners.
UFC is live.
Boring.
Make it less so.
Wow. Hey, you guys are gonna have to listen to me roof here in a second. Get some action in here.
Keep on moving.
I just got to nail this one thing off, and then I got to go get the nails for the tar paper. Whenever they did this roof, they only put the tar paper on the bottom row. They didn't do it on the rest of the house.
Cutting corners.
Yeah, it's just wooden shingles. There's like, like a 1/8 inch gap between the plywood and then just shingles over it. Hope it doesn't leak in there.
It's held
You
together
doing
with
cedar
those
shake?
No, but I did use some for shimming.
Yeah,
Some old
reinforced.
cedar shakes for shims? Is that what you said for shims?
My bad. I talked over you, man. I'm gonna mute up. And I think we should let. I think we should let him get situated before trying to talk to him. If he's on a roof.
What, with frickin' his little construction project? Let him get situated?
Foundation's level, not the roof.
You don't want to bother him while he's frickin' setting up his ladder jacks and his shit?
No,
while he's setting up his walk boards on the roof. Bother him. Pester him. Yeah, walk boards piss me off, so, I gotta...
Gotta focus. I think I should probably go to sleep for a little while. But it's already too late. I may as well stay awake until it's time to go to bed like normal.
Who wires that noise?
What's up, brothers and sisters? Wake up, wake up.
How's it going, Kenchi?
Just chilling on this beautiful Saturday, man. You know, pulling in the vibes. How about yourself?
Okay. It's a good day. Can't complain.
Great day to be a flat earther. Every day is a great day to be a flat earther.
Amen to that.
You having a very flat and stationary day?
Yep. No, I haven't experienced any spinning, nothing.
To send people in business.
Your mic is cooked, bro. Try that one more time.
No, you're not coming through very well.
One of the satellites probably got hit by an asteroid or something. Try again, bro. Try talking again.
It's a fun thing to say to a group of people as you're walking away from saying goodbye to them is have a flat and stationary day.
Yeah, much better now, much better.
9 billion globers on the planet, and not one of them can find the curve. But they can measure stuff. Porches, papers, newspapers, clippings, widths of metal. National Geographic can measure microscopic nanoparticles of an ant or a bug or a spore. But the Earth curve, I don't know what that looks like. They can measure the solar system, but they can't measure Earth curve. How can you measure the solar system, but you can't even measure the planets you're on? You can measure a planet you're not on, but you can't measure a planet you're on. And if we was a couple more feet closer to the moon, what's... Oh, man. What?
Tired.
Me too.
It's got a watermelon Red Bull. It's gonna be great.
I've never drank an energy drink.
Man, don't start, bro. Don't start.
I'm not. They
got me, bro.
I was thinking about it. I've never fucking had an energy drink. All these people out here talking about all the Ghost and all this and that and whatever Prime, whatever Liquid Death. It's just water. The Liquid Death's funny. That's just like water or something, right?
It's good, dude. Liquid Death is good, bro. Well, it's got multiple flavors, so I only know the one that I tried is good.
Oh, okay.
Basically, like really, it's really electrolyte and mineral water, basically, but it's good. Yeah, there's a bunch of fancy waters that are just like real hardcore mineral water with electrolytes and stuff. It's good. The one thing good about it though is like it doesn't have no sugar or nothing like that. It's just minerals and electrolytes.
Yeah, and then they don't know what to think when you're drinking Liquid Death. And it's the purest, best thing there.
Yeah, I never even paid attention to it because I always thought it was beer or something. But then when I was looking at it, I was like, oh, it's water, and I started reading it, and it sounded really interesting. It's like this comes from like a artesian well of minerals and electrolyte. We put electrolytes or something crazy because they have a brand that's just the water that comes straight up from wherever they get it, and then they have like the same water, but then they add electrolyte mix to it.
Then you find out it's just from freaking some guy's tap in Jersey.
Well, the thing is, you can't be pounding straight water all day if you're sweating your ass off and working. That's not healthy. You got to be drinking mineral water. Like if you're drinking just like pure water, or, some kind of purified water, even some spring water isn't good enough to drink.
I mean, technically, it's a solvent, so you're like way better off doing like coconut water or freaking whatever, some juice and stuff, or
sewer water.
Paraplegics all day long.
Mud
Don't
puddle.
say sewer water when I say paraplegic's coffee. Damn you.
God damn it! I said that.
No, he's trying to give you an idea for a new product, dude. It's like Civic Coffee, but it's Paraplegic's personal blend. If you get my saying.
Oh my God,
It's for
terrible.
NASA.
Hell no.
It's for
Dude,
NASA.
I already told
dude, dude, you're not even thinking straight.
My girlfriend's name is Kat. I told people I could let her just sit on the bags. Let her sit on the bags, and I'll call it Cat's Ass Coffee and charge you $300 a pound, just like the real Cat's Ass Coffee.
Dude, there's a market. There's a market. Okay, I guess I'll wing this one since you guys aren't putting two and two together. But you know that OnlyFans and stuff like that is really popular, and there's all kinds of crazy people that would pay money to have coffee made by a chick. If you know what I'm saying, you'd be rich for it. Immoral but rich.
You gotta get mud puddle water, mud puddle coffee, stronger than you'll ever know.
Remember that one where the girls were selling the bath water and the other girls were selling yogurt made from their own cultures? It's like dudes will pay money for pretty much anything that a woman's done if they're desperate enough or weird enough. You see, this is why it's so like, dude, if I was a woman, bro, I would never work a day in my life, bro. This idea that women are like, oh, we have it so hard, we got to go to work. I'm like, why are you going to work? Because you don't.
You telling me you would SD until you owned a mansion? Is that what you're saying?
Dude, I'd work. I'd focus on myself and working out and being smart and being practical and being,
I sell underwear,
helpful to
bras,
to the opposite sex and all that. And then I'd make dudes pay for everything. I mean, why would I work?
I'd make a business called Hot Bitch Use Bras, and then you pick the lady.
You know what's weird, dude? It's like, check this out, bros. Men are perfectly comfortable paying for everything. They don't mind. They'll pay for everything, completely take care of everything a woman needs, as long as the woman fulfills her side and allows them to, foster that environment for her and not be negative and against it, But that doesn't work the other way around.
The Deuce Bigelow, it does. Right?
Well, depending on how well established the lady or man are, it does too. Because some older ladies wouldn't mind paying the bill to have a young stallion until they pass.
I hear you.
I mean, that's what they say. I don't really know what the fuck they be doing, but.
You sure you don't know personally exactly what they're talking about, Jim Mock?
No, I don't know anything about coffee. All I know is if you make some Sun coffee or Mud Puddle coffee, it should sell for double.
This has nothing to do with the price of coffee beans on the ISS.
Hey, you should make Barry. You should make a Fight the Flat Earth blend.
Dude,
And it's no, but let me finish the joke, bro. Let me finish the joke. So the other part of the joke is it's really nothing special about it, but you just have like a funny picture of him, and then you have a big sign that says "Guaranteed to be non-gynomastomic."
All right.
So basically, there's nothing in there that's going to make you have man boobies.
I was gonna cause I don't have like a actual marketed light roast. I was gonna do Don Pettit's Zodiacal light roast, but anything to do with Pettit, he's talking about chugga, and I just don't want to have.
That's what you got to put up, dude. That's hilarious. You got to put a big sign on it that says "Guaranteed not to have been processed by the chugga machine."
The chugga machine. Good lord, that doesn't really. Do you think they actually ever made something like that? There's some guy on Earth that actually made something like that never got used, but they tested it out a bunch of times. Oh lord, poor guys.
Who'd they
Well, I
test
mean, dude,
coffee on? Who was the first person to drink poop coffee on Earth?
but it's not that they make the coffee out of poop, dude. That's not the way it works.
Oh bullshit!
They make the coffee out of the water that's like reticulated or whatever the heck it's called.
Call it what you want, reticulated poop water. I don't care.
Yeah,
Reticulated
lots of people,
water.
dude. You know how many people make their coffee with water that came from a sewage processing plant? I mean, get real. Lots of people.
Well, you did.
Yeah, they're doing it on a small. Yeah.
No. Everybody in this motherfucker drinks out of shitty fucking toilets, and that's my point. So quit acting like it's fucking disgusting or something weird or stupid that you guys aren't doing. So when I say the word poop coffee, trust me, it's already being done. You're already doing it. Straight sewer water.
Well,
No, hoping
I
ain't gonna
use
help
farm.
you.
I use water from my buddy's farm. That's where I get my drinking water, and
Yeah, and the cow shit
I can
went
almost
through that
guarantee it's
soil.
got a tiny bit of urea.
That's
Almost
got a
all farm
lot of
water's got a
urea. All the bird
tiny bit
pee,
of
cat
urea.
pee, mice pee, cow pee, farmer pee, people who worked in the
Dude,
field pee, all the pee.
his well's like freaking 300 feet down or some. Actually, it's not that long.
You have no clue what the hell you're saying right now.
Dude, it's really good. The best waters farm.
Dude, it's the circle of life, all right?
Poop is not a bad thing. It's what they get gold from, too. Poop is not what you thought it was.
Hey, what if gold is Tartarian poop from the past?
It could be. I've always thought that.
You guys ever remember that? I'm gonna call it a conspiracy theory for lack of a better term, but it's like where all these old cities don't have toilets. They're like, oh man, they ate gold and they just farted vapors and they didn't even process it. That's why they didn't need a toilet. You guys ever heard that nonsense?
Well, yeah, I mean, there is like there's this one I forget who I heard read in the book about the if you sinned, which means if you just ate, and that you would have to do like the 11-mile walk of shame to the edge of the city with your little poop pot, because people weren't eating back then, and it was like a sin. Dude, it was like all written.
Whatever, dude.
I don't forget this book, dude. It's pretty interesting though.
How
Dude,
skinny would you be?
The walk of shame with your poop pot.
Would you be the bird people who only peed after a while?
Well, dude, that explains why their society went extinct and there's nobody left of them because they all didn't eat and they're like, oh, this is so great, we don't have to poop, and then they frickin' died.
That's weird. I think the microbes in the poop make the gold. I think petrified gold can be shit. I think when you add electricity to poop, you can make diamonds out of it, or gold, or silver, or copper.
What have you been reading? The alchemy books?
No,
You've been reading those alchemy books?
No, I look at dung beetles and see they eat shit all day, and they look really pretty gold and emerald and ruby. So if poop makes those colors, what? Huh? I'm just paying attention to nature. I'm not making nothing up. You can make up what you want. I'm just telling you what's real. You add your own part.
So what you're trying to say is that golden scarab that they found in Egypt was just a bug that was constipated.
It ate shit. No, it was a shit-eating bug. They worship shit eaters. They eat shit too. You're not getting it. That's what makes the gold. Bunch of shit eaters.
All right, listen. As much as I'd love to stay and talk about shooting the BS, I got to get on the roof again.
Well, just
hopefully,
elephants do it right now. Elephants eat their own poop, and they don't catch
I
cancer.
want to hear what you're doing. What are you doing? Shingling? What are you doing? Just putting up some
I'm
tar
taking whoops out, but I'm done doing it. Now I just have to put the tar paper on. Then I got to go to the other hardware store and get some 3-tab shingles.
You're taking some what out?
Whoop.
I don't know what that is.
So, like, you have a flat roof, right? And then in one section, there's a big bump. Got to get rid of it.
Why would it have a bump from swelled wood?
Well, because either swelled wood or whoever put it in, they had the wrong, boards. Like maybe they had half-inch boards, and then all of a sudden they switched to 1-inch boards. Whatever they did.
They
wrong.
messed it up, basically. He's got to fix it.
That's
Oh, damn.
lazy. Why would they do that? Bumps. You're taking out bumps. That's a lot of work.
You're not going to get the answer for why people fucked up. They fucked up.
No, so the way it is, the real story is it's getting a metal roof. So where the metal roof got a shingle, not a shingle over, a roof over, where basically you leave the shingles on the majority of the roof, right? And you just put your sideways boards, which are called purlins, and you just nail them to the existing roof, and then you put your metal roof on those. But if there's major whoops, if there's major whoops that are going to be where your purlin goes, then you have to get rid of it. Otherwise, your roof's going to be all wavy.
End up being buckly looking. I just never heard this term whoops. Never heard whoops. I know a lot of freaking
a warped board, a whooped board.
warps. I thought he said whoops. I'm like, whoops.
No, I said whoops. 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 Whoops.
Mess up.
Is that a real? Did you know? Oh, did you know? You know what a holiday is, or you know what a holiday is in painting? That's a term for painting. Or you know what a run is? Everybody knows what a running paint, but some people don't know what holiday is. A holiday is what painters. If somebody freaking didn't use enough paint on the roller, and it kind of took a holiday, like it didn't cover all the way. There's all kinds of freaking like home improvement slangs. Funny. The holiday.
I like that.
All right. Well, it's some.
You know how you know if the whoop. If the whoop is too bad, is you put your level on the top of it, and then you balance it to see the difference, right, on both sides. And if it's greater than the height of your purlins, then obviously it's going to interfere with the plane of the roof panel that you put on. Make sense?
Yeah. So, but bumps are not. What about divots? You don't fix those. You can fix those with more.
No, a divot you can just put a shim.
Right.
No, you could just put a piece of board under it. You don't have to do any.
Right.
Yeah, you don't have to do any major anything. But the moral of that story is that if you put a straight edge on the top of a bump and then you get the off to the drop from the end of the straight edge, you can tell whether it's curving down or not. Kind of like when you shoot a laser over 25 miles and you find out that the earth isn't curving down because water's flat. I rest my case. As usual, I win. All right, I'm out.
Nice. All right. Damn it. I wanted to see a 4-foot level or something like some. Yeah.
I got an 8-foot level, sucker.
Is that what you use for the whoop? Whoop?
What? Whoop.
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
Well, actually, this time I used a 12-foot. I used a 12-foot board because I wanted to see how long. But I'm out of here. Peace.
All right, man. Cool. Thanks for sharing.
I'd stay and listen, but nobody's talking about anything. All right, I'm out.
Hey, you more Tanzanian decaf?
Tanzanian detox.
We didn't quite hear what you said, Orion.
Tasmanian Rebel.
Crap. I was just talking about Tanzanian decaf, and I wasn't even unmuted.
You were for a second. 1 second, I heard I heard the word Tanzania, and I repeated it back. But
No, that was him. That was him. He said something about Tanzanian decaf. And I said, I have some Tanzanian decaf, some mountain water processed Tanzanian decaf right now. It's really good. I don't drink decaf, but
why don't you just buy sand? Why don't you buy buckets of sand from everywhere in the world and just take a pinch of sand and throw it in the coffee? And you can say, this is whatever coffee. This is Russian coffee. This is China coffee. This is white sand coffee from Florida. This is
literally white sand coffee.
Be dishonest. Make my
No,
own
you're
company
not
on
being
dishonesty.
No, you're not being dishonest. You have the dirt from everywhere in the world, and you put a pinch of that soil from that place in that coffee. That's what makes it Russian coffee. You say has the finest Russian minerals from Russia. You're
Wait,
not
how does this
lying
make any
about
sense? How the hell are you going to grow coffee beans in a cold climate like Russia?
You're not growing a coffee. You already got the coffee beans, silly guys. You're just getting the dirt, and when they make the coffee, they pinch the dirt. You give them the dirt with it. They pinch the dirt.
Yeah, I know. I'm not asking that question, D-Mock. But the guy who buys the bag, the guy who picks the bag off the grocery store shelf, if he's not a dumbass, he'll ask that question.
It's got Russian minerals in it. We're not saying they're Russian coffee beans.
Do I steam the dirt to make sure it's like clean so it doesn't mess with the
Hell
flavor?
no. Hell no.
Oh no.
You want natural fucking Russian dirt. Natural Florida sand.
Good Lord.
There is such thing as Russian coffee. It's called vodka.
Damn it. That's potato coffee.
That's exactly what they drink in the morning to wake up. You're right.
Potato coffee. How about that, Russian paraplegic? You can sell potato coffee. They'll be like, what's that? You just give them vodka in their coffee. Russian coffee. There you go. It'll have a shot of vodka that comes with it and a little grain of sand. Couple grains. Well, if the people were close enough and you could actually make them the cups of coffee, it would be a better gimmick because then you could sell like the cups of coffee. So if Starbucks sold it as a gimmick and they just threw the sand in each glass, that's really where it would pay off.
Tell you though, as far as flavor goes, as far as freeze-dried coffee goes, nothing beats Mount Hagen. I'm drinking some of that right now. It's like every other kind of freeze-dried coffee, or almost every other kind of freeze-dried coffee I've ever had, is like tastes just awful. Like there's almost no such thing as good.
Literally, where they make it, dehydrate it, just turn. Oh, you mean like instant coffee?
Instant coffee. Yeah, same thing. Yeah. Yeah, like almost every kind that just tastes like just garbage. And I think there's maybe like two or three that taste better than garbage, but there's only one I know of, one brand that actually tastes good. Like the coffee actually tastes good.
It'd be amazing. Because
it'd probably be good if you did it to yours. But I tell you, when you're in a rush, this Mount Hagen stuff, man, but the best stuff, the best use I've ever had for this isn't even actually just making regular cups of coffee. The best use I've ever had for this is making coffee flavored ice cream. I used to do that all the time with this stuff.
Just trying to find that new gimmick, you know what I mean? Like strawberry coffee or apple coffee or, come on, you guys, work with me here.
They have smoked coffee, and these guys are doing smoked coffee. I'm like,
son of a
coffee. They do smoked coffee, yeah. Well, I'm like, well, all right, maybe if you roasted it and then you put it in a smoker on cold smoke, but I am not putting. Like, can you imagine taking your regular green beans and putting them in a smoker? Unless you've got a way to hear it, you got to be able to hear it and you got to be able to watch it because you just end up burning it every time.
The THC coffee cup. TH coffee. Just put THC on the thing and then coffee underneath, like THC, TH coffee. And they'll just see the big THC on the thing. And they'll pull up and they'll be like, what are you selling? You're like, coffee.
I'm surprised I haven't seen that around my town yet. Like, where weed's legal anyway.
Like the cup, the coffee, TH coffee, the coffee, THC. I wonder if you would actually sell more of it by people thinking that it's like got marijuana mixed in or cannabis or CBD or something. You know what I mean? If you just put THC.
Dude, everything involves you lying. Why is everything just?
Shut the fuck up. I'm not lying about anything. Listen, you're lying to yourself. That's the problem. If people read my sign and think stupid shit, that's their own fault. They're lying to themselves. If you see T, H, and C on there, that doesn't mean anything but 3 letters, correct?
Mark, you
That
are a
doesn't mean the word
horrible
weed or cannabis or no, I'm not lying about anything. So if you see
Demark,
3 letters and you bought my coffee, how would that make me a liar?
Demark, I'm just saying that that's a really bad business idea. It's a bad business practice.
TH coffee? Hell no.
No, just deceptive business practices are bad.
Well, that
That's all.
guy should stop reading shit and thinking other stuff. I said I'm going to put TH coffee on there. I said I wonder if people are going to think that there's THC in it and buy extra. You know what I mean? I'm not going to say it's weed coffee. It's going to be right there on the sign, TH coffee. I'm just thinking, are some people going to be goofy and just like pull up anyway, like, hell yeah, and just buy some? You know? I never said I was going to tell people anything wasn't what it was. If I just put 3 letters on a building and you pull up and buy some, I didn't lie about anything. I promise you. You never even met me. I never even talked to you. I'm trying to simply sell by the letter of 3-letter advertisements. So if I put FBI on there, does that mean I'm the FBI? No. It means I use 3 letters that are similar to the FBI letters because everybody can use letters. Yeah, if I put FBI on there, I don't think somebody's going to come up there and buy the police coffee, are they? I don't know. Yeah, and I'm not trying to falsely do anything. If like the people want mineral water, I'd literally buy the minerals from the places and sprinkle the minerals in. Well, I mean, the hell? How's that any different from dirt being in the water anyway? What the fuck? Minerals are just dirt. You guys know that, right? It's not false advertisement to say dirt or mineral. They're both the same thing. Can't have one without the other. And they sell liquid death in a can and it's water. It's good for you. And it's called liquid death. It's clearly not killing you, but people are buying it. They like false advertisement, I think. I think it just depends on what you're selling. Like if you're selling them a car, you don't want to lie to them about that. If they think they're buying the car, you don't want to let them leave with a $16,000 coffee bean. No, that'd be mean.
DMOC, you remember that radio station that tried to award a brand new toy Yoda?
Heard of some stuff like that.
Yeah, they lost in court.
Oh, so did Budweiser one time. These people I know won like the $25,000 or $28,000 off like a 12-pack, and the Budweiser or whoever tried not to pay them, and they had to go to court with them for a certain amount of time, and they actually finally got the damn money. It was like, what the hell? Why would you guys put out a contest? But you're a beer company. You can't pay $25,000. Get real. What is their point? These people are just crazy.
Well, usually they assign the those types of prizes to another company to handle it. It's that other company that's usually the problem.
Yeah, that's true too. That
Like a
McDonald's thing.
sweepstakes company.
Yeah, remember the McDonald's thing? It was nobody ever got to do any, like it was always being scammed or overrun by somebody.
It always that way. Even a Monopoly game and whatever. I never see anybody winning any of the big prizes. Like there very few of them are actually given away. I don't even think 50% of the prizes are collected overall.
Yeah, but isn't that ridiculous for a multi-million-dollar or billion-dollar company to not be able to pay one fucking little group of 10 people that are like, yeah, for me being a loyal customer and making this company what it is today by drinking or eating this thing every day of my life, I can't get the chance to actually win this thing you advertised? But that's the stupidity in that is that if you actually gave people something from your thing like the Willy Wonka thing, it actually is better for your product.
Does anybody remember the Coke bottle with the lids? Just have a Coke and a smile, and nobody could get the word smile. Dude, that was when I had to. That was the.
You know who got the smile word?
No, they said there's only. I think
the comedian got
$1 million.
The comedian got it, Richard Pryor, and he read it on stage. He said, "Sit down, have a fucking Coke and a smile." No, I'm just being funny.
It's right before, not too long. They made new Coke and Max Headroom, which was a terrible.
Yeah, what was that? What was that about? Max
Tasted just like
Headroom.
Pepsi.
Maximum Headroom.
Yeah, but that was an awesome campaign because it made everybody want the old Coke back.
I guess, but dude, that weird. You ever seen Pepsi Clear? Like, you ever seen somebody take a bottle of Pepsi Clear and cook it down? Some guy cooked it down, and I don't know. I mean, I guess that's kind of stupid. It does have sugar. Obviously, it's going to turn awful colors. So do have one once in a while though. Don't drink high fructose. Mexican, which I heard they're using high fructose down in Mexico now. So I guess the Mexicans aren't drinking soda, but we got to buy Mexican soda to get sugar in our Coke. Mexicans can't even get. So I bet you they're buying American Coke. What a scam.
Come on, can't get original Coke with the cocaine in it.
Yeah, talk about waking you up. Shit.
Put cocaine in your Coke, and everybody will be happy to drink that stuff.
I wonder. It wasn't cocoa leaf. That was actual cocaine. They actually put a little bit.
Yeah, it came from the coca leaves.
Yeah, but it was processed cocaine. It wasn't. They didn't add coca leaf. It was actual cocaine.
They had like some kind of flavor thing that they had taken derived from it, but now they have a version of it that doesn't have all of the special things in it. But I think that it wasn't like they just sprinkled some stuff in there. I think that they had a certain thing they were going for. But I may be
It was.
wrong. I don't know.
It was
I
part
don't
of
have the
the. It was
recipe.
part of the syrup. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, dude,
part of
no,
the
I'm
syrup.
not saying that it was not active or anything. I'm saying that I think that it was just about the flavor. But I mean, obviously the energy drink thing, but like that's the angle the reason why they kept it and why they actually are the only company that has access to that like that is because of that. It's the flavor. It's one of their secret ingredients. They still use it. It's just they have a version of it that doesn't have all of the extra.
I don't know about that.
A pharmacia flavor version. Look it up, man. It's weird.
What are you saying? They actually took whatever the flavor of the that gave it and
without the drug effects, they isolate the flavor. Yeah, they synthesize. They have something that's derived from it anyway, and they have an exception to do that without all of the extra stuff. So it's not a drug, but yeah. You should be able to just Google it.
That's interesting. Well, what does that mean? You could means you could freaking like give something the flavor of heroin without the heroin.
No, it has to do with their branding and their other stuff. Like I guess with their actual recipe. I don't know, and the fact that it's kind of grandfathered in, and these companies have been around a very long time. Like Pepsi, they've been around a very long time.
Yeah. It's like having a soda that had laudanum in it and then like still making it taste like laudanum without the opium.
Yeah. No doubt the original version of it, they were doing exactly what they were doing. But then, like, it still had the flavor, and that maintained as part of it. Hold on a sec. They basically got to keep that part of it. It was like an excuse. His grandfather didn't. Rayleigh Criterion posted something, explains it a lot better than I did. I know I'm too tired to talk about this crap. And this is not the proper conversation to even have here. What the hell, paraplegic? Stop being a bad influence on me.
Yeah, don't get me rambling. It'll always go to some nonsense about coffee or just everything but flat Earth.
It starts off with the coffee, and then all of a sudden we're to this.
Wasn't even me. It was Denmark.
No, it was actually me. I said we should get the original formula for Coca-Cola now.
Oh, right. People like Jolt. I remember skaters like Jolt.
He's over here
twice the caffeine, all the sugar.
Yeah, I think it was like four times the caffeine, possibly. I was never really into like skating with all caffeined up or anything. We were just smoke weed and skate. So.
What's up, Alpha Veritas? How's it going, man?
What's up, Ether?
Just chilling. Trying to pass the mic over to somebody else. I think I'm going to go to sleep, so I won't be here to help guard the room or anything. Lay down for a minute.
I got to roast some coffee. Somebody I know ordered some, so.
That's fine. There's always somebody in here.
Yeah. Oh, that and the dead air gets weird. Hopefully a Glober will come in here and a conversation will start.
The girl wasn't too bad earlier, other than her just constantly freaking interrupting QE. You could tell she just didn't have any idea, you know. She thought it's just normal just to, like, you know.
Dude,
as soon as you think something, just blurt it out, man. It's all normal, you know. QE freaking bit her head off. I felt bad for her.
Playing dumb type thing, and Old Hoss called her out on the tone of voice she was using, and her mask broke, and she kind of used her regular voice, not her microphone.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was funny. Just for a second, you could hear it, but then she kept interrupting QE and didn't know
She
how to.
really did. It was pretty bad.
She could just be quiet.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, it is what it is. It do what it do.
QE making friends as usual. Spreading the love.
We tried, dude.
Uncle
He sincerely tried with her, though, in a very patient way, and she still kept on. Like, he didn't.
Right?
Oh my god. It was so bad. I was hovering, dude. I was hovering over the mute button. By the third time, it was 3 strikes, you're out. About the third time, I muted her when she overtalked him again, but I didn't catch her the next time because, yeah.
Trip.
It was over because she just kept on doing it. They all do that, though. Well, the auto Globers that come in here slack. And some of them
One guy before him was good, though. That guy, dude, I don't think I've ever heard a kid come in and say the proof for Coriolis is that pilots dip the nose down, and he knows it because he's taught pilots, and they've. That's when India was like, "You're a liar."
He was.
You're a liar.
That dude was a make it up as you go earther.
Dude, man. Oh my lord. That's great.
He thinks this must be a troll, so I can say whatever I want.
It's just like a guy coming in, like, you can clearly, dude, the Earth's way too big to see the curve. You can see for like freaking 30 miles. I was looking at a lighthouse yesterday. It's proof that the Earth's too big. It's like, what? What did you just say? It's almost that good.
Oh man, I'll be around. I'm just gonna go chill for a minute.
Have a good day, brother.
So watch out for zombies.
Yeah, zombies need coffee too.
Is LT a flat earther?
I think so.
Hey, what's
Yeah,
up, DJ?
yeah, pretty sure.
Yeah,
What's
hey
up,
guys.
DJ?
Right.
Hey, what's up, Alpha?
I'm just stopping by. Wife's out shopping right now. I'm in the parking lot. I usually do that. Not really big on shopping.
My dad used to be a flight instructor, and he was bush pilot for many years in northern Canada. And I talked to him a lot about that. He said they use visual references rather than their instruments a lot of the time because they fly quite low. And he could see things 100, 150 miles away, and that's what they would aim toward. And so I told him all about the flat Earth and what the curve measurements would be. He was converted pretty quickly.
Really? Yeah, most of the pilots that we've spoken to concur. So
Yeah.
there was a gentleman who used to. Well, you know what's really cool is that I have recordings of him coming to my space on Twitter, and he was a pilot for 30 years. His name was Superfly. That's his handle anyway. I'm pretty sure he has a name, but yeah, he used to come by and jump into the Twitter spaces we have. I have recordings of him actually going against people that believe that Earth's a globe, and because he's was a pilot for many years and he knew other pilots, like definitely was a flat earther. So it was easy for him, like as you said, to like make the transition.
Yeah.
So
yeah, once he established with him that they're flying level and just aiming at something 100 miles in the distance, it was pretty easy. I talked to him about the gyroscope and everything. He just
I've heard one guy talk about how he could see the Rocky Mountains from some obscene freaking amount of like he's over Missouri or some shit, like a amazing distance away.
It's a vast distance. I think most pilots actually would say the same thing, but it's hard for them to actually come out and just speak about like them seeing like hundreds of miles, because they have to reconcile that within the Earth being a globe. So they really don't speak about it, like, because it's like, you have to start figuring out like mathematics and stuff like distance and altitude and all that kind of stuff, and then visually what you would be seeing at that altitude. So it's not like they're always talking about it. They just assume it's a globe, so they're not really considering flat Earth in that way.
Yeah, nobody's doing math for like, oh, I saw the Rocky Mountains. They're just thinking, oh, well, I'm freaking just really high. That's what I'm seeing it. If they actually did some math, they'd be like, oh shit, that's crazy.
Yeah, they just take it for granted what they're seeing. They don't actually think about it.
The ones that actually do think and actually say something, like that one lady that got freaking sent to the psychologist. I don't know if you remember that lady. I think she was like Air France or somewhere in Europe. I don't know, but she was like, yeah, I said something to my pilots, her fellow pilots, and then they ended up sending her to the psychologist and like giving her. But she got off with pay. Like, I can't see that in America. I could just see them getting just like sent to the loony and like, oh no, you're fired. And you guys familiar with that lady? It was going around about maybe 4 years ago. One of the
Are you talking about the KLM pilot?
She was like a big airline pilot, but she was it was foreign though. It wasn't American. I can't recall what country, but yeah, she like asked, Dutch. So she asked a bunch of questions, and they were just like, they put her on leave with pay, I think. I remember the story, but they sent her to the freaking psychologist. Like, no shit. She was asking, I guess she was asking questions about the what the heck, the whatever the thing that spins up that I'm totally blanking here.
Gyroscope.
Yeah, I think she was asking like, how would that like, what would you once you went around the ball, like, shouldn't that be like when you're upside down? How would that, you know, like nothing's flipping, you know?
Well, it's used to maintain level flight, but at the same time, they still can't use that as a evidence for the Earth being a globe. So, because it's holding rigidity in space, it's maintaining level flight. It doesn't mean that it's negotiating around a curvature.
Right. I think our question was, if you go around the ball, shouldn't up stay up? Like if it remains the rigidity, it would remain up. Up would be up as you went around, down and around. It should be upside down, shouldn't it?
The problem we're having here is the lack of understanding from what pilots do in their task, their job. So a lot of people are speaking just without any understanding about what pilots actually do when they're flying their plane. So they're assuming certain things about what plane would be doing with gyroscopes, with how the nose is tilted up or down. Like, they don't really know. So they're just assuming a lot of things. But if you were to ask a pilot, they would tell you straight how it operates. And that's what we go by. That's the standard. The standard is how they operate the plane when they're flying. So that's the only thing that we need to be concerned with. Anything like speculation and, well, this should happen if the plane was doing this with the gyroscope, all of that is just sidestep. We don't even need to engage. Unless the person knows what a pilot does, then they have, like the young person you said was chiming in earlier, they don't have any evidence that this is what a pilot does, and they can't say that this is what it is. Like, the pilot has to be the one to tell people, like, okay, this is what we do for our job. This is how we do our checks before we begin, how we actually start our flight, like everything. Once you hear somebody go through the process, and if it's something that pilots actually do, then it checks out. You don't have to speculate. You don't have to wonder if this is what gyroscopes would do, because how they fly the plane is important, right? I mean, within this conversation anyway, like we can't say something outside of what they do, because what they do is all they need to do, like from point A to point B, to fly the plane from one location to another. What would it take? What does a pilot have to do? And then any argument outside of that, like, well, I think gyroscopes would do this. No, you can't say that, because they only do one thing. And if they don't do something else, you can't imagine it being the case. You guys get what I'm saying? Like, the argument can only revolve around what has been done by pilots, navigating a plane.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yep.
I was saying what I thought she was asking in the watching, not what I thought.
No. I'm talking. Yeah, I'm not saying what you thought, Paraplegic. I'm talking about what she said. If she was assuming this is what's happening with gyroscopes because she thinks she lives on the globe, that's the problem. She doesn't know what pilots do. So, regardless, like, it has to be what they do, not what people assume they think they do. Well, I think they do this and that, and nose are tilted down because we live on like all that. If you're saying that's what it is, are you coming from a standpoint of knowledge, knowing that this is what pilots do, or are you just making it up because you want to believe that we live on a globe and things should be the way you believe they are? That's why when we speak to these pilots, we ask them the questions. Other people who have heard these arguments are going to know if what the person's saying, that whoever's flying the plane, if what they're doing is the actual thing pilots are doing. So whenever you get a chance to speak to a pilot, they'll tell you what the job, entails. And if it's something outside of what, just to make it sound like they're flying over a globe, then they're lying. you could call them out on being a liar, because there's certain things that they do, and there's certain things that like a Glober would say they do and they don't do. Do you guys get it? Like the argument can only have, it's got parameters. Outside of that, you can't just make shit up and then say that this is how it is because you live on a globe. It's just not going to work.
Yeah, exactly. They'll say they don't do that if you talk to an actual pilot.
Yep. And it's not just because, like some pilots, I don't know, LT, if you had this experience, but they could believe they live on a globe. I mean, it's quite possible they still believe it, but you're just asking, what does a job entail when you're going, from, point of origin to destination? You're just telling them, what do you do? What is the functions? What are your checks? What are you doing in the course of your flight? Like all the stuff that they would do when they do their job, like not adding anything, not taking away, just tell me what you do. Then you find out that what they do has nothing to do with the Earth being a globe, like zero.
Yeah, exactly. That's how I approached it with him. And, he had the cognitive dissonance, but he got through it. Because, I mean, if you just stick to exactly that, how is it, then there's really no other explanation. It's done over a flat, stationary surface.
Yeah, they're trained in simulators. What I do know, they're trained in simulators that assumes the Earth is flat. Like, that's true. They're not trying to fly over a globe, man. Like, there's not a simulator that's going to show them they're negotiating over curvature. It's not real. At any rate, yeah, the more experience you have talking to pilots, and I'm pretty sure LTs, because you've been around these conversations and you know pilots, that you'll easily understand the Earth is not a globe. Not according to people using the Earth practically. I mean, we have our arguments for celestial navigation for mariners, and we got pilots in the same. Like almost every field that there's professionals that do their job, they don't utilize the Earth as a globe. Zero people utilize it as a globe. Most of the people on the surface will say it's so negligible that we don't need to consider it.
Yeah, I've talked to guys that literally thought they saw the curve, like that on an SR-71. I know an actual pilot and a freaking older Marine who flew with him, and they both think they saw, some curve. Like, not according to freaking all your, people that say you can't see the curve at freaking 70,000.
Oh, I mean, if they're seeing curve, that means they have to account for it, right? They have to negotiate over it during the course of their flight. If they're looking at a curve, then their flight, would have to be accounting for, that curvature, or their instruments would be accounting for the curvature.
Yeah, they think they can see it.
Some degree.
Like off to the whatever, I think they're just seeing whatever through the glass, whatever. And I asked them, I was like, well, are you constantly dipping the nose down to keep from flying off into space when you're doing Mach 3 or whatever the frick you're doing? They're like, no, we don't do that. And I'm like, well, you ever thought of that? Like, why you didn't have to constantly nose down to keep from going off into space? These are guys that I talk to back and forth freaking messages, but yeah, these are old Marines that are just hard-headed, I didn't even really fight with them too much, just because
there's a level, there's a level of conversation where you can take it to where people that do their job, like pilots and such, and especially if they believe the Earth is a globe, you could take it to the point where I was asking them if they're actually accounting for the Earth's curvature. And of course, they're going to say no, but they still believe they're seeing globe, they're looking at curves and all that stuff. So you can only go so far with the argument with those types, because they're still going to tell you that they're living on a globe. Even though you tell them there's no way that you've told me in your job that you're negotiating over curvature, you have to take it into account in any way. There's nothing that tells you you're flying over a curve in any of your instruments. All this is assumed in the flight plan that you do prior. The one where they believe they're going over a globe like that. It's not done in the actual course of the flight. That's why it's like, man, you got to welcome those arguments of people who believe this thoroughly. Yeah, I can't believe that guy, man, Superfly, he passed away like not too long ago. I think Flatsy Klein said that his brother got on Twitter and was saying that he had passed away. Yeah, he was a soldier, man, for the cause. Like, he was coming in there, he would shellac Globers, and it's pretty interesting.
Freaking awesome. How old was the dude?
No, he was about my age, like in his late 40s, I would say, if not 50.
Oh, he died young? Shit.
Yeah.
It sucks. Probably
But
got
he's
some bullshit,
Yeah. But he definitely was telling people like it is. Now, that guy was, I'm telling you, man.
Which takes balls, man. Just like that freaking girl I was talking about, man. She literally, well, she didn't lose her pension, but most people would. She took a chance and pretty much like, when she started asking questions and they started like acting like she was nuts, just like she wasn't like she didn't just cuck and like go back to, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, I was gonna say that what's interesting to me is that to some people truth means everything. To others, they're like, why should I care? They come in here and then you have to give them a reason to care. It's like at some point with those individuals that say that, I'm like, dude, if you're asking the question, what does it even matter? That means that truth is of no consequence to you. Like, you have no reason to like invest in any truth in your life whatsoever. Like, if you're asking that question, that's what that means. It's automatically putting you in a position where truth doesn't really matter in your life. You don't care about truth. All you care about is just living your life and, not worrying about things. And to some other people, truth means everything. Like, they don't want to live in a world where they're being told that the earth is something that it's not. So it just depends on who you speak to about like what this topic actually matters. Because some people are like, well, it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things because I got to go to work tomorrow and like all this other stuff. It's like, that's not the point. The point is truth. Truth is at stake here. So do you think truth matters at all? And to what level does that truth in your life mean anything? Because if you're just like, yeah, well, this is just one tiny little bit of, if it was true or if it wasn't true, it's not really going to change anything. What they say. But it really does, because every single body that's in here that really understands that the earth is not a globe, they had their like earth-shattering moment, like where they actually made it like in their mind, like, wow, the earth is flat. Like, at least I know I have. I don't know about you guys, but it's changes your perspective, the way you perceive things. Like, it does. So I don't know. Some of these guys are really acting. I think they're acting like it doesn't matter. It's what it is, but it really does. Some people that don't care. I mean, I think it's just.
Yeah, for me, it wasn't even really about like, oh shit, it's flat. Like, it was, oh shit, everything I've been told about reality might not be true. Like, that was the earth-shattering thing for me. Like, I'd never considered the possibility that the sky wasn't an infinite, ever-expanding vacuum, and that those things in the sky weren't what I was told, and all that stuff. Like, that blew my mind. Like, why didn't I ever think of that before? Why did I just accept it on blind faith? Like, that was the bit that got me.
Just always seems like people make it seem like they're indifferent, and it's not. I don't ever take that to be the case ever. Not one single time, because what motivated them to come into the channel that they're at? Curiosity. They're wondering what's going on. Even if they sound like they're all hard and I don't really give a shit. Yeah, you do. Otherwise, you wouldn't give a damn about this channel. You just stay away from it. Like, oh, that's something. It's like you going to a channel where they're talking about, I don't know what, leprechauns or whatever. Like, you're just like, why would I go into that channel? Like, other than me wanting to know what's going on. Like, I want to know why they're talking about that. So that curiosity brings you in. You want to know what's going on. Yeah, I just don't fall for it. It's a bit, I guess. So we have some staunch Glovers came in early. There was a young lady you guys were talking about. I'm taking a new approach. Like, I used to do the 3 points in that. That's great. I don't mind going through them, but like these days, I just want to bury them in their in their rhetoric. So whatever the rhetoric is that they're talking about, I want to just like keep going to the source of their information until they say I don't know, or they're so far down the rabbit hole. You know, one thing attached to the like claim stacking. They just keep stacking claims on top of another.
Well, I'll tell you, Alpha, what happened, man. Like, so this one guy brought up Foucault's pendulum, right? And then I think he ended up leaving, and then she came in the middle of it, right? And they were talking about the Foucault's pendulum, and QE, like, and Sunny were like saying, okay, you know, if the Earth is rotating underneath the pendulum, then why can't you hover a helicopter, you know, from such and such a place, and then wait for the Earth to and catch the Lakers, you know, baseball game or whatever, football game, whatever, you know, in Los Angeles, right? And she's like thinking about it. She's like, oh, wait, yeah. Oh, shit, did I just become a flat earther? She said that. She was thinking about it.
Yeah, every conversation should be very unique with, you know, every person that comes in there. And we can take some of the good talking points that we've always said from prior conversations, but conversations should have a very unique dynamic when you're talking to somebody. I think that's what keeps them on their toes, that you don't always like stick to one specific type of like a script, that you can stay mobile, go where the conversation goes. Because I see it as that they're the ones that have to stick to a specific script. Because the Earth as a globe, it shouldn't be like they can make up whatever they want. It has to be one specific thing, you know? I just saw that video you posted, DJ. Yeah. It's always good stuff, man, when you have videos and such that you can throw in the chat when people ask the question.
Yeah, it's, Indio's definitely. Yeah, I was going to ask him because I know he's been like clipping stuff or getting certain streams and putting them up. I don't know if he's putting them on Spotify or what. He's been sort of like doing like putting podcasts up from discussions that we've had in here, and I was going to ask him if he's had any feedback from that or any views. What's the verdict on that? Because I know that in the past we have had people come in, like particularly in the main server, we've had people come in and say, "Oh yeah, I found you guys from Spotify. You know, I really like those podcasts. You know." Yeah, and then I think it got neglected for a while, but I think Indio's been paying attention to that again. I don't know if he's using Spotify or some other platform.
Yeah, it's like once I get settled into a place, man, I'm gonna start doing live streaming, podcasts, like the whole bit. I've been waiting. It's been almost close to a year, man. The housing market's pretty tough. I think there's going to be a little break here around springtime because it's about to be springtime over here where I'm at. So I got to set up my studio and get all my stuff ready. I used to have the Flat Earth Initiative. That's what I used to do with it was me and Jedi and some of the other folk in here. That was pretty cool.
Man, I used to love it when you did what Helio does, man. That was so fun in your YouTube chat. It was like the best fun, man. Just listening, and then people would come into your chat on YouTube, and you know, like Harp and me and Mac. I don't know if you remember Mac and Unicorn Laser Eyes. Yeah, a few of us.
Damn, that was a long time ago, bro.
yeah. It was fun.
I'm looking to kind of go that direction again, because I mean, I still got a few good years. I mean, Lord willing, I probably got a few good years left in me, so I can do something like a platform, and because I don't know, I just think there's a lot of I love Flat Earth, but I want to keep it a little bit versatile to kind of make sure that we're covering topics that you know, relative to current events and stuff. Red pill topics, I guess you can call them. I don't know how else to categorize them.
So I just posted a link in the side chat, right? Yesterday, there was a guy came in streaming at the home server, right? He's like a streamer on YouTube and Rumble. So the video was basically the typical thumbnail that someone puts out with the globe versus the flat disc in space, and the guy on the thumbnail shrugging his head like, "Oh, these dumb flat earthers." I think it said globe versus fluffs or something like that, right? The guy was actually pretty polite, pretty cool, right? And he came in to debate. And yeah, there's the link in the side chat for his Rumble stream. He got absolutely destroyed. He was a very cool guy though, right? He took it all well. And he admitted when he didn't know basically anything, but it was like Indio and Jedi and everyone in there just schooling him for about 2 or 3 hours straight. So it's a good watch.
Yeah, you can't leave the 24/7 with your content intact. There's no way, dude.
Oh,
there's just no way. Like, and I think DJ is what I'm saying, man. Like, the more you are around the culture here, you're gonna get to be used to like, okay, there isn't anybody that can come in here and bring your whatever argument that you thought you had, whether it's you know, logical or you're taking a stance on like, you know, things that you can believe in. It doesn't matter what it is. When you come in here, it's gonna be, you're gonna leave with either you know or you don't know. That's it. Like, you can't be in here and say that you know the Earth's a globe. You know what I mean? And just walk out of here. There's no way. So most people think that's what's going to happen because they had academia on their side and all the information's readily available. That they can just post whatever they want. There's been many people that have come doing content. I don't know if you know that, DJ. Like this guy and just many other ones. What's his name? Globe Peterson, or I don't know. He's on TikTok, I believe.
Oh yeah,
Planet Peterson.
I can't see that guy. Planet Peterson. Yeah, arrogant little shit.
Yeah, he's one right there. And it's like anytime they want to make their content, they can come into our channel and do what, it does. To me, it doesn't matter even if they edit it to make it sound like they're winning, because ultimately we have a recording of it. So if somebody really got interested in coming in here and finding out if there was been recorded, all they got to do is look at Helioskeptic's stream, and they're gonna hear the full version, like the one that's not edited.
It's interesting. At the end of the debate, I had a word to him about his straw man, like mocking thumbnail, right? And it's funny. I just posted it. He's actually changed his thumbnail since yesterday when he came in.
Oh, Planet Peterson?
No. This guy, Danny Turner.
Oh,
versus 24/7 Flat Earth Discord servers.
Yeah, it looked like he's barely starting a channel. He wants to get some content going.
Yeah, I think he has a bigger YouTube channel, but he wasn't streaming this one on his YouTube.
Oh, that's good.
But he was cool. He was, he was humble, and he got humbled big time.
What are your hours usually, DJ, that you're on around this time?
Yeah. I mean, usually because I work from home, I usually have I'm in here quite often. Right, I just have it on listening, and if there's a good conversation, I'll stop working and jump in. But yeah, around this time.
That's pretty good, man. You're a lucky duck. You work from home.
Yeah. It's 11 p.m. here where I am, so it's a good time now.
He's slapping his forehead on the thumbnail. That's pretty funny.
Yeah. I bet now he's slapping his head. How could I have been so stupid?
Yeah. Why did it say those stupid arguments?
What do you do from home? If you don't mind.
I run online retail, and I got a couple of YouTube channels which aren't big, but yeah, I make YouTube videos, and I've been selling on eBay since 2013. But because I moved overseas, right, I used to have a big eBay. Like my whole house in Australia was just filled with right, I had a 2-story house, and the whole bottom story of the house was filled with crates of antique clothing and games and stuff like that. I would just go around to yard sales and thrift stores and buy all sorts of
just like my dad.
Yeah,
and then buys all kinds of old shit
Yeah, man. Anything that I could make a good turnaround on, I would list on eBay.
He just sold a painting. Just sold a painting for $800 that he got for $3.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's amazing what some random old junk will sell for on eBay.
Incredible. There's a painting of corn. A guy that only paints corn. Like some.
Wow.
Yeah. Some guys were fighting over it.
We got somebody with the little symbol as a name.
Yo, what's up?
What's going
on, my mic making background sounds?
Well, it was, but yeah, I noticed you lighting up, and that's why I was like, "Hey, man, dude popped in there." So
let me fix this shit.
Yeah, you're all right, man. We hear you and all that, so it's not not a bother or anything. Now, do you hopped into this room? But since you're on the mic, do you think the Earth is a globe, dude?
Yeah, I think it's a globe.
Okay. What evidence? What evidence do you have that as far as you know it, that it is a globe?
Well, let's just say I trust institutions of science. I'll just say that.
Hey, man. I mean, that means that you have a belief. Would you agree with that? Because you trust them?
Yeah. Yeah, any I would say any proposition that you would assume is true, it would be a belief. So even if you see the sun, oh, the sun exists, I would say that's also a belief.
Really? So you think that in your epistemology, there's no way to know truth? You just believe as a subjective point of view?
Yeah, because that's all we have access to. We only have access to the subjective field.
So you can never know anything to be objective.
You can have propositions that point to objective reference, but it's not going to be like the actual objective thing.
So, like I said before, you can never know things to be objective.
You can know things to be objective. It's just that it would be
okay. So it's either it's binary though. It's binary. You either know something to be objective or it's subjective. It's binary. You can't say that it's objective and then make it sound like it is, and then turn it around and say that it, in some way that it is subjective.
It's much more nuanced than that. So you
not
can have
really.
it's an input output sort of function. So you can have a belief like, oh, I have a belief that right now, oh, I'm feeling like right now I'm feeling some interest or feeling some enjoyment. That's a belief about the subjective experience. Like I can also have the belief that, okay, there's other people and they're having experiences. That would be sort of like a something that's external to me, but not necessarily objective. And I can also have the belief that, oh, okay, the speed of light is whatever 3.8.
Yeah, let's put it this way.
That's an objective belief.
No, yeah, but no. Belief. You're using belief in the wrong way. So if you say that the nature itself, I'm talking about the physical and natural world. Not something synthetic, right? Not man-made, but nature. Do you think that's objective or subjective?
So objective in the sense that I'm using, it means...
Can you answer it's binary. Can you answer the question?
Okay, nature can be objective and it can be subjective because I can.
Yeah, but I'm only asking.
So if I go pick up, a plant and I look at it and there's the qualia, there's the visual, and there's the sound of that plant. Is that objective? Or is that subjective?
I'm talking about the plant's existence in the physical and natural world. Whatever it's doing, right?
Okay, that's objective. Yeah,
hold on. Hold on. I'm not done yet. The quality and the quantity. Yeah, you need to settle down and let me finish. How about that?
Fuck up, maybe.
Go ahead,
the
finish.
Quality.
Yeah, you won't shut the fuck up. That's the problem.
Just don't want the quality and the quantity of the thing in nature. It doesn't matter what it's doing as long as it's separate from you. Its existence, is it objective or subjective? I've already encumbered everything that it should entail.
Okay, it's objective and subjective. It doesn't have to be any particular.
No. That's a paradox. It can't be.
No, you're violating the law. It has a subjective. No, I'm not violating the law of identity. I'm not. Because it has a subjective and an objective element.
It's not identity. It's the law of non-contradiction.
That's no, it's not a contradiction because it can have two elements.
No,
wait. So you can see. Hold up. So you can see light visually, right? But light also exists external in
we're not talking about light. I'm talking about
but track the correlates. Yeah. Track the correlation because light is something that has subjective aspect and an objective aspect. Isn't that the case?
I'm only talking
about on the plants because we're talking about the physical and natural. The way you try to change the subject is unnecessary.
It's not.
Let him lead you. Just let him lead you. Just let him lead you. Talking loud and talking over him aren't helping. So just slow down a bit.
It's simple.
All right, take it easy, buddy.
Yeah, no, you need to take it easy. You're getting worked up, and all the thing that we need to understand is from something being objective or subjective, nature itself, it's either objective or subjective, meaning that
so I'll try to explain it.
No, I'm telling you, because you're having a hard time. You see how you're doing it now?
Sort of sensory element that you can see.
Doing it now.
And then you got the same thing with light. So that's the subjective aspect.
Yeah.
And then the objective aspect would be the light.
I don't want
and it would be like the physical plant aspect.
You're just going to keep talking, right? You're just going to keep talking, right? I'm not talking about what you said. The only reason why I'm setting it up this way is because a person that experiences the physical and natural world, the interpretation of the person's experience is subjective. The thing that's in nature is objective because you're having a very hard time understanding what I'm saying in the English language.
I agree with your first statement. I never disagree with that.
Well,
the
that's the
interpretation will be subjective. It has to be subjective because that's the only way an interpretation can arise. We're not
the interpretation of
in the
what,
world having interpretations.
Listen, the interpretation is subjective. The actual thing in nature is objective.
Yes, it can be. Yeah, I agree with that. So what's what does that entail? What's the point there?
Okay, so the hang up would be that if we're experiencing this world in a very objective way, then you can't say that the physical natural world that you experience being something you think is subjective and object. See, that's what I'm saying. You're kind of taking the term objective and subjective and then internalizing it and then coming back and saying that it's what you believe. It's not a belief. Something objective is just true. There's no way that you can go around and saying that, well, the thing you think is true is not really true. Like, we can only know something to be 99.999%.
What do you think objective means? What do you think objective means?
It means something that outside of your perspective, it doesn't need you to verify its existence.
So how can you know anything if it's like, how can there be a belief that's outside of your perspective?
That's not a belief. I don't need to believe in something that exists. It just exists.
Right. So how do you know that? How do you know that it exists?
Yeah.
Wouldn't there be some sort of subjective interfacing with that?
Okay. So a subjective interpretation would maybe let's put it into context.
This sounds so bad. I hate to interrupt.
Yeah, go ahead.
I didn't want to interrupt, but it sounds so bad. He's saying that the things in nature, he just said that these things are subjective. No, these things are objective, like he said the first 30 times. You see how you interrupted me? It's because you didn't get it because you were talking over him.
No, I didn't. No, I understood what you're saying. So basically you're saying, oh, you can't say that the stuff in like that's objective is subjective. What I'm saying is the accessing of that is subjective. You can't be in a fucking coma and then be processing it and having objective beliefs.
You're getting it wrong. So when you accessing the information, like you saying, okay, there is a plant over there, right? And I say, where? And you say, over there. And I say, okay, that plant over there. And I look at the same thing that you're looking at. That is objective. Now, how I interpret the information. Hold on a minute, dude. You got to wait till I finish, okay?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah,
when you talk, he's doing it. And why? I don't understand why Globers do this. It just seems redundant. Right? We can let each other finish. So when I'm pointing at the plant and you say, there it is, right? And I agree with you. I'm looking at the same plant that you're looking at. That's objective. There's no subjective interpretation about what you and I are speaking of because we can qualify that with the law of identity. I see the thing you're saying and I identify that that thing exists. The law of identity. I agree, right? That's something it's a common ground. It exists. However, the plant...
Not agree. Not agree. Acknowledge.
Let me know when you're finished.
Acknowledge, not agree. Agree.
Yeah, let him finish.
Subjective reality.
Finish.
Yeah, okay, so let's put it this way. Yeah, it's agree, by the way. Because if I disagree and I say that's not a plant, that's a hot dog, that's a disagreement. I'm not going to agree with the guy that's pointing at a plant and I think it's a freaking dog or a cat or a bowl of spaghetti. So I can tell the person I disagree with them very much so. So don't correct me on something that you are trying to make it sound like acknowledge. I can acknowledge that what he's saying is true, but if I disagree with it, then I can say it's something else. I know what I'm saying. Thank you very much.
This is the perfect segue, Alpha.
I'm just trying to get through this. So if we're saying that he's pointing to a plant, and I agree that that's a plant, and not a fucking hot dog or a bowl of spaghetti, then I will say, yes, I acknowledge that that is a plant. So I'm acknowledging that he's saying that it's what, he says it is too. But I don't disagree either. At the same time, I could disagree with him and say it's something else because I could be fucking schizophrenic or some bullshit, right?
Now we can insert...
Well, go ahead, Ranger.
I hate to interrupt, but just so you can really understand, that's objective, correct? So if I were 6 feet tall and you were 3 feet tall, and I say, "Hey, look at that small plant over there," and you say, "What small plant?" We all know it's the same plant. No, you mean that big plant? Maybe for you, if you're 2 feet tall, whatever. That's what makes it subjective, right? Now that you understand, we can move forward. If you understand that.
Okay, so you're basically saying that the consensus is what makes something objective.
Oh my God, no, dude!
Oh my God!
All right, so then
You didn't hear what he said?
I did hear what you're saying. Basically, to sort of encapsulate
him, not
what he
me.
said. Oh, what he said specifically?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, he was saying that maybe like if you're having like a relative description like big or small, then it will be like subjective to what you're saying or whatever.
Let's put it this way, right?
Yeah.
Maybe you're a little person, right? Because let's use the right politically correct terms. Maybe you're a little person, and he's just a regular standard 5'11", 6-foot person, right? And you stand next to each other, and you point to a plant and say, "There's that small plant." The little person next to you is like, no, that's a tall plant." What do you think's the difference between? What do you think's the difference between the two?
Yeah. I think he's talking about the relativity of like of such a thing, because that's like those terms are kind of like pointers in the sense that they're big or big or small or relative to something.
No, but what I'm saying,
like 10 meters, that would be something that's more absolute.
What's the difference between the two? Why is what the plant is? Why is it so different from one guy to the other? Why was it different?
I mean, it was different in like relation to their size. I mean,
is that what you're pointing at? Individual's perception. That's all. It's a simple answer. It's just the perception of the individual.
Does it change? Does it change the quality or the quantity of the plant in any way?
No, but I think there's. Okay. Let me explain the interpretation that, or the way I'm using objective versus subjective. So basically, and objective means something that's external, independent to like a experience, right? And the experience itself, that would be what's subjective. So if we're looking at like a plant, and then we're saying that's objective just because we agree.
No.
Right, hold up. You finish. So I'm going to finish here. I'm going to finish here. So basically, if we have two entities looking at a plant,
wrong, you have to know how to stop.
It's in consensus. We have a consensus that that's a plant of a specific size. Then it doesn't actually make it objective. Go ahead and mute me, because I'm going to finish what I'm saying.
No, you're going to have to be muted. Yeah,
basically, we can have a consensus. We can have a consensus that that's that's a plant of this whatever size, this quality.
You have to be muted.
It's like It's like he runs the page or something.
I don't get it. Like, even if he dips, it doesn't matter, because like when he's telling me about a plant that he experiences, I experience the same plant. He's pointing to the plant. I'm experiencing that the plant is there in reality. So the experience of the thing existing doesn't negate the fact that it's subjective. Doesn't say, okay, well, I experienced that plant there. Okay, that's great. But I say the plant is tall. However, you say that plant is small. The experience of the plant existing is one thing from you qualifying it to have a different type of perspective of what you think it looks like, and the color, and whatever the other descriptions. So it doesn't matter. The guy, I mean, he really doesn't have an argument anymore, because it's like, you can't tell me the plant that you experience it in the physical and natural world, how you qualify that thing being in color, the way it might look to you. It looks like it's different type of way. It doesn't matter. But whatever you're saying that it looks like to you is different from what it actually is in existence. It's there, Anyway,
it's just one of those people where you have to redefine words. It's just absent of logic. You can't talk to those type of people. I identified it as soon as he got here. So, I mean.
Yeah. So, and that's the law of identity. I see the plant. It's there. And then the other person could say, okay, I disagree with that. I don't see a plant there. I see a fucking, kangaroo. And you're like, okay, what the fuck? Like, what are we saying? Are we talking about? No, we're not agreeing that the thing that you're saying is what I am saying. I'm saying something different. How the fuck are we going to acknowledge that a plant is there when you disagree with that? It's a fucking plant. You're saying it's a kangaroo. So anyway, that's the issue. It's not acknowledging it. It's agreeing or disagreeing whether or not you're talking about the same fucking thing in existence. Which would be what the globers are doing with the Earth being a globe. There's no way that they can agree that it exists in the objective and the physical and natural world. There's no way, because it doesn't exist. It's a weak argument he brings to the table.
Wait, hold on. I think you just misused the word agree again. You mean acknowledge that it exists?
No, dude. Acknowledging that it exists means that it's there. It's right there. But if I think it's a kangaroo, what you're saying is a plant, then I'm disagreeing that you're saying that it's one thing that it's not. You said it's a plant. I say, no, I disagree. It's a kangaroo. You're like, dude, that's a plant.
Yeah, you said this like 3 times. I heard you. It doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, it does mean something, dude, because you're trying to make it sound only as the acknowledgement of something in existence. It's not acknowledging that it just exists. It's what I'm saying. You're saying the law of identity, what I'm qualifying it to be as. So it means something, dude. You just don't want to be wrong. You don't
that things are objective.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I know you don't. You don't want to be wrong. That's fine. It's your pride. That's fine. I get it.
Well, I think, by the way, not that I think, QE is the gospel speller, but I'm pretty sure QE would disagree with you.
Well, if you are,
whatever.
If you're identifying it to be something else, then it's going to violate the law of identity. So if
Haven't you heard QE say that several times before? I'm certainly you've heard it, as I've heard him say it. Like, it's subjective reality has to do with agree and disagree, like cake decorating and who's better at cake decorating. Like, that's subjective reality. But objective reality is just what reality is in the real world.
That's what he said. That's
exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah. So yeah, but you several times used the word disagree when you were referring to objective reality.
Yes, that's because the guy who sees the same thing that I'm saying I'm looking at is saying that it's not what I'm looking at. I'm not looking at a plant. I'm looking at a kangaroo.
Yeah, we weren't able to be objective. We had to change the definition of terms, and we couldn't identify anything, and that's where the problem started. So, yeah.
So a little confused on where the point of contention started, but whatever.
Well, probably, maybe you're having trouble following the conversation. I don't know. It's not my deal. I know where I'm at with the argument.
I'm not having any trouble following the definition of objective and subjective. That's for sure.
That's not it. That's not exactly what we're disagreeing on currently. It's the fact that you're saying acknowledge and agree or disagree. You're saying that I'm using it incorrectly, and I'm not. I know exactly what I'm saying. It's the acknowledgement of something in existence. And you can say, okay, there's a plant, but I'm agreeing with you if I say, yeah, it's a plant. But if I disagree and I say it's a car, we have an issue.
Again, you keep saying that it doesn't mean anything to me. Every time you say it, it doesn't mean anything to me.
Yeah, from that other guy's position, there is no qualification, there's no objectivity, because he's saying that that relies on the experience alone, which he's saying the experience is subjective itself. The experience of the thing, the acknowledgement of the thing is subjective. So he's just thrown objectivity out the window.
Precisely. Exactly. That's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
Precisely.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. Yep.
And he sounded like he was blending the of those two words. Well, that's why we have those
Orion, you're breaking up. Orion, you're breaking up. You need to get your internet situated. There's a bit of nuance to this conversation when it goes into this specific arena, but if you're very clear on what you mean, then the understanding will come through. Because you can kind of get confused when you're talking about this if you don't know what you're saying. So it's pretty simple, right? When we talk about certain things in reality, we're going to either have an agree to disagree. The guy's going to say, yeah, I agree. That's a plant. That's what I'm looking at. And then it becomes, the law of identity. We agree that it's that thing. But if the person says, that ain't a plant, that's, whatever, a duck. You get what I'm saying? Many Globers in here.
100%. Like when we have to redefine words, like I said, when we have to speak on level, and these guys say, "Well, level is curved." It's the same situation, same thing. We have to redefine words, and things aren't objective anymore. So yeah, same exact thing.
It's not the fact that they don't, because they're acknowledging. There's a horizon. I acknowledge the horizon's there. I just think it's curving. Well, the fucking horizon is not. It's curving, so we disagree. There's a fucking disagreement there. I don't think is. Where's the curve? You see a fucking curve where there is no curve. It's like seeing a duck when I'm pointing to a fucking potted plant. How the fuck are you seeing a duck? We don't agree that what we're looking at is the same thing. Understand? That's how it works.
I think maybe we'll understand each other if we use the term "in the realm of." So, like this: in the realm of subjective reality, the Earth is a planet for a lot of people, and
that sounds so bad.
But in the realm of objective reality, the Earth is flat and stationary.
That's talking for us mostly, but when we're talking to them, I don't think that was just throwing way off. So.
They're going to be confused because to them, objective reality is the Earth's a globe. You get what I mean? So you could say that.
I'm not suggesting that as a way to like show globers that the Earth is flat. I'm just saying, like, you know, in the past, if someone had said that to me, I would have been smart enough to understand it. But I understand most people wouldn't have.
I mean that would be you, right? But most people that come in here, they argue about things that they say exist that don't exist. So we're having the law of identity violated like on the daily. So we're going to have that conversation. I mean, as redundant as it sounds, we have to talk about something that doesn't exist to get them to realize either it is or is not what they're saying. So do you identify that the horizon is curving? I mean, that's going to be something you're going to have to prove. I mean, the glober, right? It's, I mean, it just depends on who you speak to, because the sophists will come in here and just make it all sound like, oh, yeah, well, you don't know what you're talking about because we don't know anything to be in reality. Like, we're all working off of belief, which is kind of like his angle, I think. The gimmick here is they'll come in here and make it sound like when you experience reality, it's just all subjective. I think that's where he was heading, if you could hear what he was trying to get to. He was trying to make it sound like the experience of the physical natural world is all subjective. There's no way that you can say it's objective. And he was trying to
that would include the acknowledgement of those things existing to begin with, right?
Exactly. And which would
there's no such thing as we objectively, subjectively, right, agree or acknowledge, right?
I don't know how you could make an argument for that, which is why I was getting to with him. Like, how do you make it the argument is just so stupid. Like, there's no way that you can get out of it being either, because I told him it's binary. So when you're using that in the physical natural world and you're talking about nature, you're going to tell me, like, you're going to see a curved horizon. I mean, obviously this is something that exists in your world because the Earth is a globe, or it's not. So it's binary. It's one or the other. It either exists or it does not exist. Do you see a duck there, or is it a potted plant? That's what we're pointing to. You know, it's...
If you can't know anything, then how can you know that you can't know anything?
Yeah, Heretic wants to take the rug right from under their feet. Just get done with it quick. That's true, man, because, like, at some point you get to that part of the argument, and then they're just going to be like, well, you can't know anything, but it's in a subjective kind of way. You experience it. I think he's more trying to be like a life experience. Like, well, when you're interpreting things and internalizing them, you're saying, I say that life itself and the meaning thereof is what I think it is. And then your subjective interpretation of what you think life is what you think it is. But there's no foundation for it being there's not like a standard, you know? Like, there's no gold standard. Like, you're saying, okay, I see a plant over there. And then you're going to tell me I see a plant over there. And then we're talking about the same thing, because what you think a plant is could be an elephant. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a whole different thing.
Yeah.
You get what I mean? There's
sorry. Go on.
Yeah. No. I was just saying there's just many levels to this, like, where they can take it to try to make... These are all like mental contortions for the Earth being a globe. There's no... I don't see how they can put it in a realm where they're identifying this is what it is. It's too much. Too much belief, that is.
Right, and how the heck are they going to argue for the Earth being a globe if they can't be sure it is one?
I was waiting for him to go to that in that direction.
They'll say it's probabilistically a globe.
I think he did mention probabilistic or statistic, or he said something.
They won't say probably. They'll say probabilistically.
And they try to put it in some kind of analysis form where they're just like, "Well, we've put all the computations together, and by putting it on a pie chart, it's about a 75% chance." Like, I mean, you just can't. They're just trying to make it sound a little bit more smart and.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, the sportscasters do that, don't they? And then the team they predicted to win based on percentages and chance and all that, they get smashed.
It's just weird that they put it on a sliding scale instead of it being something that could be determined in a way that everybody can understand what it. Because if it's all subjective, then everybody's experiencing the Earth as whatever they think it is. It's an oblate spheroid. It's a perfect sphere. It's a pear shape. Like it could be what it's. The Earth is just whatever you internalize it to be. It's too malleable that way. There's no way to form, any understanding from that.
As long as you ignore objective reality, then yeah.
Yeah, like the characteristics of a thing is pretty much what helps us identify the thing, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, those things are objective.
The
general
thing.
understanding of
The
definition.
thing. How you feel about those characteristics, like that's the subjective part.
It's like it's like you can almost tell sometimes who's living in like imagination land, who fights against reality, who refuses to accept definitions that won't change objective reality. Like it's crazy to me. You can identify it almost immediately.
Gregory talking in here about the existence of absolute knowledge. Dude, that'll make your fucking head hurt.
Don't worry, the next Sophist will be around shortly.
Can't wait. Got my popcorn ready.
Yeah, when they get things on a sliding scale, you already know you won the argument. Hey, did anybody give that guy who was trying to become big on Rumble and he's got a big YouTube channel, the one that DJ put up, maybe the link to this place?
Who
Not
was
sure
that? The
about
Danny
that.
Turner person that DJ posted?
Yeah, did you speak to him, Sonny?
No, I was logged off for a couple hours. I just came back on just now.
Yeah, bro, it's good to see you on here too. How you been doing? You been doing all right?
I'm doing great. Actually, I've been coming in the morning. Like I was here this morning and mid morning, and there was quite a few people asking questions. And QE was in here with us for a while. Good conversations, but we basically get the same thing from the Globers, and they don't have a leg to stand on. So it pretty much goes the same way, especially when they start interrupting QE. He doesn't go for that at all. He's got a low tolerance for that shit, and I don't blame him, But yeah, it was good. Most of them got banned. India was in here. Yeah.
You said low tolerance, but you mean zero tolerance.
Yeah, zero tolerance, exactly. No kidding, man. Zero tolerance. I don't know. Like I tend to try to approach some of these people with very basic information, and some of that is a little bit, well, I don't want to say lower level, but a very I'm learning how to start things very simply, and sometimes QE gets bored with that real quick because of his personality. Nothing against him at all. I'm just saying, So yeah, we had a new flat earther came in named Xavier. He was pretty good. He was friendly, as QE says. But anyway, yeah, good to see this nice crew in here.
I think when they start talking about celestial navigation, man, they enter your wheelhouse. So
yeah, I have quite a few arguments, and I learned a lot of this from all of you guys, like throughout the years. So I think my conversation and the dialogue I use has gotten much better throughout the years. It just keeps continuing to improve. So that's always good. There's ways to speak to people, and there's ways that are not as effective. So I like being effective, and yeah, it's good stuff.
yeah, the clown car will be around shortly.
Yeah, this girl was in here earlier. She was saying, "What makes a helicopter hover?" She was pretty dumb.
What do you mean? What makes it hover? Like
we were talking about, we were in here with QE, and we were talking about how, because they were talking about a pendulum, and so I entered the conversation, and I was like, okay, so if the pendulum, so what is it they're saying is happening with the pendulum? Why is it deviating? Because the Earth is supposedly moving underneath. So I said, well, what happens when a helicopter hovers, or a drone, or a hummingbird, or whatever, things like that? Shouldn't it be moving underneath those also? So that's how the conversation started. And so she kind of asked this question, she was just kind of dumb. I mean, maybe she's naive or whatever, but it was hilarious. Like, we asked her, what makes a helicopter hover? And what does it mean for it to be hovering? And we had other Globers coming in saying, well, it hovers because, like, they were still trying to say, because the atmo is moving with the Earth. And we had to explain to them that, no, gases are not bonded. That's a violation of, thermodynamics, basically, but also of motion. Like, this just can't be. So she was asking some kind of dumb questions. Well, we asked her, well, how does a helicopter hover? It's not moving in any direction. She goes, I don't know. She didn't even know how a helicopter hovers. Like, wow.
Well, the main thing is that the argument would revolve around the helicopter hovering, and the Earth either is or is not moving underneath the helicopter.
Yeah.
And so, wondering how it hovers or what's driving it to hover, it's a little different.
But remember something, you guys did get her thinking, because she turned around and said, well, wait, does that mean I'm a flat earther now? Like, because she got it, she's like, oh shit.
I know. We were talking about that, like, okay, what about helicopters, drones, and hummingbirds, things like that? She goes, this is in early on. She goes, have you ever been on a skateboard? I was like, what? How does that go? So if a skateboarder is jumping over a jump, like sometimes they jump like 20, 30 feet in the air and land like on the other side or whatever, she didn't understand that. So I basically had to put it in simple terms. So if a skateboarder is doing an ollie off of a ramp, is the Earth moving underneath it? And she kind of got silent there.
Hey, I'm gonna catch up with you guys later on. I'm gonna get busy doing stuff. So
all right.
See you guys later.
Later, man. Psyop just popped in. Do you have any questions, Psyop? We have a great panel of flat earthers here waiting to take your questions. The silent type, eh?
Globe Earth is a psyop.
Truly. I just see the bot put in President Trump invokes the Alien Enemies Act. I'll have to look into that.
Good, I hate them Martians.
I know, right? They're probably causing all kinds of havoc and chaos somewhere. You'd think. You'd think that would be reportable,
Actually, I think the French. I think France has some weird law about extraterrestrial vehicles parking or landing.
What?
Like, yeah, it's against the law.
Oh my God! Against the law to park alien vehicles somewhere. Yeah, that makes sense. The French, very good.
It could be misinformation, but I remember reading about that somewhere.
Yeah, it's not what we think about aliens. It's a judge limits Trump's ability to deport people under the 18th Century Alien Enemies Act. So it's a law from the 1700s. What a trip.
Well, that's a shame. I was finally starting to think that they had a purpose for Space Force. But anyway.
I mean, that's a good point. Like, really. What space are they talking about anyway? I think it's cyberspace that they're talking about, personally.
Yeah, and are they going to invade my space? Yeah.
Yeah. Like, there's a place here that used to be a warfare, like naval air and warfare station. Now it's called Space and Information Warfare Center. They changed the name.
I got a friend whose son went and joined the Air Force, right? And that led him to Space Force. He got into Space Force. He was accepted, right? And,
Wow.
and I was like, oh, that's cool. Like, yeah, what's he doing? And he goes, oh, they've sent him to Japan, and he's been to Europe and all these places, right? Naming all these countries that he's been to. And I said, all right, so everywhere but space then.
Yeah, exactly. So a piece of real estate is what you're talking about. Yeah, okay. Space Force. We're in the space of an office building. Got it.
Right, yeah, you got those billboards that says rent this space.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to look up that French law. Hold on, I'm going to do a search. So what it says here is in a humorous response to a 1954 French UFO craze, the town of Châteauneuf-du-Pape passed a municipal decree banning the overflight, landing, and takeoff of flying saucers or flying cigars on their territory, and any such aircraft would be held in custody.
Okay, so right, it was right. It wasn't France wide. It was just like a
looks like
municipality.
one town. The decree, which was likely intended as a humorous response and a way to promote the town's wines, banned the overflight, landing, and takeoff of aircraft known as flying saucers or flying cigars. They're saying it was a publicity stunt.
Okay, that's fair. I get it. Yeah.
But here's like an update. It says October 28th, 2016. Let's see. A French mayor refuses to overturn town's bizarre extraterrestrial ban. The French town of Châteauneuf-du-Pape is best known for a superlative red wine, but it sounds like the locals might have been enjoying the fruits of... Wait a minute. Why won't it let me continue? Suckers. Oh, I hate that when you can't read the rest of the article until you sign in. What a bunch of doofuses. Any flying saucer will be immediately held in custody. Darn. Hold on. Former Mayor Lucien Junet issued the ban, which reads any aircraft known as flying saucer, flying cigar, which should land on the territory of the community will be immediately held in custody. No police officers in his constituency have ever had to arrest any aliens, but that doesn't mean the current mayor, Claude Avril, will drop the law anytime soon. Quote, I'm not going to touch the ban, Avril told France Bleu this week. It spices things up a bit. It creates a harmless kind of buzz, and no one is getting tricked. That's funny, man. Okay, more in space news. Anybody got space news? Space news is always humorous. Let me see. I'll look something up here. Kind of boring space news, man. Like all the usual stuff. Recent space news. A SpaceX rocket launched 4 astronauts to the International Space Station to replace astronauts Suni Williams and Butch Wilmore, who have been on the station for over 9 months. Additionally, SpaceX launched its third mission in less than 13 hours, sending 23 Starlink satellites into orbit. More on space news. Bernard Star astronomers have confirmed 4 small rocky planets orbiting Bernard Star, the second closest star system. Sure they have. Firefly's Aerospace Blue Ghost lunar lander witnessed a solar eclipse during what we saw on Earth as a total lunar eclipse on March 14th. NASA launched the Sphere X telescope to study the universe's origins. A U.S. startup's moonshot apparently landed on its side again. Hilarious. It's enough of that shite. My contention is they wouldn't even know if the thing landed on its side or not.
Yeah, we don't even know, nigga.
More in stupid space news.
Yeah.
He's saying that he doesn't know where his end dad is.
What's that?
The guy's looking for his dad.
Yeah, you were breaking up a little bit.
I said that the guy was looking for his dad, but I'm saying we don't know where he is.
Yeah, exactly. That's why they sent it there. I don't know. I'm probably mixing these two ideas. So.
No, I'm saying the guy. Someone opened his mic, put his camera, and was saying the N word.
Oh, I didn't even notice that.
He's looking for his dad, but we don't know where he is. He's looking for that N guy.
Yeah, that's a funny way to try to prove the globe, I guess.
Yeah,
to each his own. In Washington, the second moon landing by Intuitive Machines appears to have suffered the same fate as its first try last year, with data indicating the Athena lander landed on its side on the lunar surface after problems with its laser rangefinders, the U.S. company said on Thursday. The six-legged Athena lander carried 11 payloads and scientific instrumentation, touched down at a site some 100 miles from the lunar South Pole after launching atop a SpaceX rocket on Friday, February 26 from Florida. It's got 6 legs and it still didn't land on any one of those legs. It landed on its side. That's hilarious. Well, I guess they're going to need billions of more dollars then.
Maybe they should not worry about legs and just like make the bottom flat.
Yeah. I bet a kindergartner or first grader could design a better lander.
I know that it's like they're sticking with the old like 50s comic book style fucking things.
Yeah. Like spider legs. Like, what the hell? Why don't they make like a big inner tube where the rocket or whatever is like in the middle on a trampoline or something, you know, to be sure that the thing would land flat. Flat. They're going to land on the flat moon surface because it has to be. That's hilarious.
So
Watch, somebody's going to come in and say, we said the moon was flat. Now, watch it.
Yeah, but how did they land all those limbs on the moon using, 60-year-old technology?
Yeah, and those only had did they have 4 legs? I think they did have 4 legs. Yeah, and the 10,000 pounds of thrust didn't cause any dust to fly up. Pretty amazing.
and especially the ascent stage, didn't manage to destroy any of the equipment they left on the moon, except to maybe knock the flag over.
Guys, it's me, the guy who gets muted for spitting facts. Fact 1. The Earth is round. Shut the fuck up! Calm down, my nigga. Listen to my facts, my nigga. Fact 1. The Earth is round.
Yeah, muted.
Fact 2. The proof is in the pudding. We have studied the Earth for thousands of years.
We? You mean we? You mean like you and I?
No, that was an AI. It sounded like an AI.
He should have been muted immediately, but he's gone.
No, we need the fact.
No, wasn't that coming from McCain?
I think that was a shut the fuck up guy.
Oh, thought it was the other way around. Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't me. I don't know what he's talking about.
It was him. It was him.
I know. I saw.
Yeah,
I was watching it as I just couldn't tell which one was doing it. But yeah, you were lighting up. We saw it.
Yeah, but it was worthy. You know, he was talking a lot, so I had to do it.
It was him.
As long as you told the truth eventually, you're cool.
Yeah, I appreciate it, black guy.
Now you're not cool.
He is cool.
Should have let that guy continue. I mean,
yeah, he was spitting facts.
That's as good as that's as good an airplay as we're ever going to get from the Globers. I mean,
not if he's spewing the N word. No, negative.
Oh, I didn't see. I thought it was somebody else. Yeah. Never mind.
Yeah, apparently we've known that the Earth has been a sphere for thousands of years, even though we didn't have the technology or the knowledge until the last 200 years. I always love it when they say we've had knowledge for thousands of years, but we didn't develop high-altitude balloons until 1931, and we didn't have high-altitude aircraft until the 1960s.
Yeah, that's okay because most of the Glovers are quoting. Well, not quoting. They're claiming that Eratosthenes is how they got the Earth size.
Yeah,
from 200 BC, and that's what they used in the NASA computers, I guess.
Yeah, a man who had no idea how far away the sun was, but he knew how big the Earth was.
Right.
What's going on, fellas? How we doing?
Good.
Hey, Kemba, good to see you, man. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, bro. Good to see you guys too, man. You know, we got Sunny over here. We got DJ. Everybody's in here. Necro, Crit, T-Dub. All the OGs in here.
Yep, just waiting for the next Glober to make a claim.
Yeah, just like that dude McCain earlier. We know the Earth is a globe for thousands of years. They so funny, bro. He's probably like what, 21, 22?
Hilarious.
Yep.
We didn't start building good quality telescopes until the 20th century, but we knew for thousands of years.
I always find it hilarious when they keep using the term "we." Right? We went to the moon. We did this. We did that. You didn't do anything.
You know, Jumsy, he got the best line, right? Every time they say we, right? And Jumsy would goes, like, when you talk about we, you talk about you and me.
I'm gonna use that, man.
Yep.
It's a touchy subject too, but I also like to say, oh, did we also commit genocide? You ready to face your war crimes at The Hague?
Oh, I didn't think of that. Oh, wow, that's a good one. Oh yeah, DJ, we talked to Robert last night after you left.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, same dickhead, man. He's just this guy, way dishonest person, man. And he's still claiming that he's seen the curvature from 40,000 feet on airplane.
Yeah, he's
same BS.
He's insane.
Yeah, he got lucky. He got lucky that day, right? You DJ, you weren't so lucky.
No,
you didn't have the right conditions or something.
Yep.
Yeah, he saw something that the human eye is not designed to see.
He did.
Oh, he sent the backward Russian dude messages last night when we were in the PNR. He said that the black swan is fake.
Yep.
He didn't even understand the arguments.
He said the reason it's fake is because it would be impossible on a globe to make those kind of observations. That's why he said that they're all fake. All of those observations that we share, they're all fake. They have to be because they're impossible on a globe.
And that's when you say, welcome to Flat Earth.
That's right.
Yeah, he pulled that victim card too last night. Talking about like he, basically complained that, we did this to him, we being mean, we being this, we being that. And I told him, well, if we being mean to you, being dickheads or not nice to you, why you keep coming back to us? Why? Right? And I said, yeah, it take a psychopath to come back, to keep talking to the people that treated you bad, right?
That's a
so I call him. Yeah.
You're a masochist. You keep coming back for your beatings, your punishment.
Yeah, he's desperate to talk to us. Right? He sits in the PNR server, right? He's muted, server muted. He can't type in the text chat, so he keeps changing his Discord username to try to convey messages to us, right? That's how desperate this guy is.
Oh, that's clever.
Yep, special. I like it that one day when Into the Break was talking to him about the Cavendish, but I don't remember exact detail what he was asking him. But apparently, Robert didn't know the details, the important details in the Cavendish. And then Into the Break call him out. Oh, so you never done this before, so you're lying. And Robert said, "Oh, you think I'm lying? Oh, fine then. I'm gonna leave." He took off. 20 minutes later, he came back.
Robert is such a dishonest character.
Yeah, he does that. Like, I had him on the stratification of gases in the air, and I'm like, okay, what about O3? Where's that? And he's like, oh, it's above the other gases. I'm like, yeah, is it heavier or lighter? And he's like, heavier. Like, oh, okay, what are they worried about ruining the ozone layer? And he's like, carbon emissions. I'm like, yeah, are they heavier or lighter than the air? Is that heavier? And he's like, but that's different. That's different. And I started questioning about it. He's like, and he just went silent and he left. And then he come back. He's like, oh, sorry, mate. I had a phone call. You know, like, whatever.
Yeah, he's way disingenuous. Yep. So I told him last night, look, this is the last time we're ever gonna let you talk. Period. Oh, he even said that he got multiple accounts. Discord account.
Yeah, he's got a voice that you can't mistake for anyone else, though, so he's kind of screwed.
Yep.
I don't know. I never seen Robert and Huey in the same room.
Yeah, I have a few times. I mean, QE hates him.
Yeah, in here a few times, and then after that, I think QE refused to talk to him. Yeah, I don't blame anybody that don't want to talk to him. I can't talk to him either after last night. I gave him one last chance to be honest about it, but
And yeah, because he says that, like, when we show him, like, Neil deGrasse Tyson, he goes, I agree with everything he said, you know, and they were like, but he said it's flat, right? It looks flat. And he's like, no, brother, he didn't mean that. He means that's just not as prominent, you know?
Yeah, he said that, man.
He means it's very difficult to see it.
Yeah, when Neil deGrasse Tyson blatantly says you don't see the curvature of the Earth from that height, that stuff is flat. Like, blatantly says that. Right? Robert still finds a way to cope.
You get the people who say, "Oh yeah, I flew on the Concorde and I saw the curvature from the Concorde." You paid $12,000 for a ticket to fly on the Concorde? I find that kind of hard to believe.
Yeah, and remember he tried to bring up the U2 spy plane footage, and you wrecked him on that, DJ. That was funny.
Vaguely remember it. Damn, that's a lot of money to fly on the Concorde. 8 to 12 grand back in the 80s and the 90s.
Yeah, it was definitely not for the faint of heart.
You know, there's an article about I can't remember who wrote it. It's a Glober, and I'll see if I can find it. It's about Lake Pontchartrain and how it's being used as a misrepresentation of the curvature of the Earth. I'll see if I can find it. I think I saved.
Oh, say that again. What were you trying to find? I might have it.
An article. It's just like a blog, really, but it's written by a Glober. But it's detailing how to use the Lake Pontchartrain images as indication of Earth's curvature is actually a misrepresentation and quite disingenuous.
Oh, yeah, nice. Yeah, I'd like to add that to my Pontchartrain folder.
I'll see if I can find it.
DJ, I'm gonna start posting more. I got a bunch of citation AJ sent them to me a while back. I'm gonna start posting them tomorrow. I got shitload.
About Lake Pontchartrain?
No, just different stuff.
Oh, nice.
I think just different stuff. He sent me I don't know, man. I think like close to 20 or over 20s. citation.
Awesome.
I gone through them like maybe a couple of them a while back. I need to get back to it. Get back in there and try to understand a little bit more. Hey, Mike. You hear, Mike? I got a question for you, brother.
Helium balloons should be rubbing the ground.
Sorry, it took me a second. What's up, man?
Hey, I know you said you're from Canada, right? But
Yeah.
let me take a wild guess, right? But judging from your accent, right? And are you close by Nova Scotia?
Yeah, I'm on the East End. Not directly, but in one of those provinces, yeah.
Oh, okay. See, I knew it, man, for whatever reason.
On parle français ici. You catch that?
Yeah.
You do, you don't.
Yeah. Hey, are you familiar with Prescal, Maine? Limestone? No. Okay. All right. Well, it's like close to Canada too, right? But it's on U.S. soil, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I used to go to school up there, and
okay.
Yeah, it's like right there, and it's cold as shit, brother. It's very cold. I think in
Yeah, dude.
2009.
It's fucking cold up here, man. It gets down to it's rare as shit, but it can get cold like minus 25, 30, 40 degrees Celsius. You know, during the winter worst period. We haven't had something like that recently. I think we got as cold as like minus 20 or something. But that's like on the chart, right? That's what they say. But with the wind and all that stuff, there's like another metric they use. It feels like, right? Sometimes minus 25, minus 30 on those occasions. Yeah, it's really bad up here.
No, I got you, bro. Yeah. I remember, I don't know what year exactly. I think between 2008 to 2010, we had a snowstorm, right? And it was 50 below at that time. 50 below, bro.
Whoa.
Yeah, bro. It was bad, and it was really bad. People was crying, like student was crying, going to school, going to class, between class to class, because you had to go to different dorms and stuff, whatever. And we had to walk outside. Man, people was crying, you know. But yeah, it can get really cold, like around that region, you know. And I think you north of Maine, I believe so. Well, I don't know. I'm not sure. But you like right there above.
Coldest in the world around there too. Like one of those spots in Canada, doesn't it? It gets like close to like just like Siberia or somewhere else.
I don't know about that, but northern Quebec is worse than here. You know, I'm in the southern part.
Okay.
Well, I know that they said that you can carry kerosene, and it just stays as liquid or some shit or something. I don't know, not kerosene, something. Propane. You can carry propane as liquid there. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if it's cold enough, you can have propane in a bucket.
Yep, that's what he does. My buddy I play Xbox with. Well, I haven't played with him for a while, but he used to laugh about it. And he's like one of the dudes on the oil things. And I talked to him and I was like, hey, by the way, I'm curious. He's like, yeah. I was like, do people try to smoke? He said, oh, man, you wouldn't believe it. He said they try to bring their cell phones in there, the like music, like anything electronic, and they try to bring it, around the oil thing or whatever. When there's like gases and stuff you have to do, you can't do it. It'll end up hurting, blowing everybody up.
Okay. Shit.
Yeah, but dudes try to do it. They'll be trying to smoke a cigarette or somebody say, hey, man, not right here. What are you doing, man? Go out there over there about 15, 20 foot that way and then go light that.
Yeah.
People are crazy.
Yeah, it's fun stuff up here. If your municipality is not prepared for it, dude, and you get a bad snowstorm, like, you're fucked. Like, we hear all these stories of, like, what was it, Florida or something? They got snow. They got, like, 2 inches of snow or something, and everyone was devastated.
Well, some of the southern states, they get a half an inch of snow and they close down the state. It's a state of emergency.
I know. It was so funny. I think it was like 3 years ago. I flew from Florida to Dallas, and I guess the road was bad. Well, to them it was bad, but it was like like an inch or whatever, or just a little snow, on the ground. They shut down the whole city, and what happened was there was so many accidents to the point they ran out of tow truck in Dallas. They had to shut down the whole city, right? And I remember used to live in Maine, and I drove from Maine to Boston, New Hampshire, or Connecticut or whatever. There's snow everywhere, like bad snowstorm, and we never closed down anything. But I guess down south is different. They never get used to it. So when the snow hit, it's bad. They don't know how to drive. People get into accident all the time.
Yeah. They drive cars with tires that are worn out, and they have no idea that they slide all over the place. And
yeah, I think it was about three weeks ago or something like that up here. I don't know, like probably made international news or something to some degree there of this giant snowstorm that we had up here. I think we got between like 4 and 5, maybe in some places upwards of 6 feet of snow in it was closer to 4. Let's say 4.5 feet of snow over the course of like 5 days. It's like the biggest snowstorm in like 100 years or something. And at worst, we had something like the municipality up here. They said, "Oh, sorry, but we're gonna have to delay your garbage pickup for a week." Because we could handle it. It was still bad, but like on like an emergency level, like officially speaking, as far as I know, that was the worst of it.
Are you guys trying to tell me that if I roll my tires till they're so bald that I can feel the steel poke out and cut my fingers, that doesn't help me get traction in the snow?
No.
You're kidding.
It's just the opposite.
I thought it'd be like wrapping steel chains around it. Instead of the chains, we got these little wires that stick out like claws. I was thinking...
Nope. Sorry.
I'm just kidding.
yeah, a couple of years ago, I was watching a news story on about the snowfall in St. John's, Newfoundland. It had snowed for every single day in December, and so far they had accumulated 10 foot of snow. And so they interviewed one of the local guys who works for the city departments that get rid of the snow, and he goes, he's got a little bit of a Newfoundland accent, so he kept saying, "Oh, we got no place to dump the snow. We have to dump it in the harbor." And I was just cracking up laughing.
Harbor. I mean, I'm happy as an upstate New Yorker. This global warming thing rules. It hardly ever snows anymore.
Don't say that.
Yeah, you're right. I am jinxing us.
Well, New York City doesn't really have a a fleet of snow trucks. They just use their garbage trucks to push the snow.
Oh, there's a fleet of snow trucks in upstate New York. Pretty big one.
Yeah, upstate, but downstate in the
The
NYC.
hilarious thing is when you see Texas get like an inch of snow, and it's like they got hit by a thermonuclear warhead.
I got ideas for all that shit.
It's
I
like
got ideas to
society
make your tires
immediately
good,
ends.
to make your sidewalks good, to make your driveways good, to make your steps on the way out your door and the front part of your front porch where the snow gets, make that good. I got all kinds of ideas for inventions and everything else.
Don't you remember solar roadways?
Dickheads that don't take care of their part of the sidewalk and driveway are they suck.
Well, I just had an idea for a rollout mat. You just roll the mat out and it has little solar panels on it, like you said, or you can plug it in. Or your driveway, you roll it out in your driveway, or you put this little thing on your car.
That technology's been out for a long time.
Not this one. This one's where your car tires warm up.
I've come up with technology that can help deal with the homeless situation in California. Called a flamethrower.
What the No, that's basically what you're going to use to warm. No, it'll be electrical heat or whatever, and it can like.
But solar powered.
No, this will be, well, you could have it solar powered. You'd have a solar panel on your vehicle, but they could just be regular electric too, like your heated up seats or your heated up steering wheel. You have heated tires.
You're heated up homeless when the
No, I'm not talking about homeless. You are. I'm talking about vehicles in the snow when the people got 8 foot of snow and ice to deal with. Your tires could warm up and melt through the snow. If you get stuck, you press a button and it heats your tires up. Whatever tire you want.
Yeah, but that's how you get stuck, right? Because your tires get hot from driving, then you stop somewhere, you melt the snow, and then it turns into ice, and now you're stuck.
Yeah, I was about to say your tires are already hot from driving.
Also, you would be risking
about
your energy and your gas that you might need if you're stuck.
No, not if it melts the snow. I'm talking about melting the
It
snow.
works. But what if it fucking doesn't work?
Because it's gonna work if it's gonna be used. If it doesn't work, then you wouldn't hear about it and it wouldn't exist. You won't be able to buy it. Don't worry. You won't be able to get that as an option in your car package next month. It's okay.
No, man. I mean, I got the heated option on my Cybertruck when someone threw a Molotov cocktail at it. All the ice melted off immediately.
In Japan, they have little sprinklers that pop up and sprinkle warm water on the roads because Japan doesn't hate their own people.
Well, what, the warm water's not turning into ice?
Yeah, that seems like only a good idea in a very specific temperature range.
How about a little thing that pops out, a wheel ramp, a little wheel ramp that goes, four of them, and then you just drive out. You know, like the little tank that has like a bridge that's packed on top of itself and it unfolds the bridge and lays it in front of itself and then it can drive over it. Like that, but just a little different, more basic for your car, for each tire.
Here in Poland, they take these big trucks and they distribute salt all over the roads, and I think it stops the ice melting or stops the ice covering the roads or something. But everyone's car's freaking rusted, right? You see like quite new cars, and they're all rusted. So many cars are rusted here. It's such a stupid freaking idea.
I'm telling you, I got an idea for that, and it's not solar panel. It can be. I mean, that is the thing, right?
Yeah, listen to the mock, guys. Take notes.
Mine's more of a kinetic energy type thing. You know how everybody has water pipes in their home, and they're usually copper or Apex or PVC, right? Well, you can take 3 layers of material, and on the inside of one layer have one material, and on the next material you have a flexible material like rubber or a balloon, to where the compression can increase. So you have the water that has a rate that like vibrates, like wah 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 wah. It's a differentiation compression. It can go like up to so much or down to so much, and it won't hurt your pipe because it can flex on the inside to a certain amount. Well, on the outside of the tube, right before the last tube, you have a copper tube, and then you have the other stuff like before it. You have the crystals or the little granite sprinkled out throughout. And you can either send it through with the water, or you can have it in a layer throughout. And then when the other material like heats up, it makes the crystals react and get electricity, and it compresses them also because the water going through the pipe will expand the tube that's in the other tube till it hits it and compresses against it, and then you'll get the electric because it'll be copper. So you can also add another metal. I'm just saying we already have, like, basically everybody's home automatically has like a little power plant right there, a little water power plant coming in, the main water source. It's almost like perpetual motion in a way. As long as you pay your water bill, it'll never stop coming in.
I mean, I don't want to get into political too much, man, but all these, taxes that we pay or whatever, if they use that money to better the country, man, we would have so much stuff, but they don't want to. They want people to suffer. They want people to just live, like animals. Always worry about this, about that,
Technology is not made to better your life. I know you were told that. I know everybody thinks that, and they're like, you're so stupid. Technology, math, science, yeah, this and that. Bullshit. Engineering costs more every day, every year, every month. Everything goes up till the end of time. I don't care what source of fucking. They're saying water's energy now. Guess what? Costs more than gas. Oh, you got electric cars. Guess what? Costs more than gas, or the same. What is the point of technology that we keep talking about when you or I come up with a technology and we got to charge everybody for it no matter what we want? So like, say we become a trillionaire off the technology, then we're like, hey man, we got to trust, we got all this. We're a trillionaire. We don't need any more money. I don't need any more money. I've got all the money I could use till I pass away and whoever I know, right? So then now I want to like lower the price for everybody. Demox Power Company is $100 a month, no more than $100 a month for a business, no more than $50 a month or $20 a month for a home, ever. Like, why would that not be the thing? I don't comprehend.
Kind of lost me a little bit, but okay.
Brother, I'm saying a power company never stops. It's never going to stop taking your money till the end of time. So if they charged you a penny a month, they would still be trillionaires forever. They charged you a nickel. They charged you a dime. If they charged you 500,000, it doesn't matter the amount. Till the end of time, they're going to get money, 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 money.
Yeah, I know. I don't agree, disagree with that. Yeah.
So the technology hasn't made the power plant cheaper for you. Your bill didn't go down this year. It went up.
No, it went up.
Why? If technology's better.
I understand where you're coming from, but I'm saying,
Right.
like for example, the roads and stuff that need to be fixed, right? Let's say like with the whole snow issue, whatever, right? Other country, they had a better system, to basically melt the snow somehow so you can travel better, you know, and just stuff like that. You know what I
Tunnels,
mean?
tubes, driving a heated PVC tube with ventilation.
Yeah, the monk, go for it, bro. Hey, maybe you're gonna be the first flat Earth guy's gonna come up with something.
Brother, I'm saying I'm saying no, but I'm saying salt water is energy. So if you pump salt water from the ocean through a pump, through these tubes, back into the fucking ocean, from the ocean to the ocean, and you got your converter and your connected wires, you have never ending unlimited energy. The pump also can be the ocean itself. It has the waves and the tides in, out, in, out, in, out, in, out. Never ending. The wind is never ending. The sun is never ending at the time that it comes out till the time that it's, you know what I mean? It's always going to be here at some point in time within like a fucking 50-day ratio or some shit, or like, depending on where you live, I guess I could say that too, because some places are different. So, but I'm saying, like, in case the sun's not there for you, you have other options. All right. You can't just say solar power because that wouldn't work in Antarctica. It wouldn't work in, it wouldn't work. Well, I'm just saying it wouldn't work in places that don't have sun. You know, not being funny. 6 months out of the year, if you don't have sun, solar power fucking sidewalks ain't gonna heat up. It's not gonna. So I understand people are like, yeah, solar power, yeah, of course. Where it will work, it can work. But I'm saying I really don't understand why people haven't used their power, their water line. It's a fucking copper tube with water flowing through it. To me, that's amazing that nobody's used that for a pump, an alternator, a motor, to push a thing. Do you understand what I'm saying? To power something, like power it from above your house to put the first initial force that comes out of that motherfucker, and have the thing spin or do keep it spinning, and then where it empties and drops, you have a container that catches it, and it's gravity fed straight to your main fucking hot water heater, and then everywhere else, kind of gravity fed in that way. You just have a bigger amount above the smaller amount. So if you have a 100-gallon container held up in the air and you only have a 40-gallon container for your home, it's going to be gravity fed and it's going to force it through. It should work. Shit, you could hook a two-way up to it, to where it splits your water coming into two ways, to where one goes and powers the thing and keeps going past, to where you make a box that has like the little thing in it, to where the water going through it just does it. You don't even need to take the water out of nothing. Just keep it connected. It'll keep moving that motor. And the other part of the motor's coming out of the tube, out of the box, and can work whatever you hook up to it or give you power. It'll spin. I mean, I'm not saying how much because I don't know the amplitude of it. I'm just saying, but it will. There's compression. Air pumps. There should be air pumps on your car. Your car should automatically have like a compressor on it. It should automatically be a compressor as a part of your motor. And when you flip a switch, if your tire's low, tire one low, click, there's it back up. Now you'd have to still get it fixed if it has a nail in it or something. Don't get me wrong, but you know.
A lot of cars do have that. Ford, some Expeditions have little compressors. They don't automatically. You have to run a line from the compressor to the tire, but some of them do that.
I thought of a way that you can just have it hooked to each tire. I mean, I don't know if they would do it because it works just like you're saying also. Good old fashioned, just run it to each tire, have a little hose. Yeah, that's not bad either. It still works.
I've always wondered why more homes, well, why homes in general aren't heated by geothermal. Like, people figured out wells, water's free, it's under the ground. Well, heat is too. I mean, geothermal, once the installation cost is done, it's free heat.
Cool areas too. So your heating and cooling can be done from the ground. Back in the day, they used to freeze water and keep everything really cold, right? Without electricity. It's all in the way you design the in and the out. High to low, hot to cold. So even in the desert, they had stuff that would freeze blocks of water. Just right under the ground. So, like I said, technology and all this other shit, all they're doing is technologically screwing you with technology and science on the weirdest way to get you for every penny. It's like a person that rips your penny in half 100 million ways. What the hell? Now what's it worth? Nothing. Not even a penny. So the technology, they break it down and divide it from itself is basically what I'm trying to say. And then we pay more for it.
So this is very exciting. Because today, start quantum mechanics, and that's all we'll do till the end of the term. Now, I got bad news and good news. The bad news is that it's a subject that's kind of hard to follow intuitively. And the good news is that nobody can follow it intuitively. Richard Feynman, one of the big figures in physics, used to say no one understands quantum mechanics. So in some sense, the pressure is off for you guys because I don't get it and you don't get it and Feynman doesn't get it. The point is, here's my goal. Right now, I'm the only one who doesn't understand quantum mechanics. In about 7 days, all of you will be unable to understand quantum mechanics. Then
Whose voice that, Necro?
Hold on, in 7 days, what happened again? Say it again.
In 7 days, all of them, they won't be able to understand quantum mechanics. Because he will teach them quantum mechanics, so they won't understand any shit.
Well, in 14 days, I'm going to teach them how to not understand it more not understandingly.
Here, I did share it in the side chat.
No, I heard that one before. That one's pretty funny. I don't know. I think you might have played it before, Necro. I'm not sure, but it's pretty funny. I like it. That sounds like my kind of teacher. You're like, hello, Professor DeMock is in the classroom. What I'm going to teach you, gentlemen, is what you're not going to know after you leave this class. What you're still going to have to figure out. Think about that. A university of a class of people being taught by DeMock, would that be crazy?
I would sign up for that class. You should do that.
I've been, I told a speech one time to like 2 people that I played with on Xbox. There was a big group, like 30 of us, but two of them were like from some kind of college or observatory, some type of something. And they do like, it was a husband and wife group. And the lady or guy was like, hold on a minute, let me get my wife and because I like what you're saying. And I was talking to him because I was slightly almost a flat earther way back then too, not 100%, but to the point almost. And I was talking to them and they liked what I said so much. They was like, "Can we tell our people about that at the school? Can we like give them a speech on that?" I said, "I don't care. You can write it down if you want." They said, "Well, re-say it if you don't." So I retold them, and then they wrote it down. And then I think it was something to do with philosophy or something too.
Good news. The bad news is that it's a subject that's kind of hard to follow intuitively. And the good news is that nobody can follow it intuitively. Richard Feynman, one of the big figures in physics, used to say no one understands quantum mechanics. So in some sense, the pressure is off for you guys because I don't get it and you don't get it and Feynman doesn't get it. The point is, here's my goal. Right now, I'm the only one who doesn't understand quantum mechanics. In about 7 days, all of you will be unable to understand quantum mechanics. Then you can go back and spread your ignorance everywhere.
Bon, bienvenue. ربحت الاخر.
Thing I've seen demo for the H7.
I just happen to be watching some quantum entanglement, quantum physics stuff right now.
Micro, do you know your mic is open? Yeah. Bam, are you playing it, bro? Like, is that trumpet, like some type of trumpet that you playing, or just a sound off a whatever computer?
Oh, I'm so sorry. It's a sound.
Oh, okay.
I forgot to mute myself.
No, it's all good, bro. I thought you were playing it. I'm like, whoa. I would love to do a collab.
Little Miss Muffet sat on the tuffet. Necro came along and played the trumpet. Okay, go ahead, sorry.
I was just saying it sounds like a mini tuba. Or trombone.
I can't tell the difference, so I just call it trumpet.
I was thinking though, you know how they got the little cat string that they say, well, if the Earth's moving, it shows the precession? How come they wouldn't put an open roof, and not even a roof, like a Y, a big Y, and between the Y, the top, you put a pole, a bearing, and a string that can just spin around like a Ferris, like spin around. Zzz. And while the Earth's turning, shouldn't that thing just change its orientation and like point out to space at some point in time?
That's super expensive.
There's a guy, Peter Lean, on YouTube that's, I think, doing something similar to you, to what you're saying.
Yeah, because if you spin a ball like a little piston connected to it without just hanging freely, you know, connected with the little things that swing, and you spin a ball and it's connected, the piston's gonna just stay where it's at as the thing. It's gonna like, you know what I mean? It's gonna react and move and do shit.
Like a
as you spin the ball.
pendulum?
No, no, not like a pendulum. Like if you had a ball and you stuck a little U to it, right? And to the U, you connected a little ball on bearings, a little thing on bearings. And as the ball turned, the little object on the bearings gets to spin freely. You know, not with the ball, just as itself. It gets to hold its rigidity. As you spin the ball, it just stays like that.
Okay, never mind. He's not doing what you're saying. Well, he made a different pendulum. It's a rigid, just a with a ball bearing at the end of it, and with a ball on the ball bearing that can spin. I'm not sure. I can picture what you're saying though, with the U and the little ball bearing.
I said both, basically. Yeah.
Kind of like, have you ever been in like a ballroom like dance floor? It's like literally like a floating floor that's completely on like ball bearings that like moves with the motion of walking on it. It makes it bouncy.
Well, I mean, let's all get real. If we take any sphere and put a string on there with a weight on it, it's going to react and spin away from it, right?
If it's magnetic, maybe.
No. Listen to what I said. The string with the weight on it is going to swing away from the sphere that it's connected to. It's going to hold on, but it's going to be out away from it as you spin it. Do you see what I'm saying?
No.
No.
Hold on, I'm gonna like grab some like string and shit and like see if I can like.
Holy motherfucker. Okay. Anyway, it's going to come out and hit you, so be careful on how long you make it.
Well, that's a pendulum.
No, a ball with a string on it and a weight on the end of the string. Tie the string to the ball anywhere you want. Now, when you spin that ball around, that string is going to come out and hit you. It's going to go away from the ball, right? In reality, correct?
Like kind of like when you play tetherball.
Yes, yeah. The pole's going to stay what it is. When you hit the ball, it's going to keep going around, yeah. But it's not going to tie. It's not going to tie around it because remember, you're not hitting the tether ball in this instance. The pole is going to be spinning and just connected to the tether ball, and you're just going to be swinging it. Swinging. So the
like a
tether
fishing
ball,
pole just spinning around your head.
yeah. The weight's going to go away from you and keep spinning around, right? So
Just like
that's what
forever?
happens, huh?
You're just gonna do that forever?
Well, if we were on Earth and it was spinning forever, and we tie a string to Earth and put a weight on it like a bowling ball or something, and just throw it there, it should start going out to space.
Maybe.
Or at least the least thing that you will have to see, the pendulum or the plumb bob shouldn't be 90 degree, shouldn't be perfectly vertical. So if the earth is spinning and you have that plumb bob attached to some pillar or something like that, the earth spin should drag that ball with it, because they claim that ball is in a different reference frame. Okay, so that ball will just the earth will just spin. The pillar is stuck to the ball. It's a part of that the earth ball. So when that ball is spinning, it will drag the string and then drag the weight of that pendulum on plumb bob, meaning that you will never have to have, you will never be able to have a perfectly vertical plumb bob.
Well, like what's it called? Like when it like spins around, like not sophistical force, like.
I'm sorry.
Sophistical force? That's not what. Like centrifugal force.
Centripetal.
Centrifugal force. Yeah, centrifugal.
Like one of that that's like shoot everything off.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what we're saying.
I mean, the centrifugal
Soccer
force
balls
is
are flat. Do you? Oh my god, they are.
The centrifugal force is what makes the Earth.
Centrifugal force.
Oh yeah, centrifugal force.
Hold on. What now? What are you saying?
That is what I'm saying. But that.
No, what are you saying? Finish the sentence.
Yeah, no, the centrifugal force is what makes the Earth an oblate spheroid rather than a perfect sphere.
Can we get a measurement of that?
We'll demonstrate and a measurement. So
a sphere
demonstrate
isn't
that force.
flat, though,
Oh,
right?
hold on a second. Hold on, everybody. Demonstrate that force with a ball, the one that pulls stuff into the ball, and then demonstrate like the gentleman asked the oblateness. Go ahead.
You were asking why things don't just fly off because of the centrifugal force. That would be gravity, yes?
No.
So
The centrifugal force does not exceed gravity.
But a
How do you know that gravity exists? You know, like,
So, if that centrifugal force doesn't exceed that gravity, why your ball Earth is not a perfect ball, but an oblate spheroid? Meaning
that doesn't make it flat, though.
Meaning that the dirt and the rocks are just going away from the center in the equator compared to the poles. So gravity couldn't keep that sphere shape. Yeah, centrifugal.
gravity. Well,
and
no.
No, I mean, have you ever spun like just like a
no one's
shoelace
ever.
around
Hold on a second.
in a
There's
circle?
no reference.
Like it.
There's no. The gentleman's wrong. Sorry that you guys can continue. There's no reference for gravity. No
Holy
one's ever
shit, there was a
watched.
55
No one's ever watched gravity with the sphere do anything with the sphere.
I
Have
once
you
saw
ever
John
watched
Mayer
anything
play
with the sphere?
Gravity.
No. We're not talking about make believe. We're talking about a sphere holding a shape like gas, holding itself into a spherical shape with the magic word gravity. Have you seen that in the lab? No.
No.
Also, what you can't see or can't do is what you're believing, correct? Instead of
No.
reality, like the ball that spins, right? So all I'm going to do is say, stop denying reality, okay, please. What we can demonstrate and show is not no oblate anything. That doesn't make any sense. Draw an oblate spheroid. Draw that. Draw the Earth.
No, I mean, isn't it like an
No, hold
oblique?
on.
Isn't it just
Draw
like
that. Well, the gentleman.
elongated like
No.
circle?
Draw it out. Stop saying you mean. That just means you're making stuff up in your mind. We don't see what's in your mind and that you mean. We only see
I
what
think
you
I have
put in
somebody
physical
muted.
property. A physical attribute would be needed, please. If you and the other gentleman can draw Earth force, you'd be the only ones in history who ever has. That'd be cool. Since you know what it is, the shape.
No, what I was talking about is that gentleman that left already the room. He just contradicted himself on the same sentence. He said that the centrifugal force is why the Earth have that oblate shape.
Correct.
Let's assume their paradigm is real.
Right.
So the centrifugal force couldn't. The centrifugal force made the dirt and the rocks that are attached to the ground and the lava underneath the surface slightly go away from the center. Then he said that, but gravity keeps everything down toward the center. He's contradicting himself in the same sentence. I just pointed that. I told him that if you say that gravity is attracting down things, eliminating or completely canceling centrifugal force, why your Earth is oblate, not a perfect sphere. So if there is a cancellation between the two, gravity cancels centrifugal force. At the same time, you say that centrifugal force is visible on the shape of the Earth, so no cancellation of gravity.
Correct. You can't cancel a fake thing that doesn't exist. It's not doing anything for you to cancel out. Gravity's not a force.
Let's talk about a couple of things before we move forward. Number one, centrifugal force is classified as a pseudo force, which means not an actual force. Number two, gravity is not a force as defined. In fact, it isn't even qualified to be talked about as a pseudo force. It is a bending and warping of a pseudo-Riemannian geometry, which is totally abstract. So it doesn't exist either. So we have two non-existent things doing what while the Earth is not actually spinning, nor the Earth has never been measured to be spinning in the first place, nor curving. So we can just kind of ignore all this unless someone has evidence that, number one, the Earth is curving, and number two, the Earth is spinning. That's what I would like to see.
There's no evidence for that. But what the question now is what makes the Earth flat? That's the question. That'd be elevation, the principle of elevation. I mean, Earth is what it is. I'm sorry, don't get me wrong. It was here before I was born. So I have nothing to do with the making of the thing that's made. So whatever the thing is that exists before everybody is here, I guess, that they're on, the principle of how you work on this thing and do everything in existence is based on up or down from a horizontal reference. That means simply that if you make a horizontal line forever, that it's not going to change elevation. It doesn't change elevation. That means you can't be on a globe. That's impossible. Now, if you live on a globe, you'd be looking for an arc line, an arced curve below your feet in every direction. Then you'd take the altimeter and move it down from your feet tip, down, 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 and it would read no change. Whatever object or thing that you're on that reads no change of elevation, with the principle of what you're trying to prove, the attribute of that, that's what it is. And if you drop the altimeter down, even the microscopic amount, it goes down. The number drops down. If you raise it up, it drops up. There's nowhere on this planet ever that you can drop it down and it doesn't change. It doesn't stay the same along any kind of arc path. That means you cannot live on a globe, and that debunks gravity also. Gravity would make that thing stay at zero. Do you understand? But it doesn't. It stays at zero along a horizontal, which would be impossible with gravity.
Isn't it crazy how... So, Democ, no, it's fine. Isn't it crazy how these vernaculars stick with us? You said this planet. No worries, man.
I know. That's why I tried to fix it and say, this thing that this realm we live on, whatever the thing we live on, Earth.
Yeah, no worries, man. All grace.
Yeah, if I go too skateboarding off to the side with it, let me know.
Dude, it took forever for me to get the word "this planet" out of my vernacular. Like it's almost embedded,
Atmosphere too, dude. When they used to say atmosphere, I had to catch them. I was like, it ain't no sphere. Hold on a minute. I always had to jump in, and they're like, what are you talking about, buddy? And I'd say, and then now it's a thing now. You tell them it's not a sphere. It's not a shape. It is the thing now. So I love that shit. It actually caught on. I mean, I'm not the only one that did it either. Other people did the same thing. So it's not, it's not like I'm saying I did it, but I'm just saying, we noticed that.
Yep.
But you are right. You'll never find yourself in an instance where you need to take into account or acknowledge the claimed curvature or rotation or other motions of the Earth. It all just takes place as if you're on a motionless plane, and it works every time.
Right.
Guess what? Because you are on a motionless plane.
Well, I told them a superconductor would prove it, but nobody listens to me. I went into Jim Pandas years ago. I said, they were like, how can you prove this? I said, man, I can outmodel you motherfuckers. I don't want to say it, but I can outmodel them. I can model the waters of a flat earth, and they can't model the water of globe. So basically what that means is in reality, we have water that works, right? And to take a choice, are you talking about water on a ball or a flat plane? Well, in a sandbox outside, a big enough sandbox, literally you can make a little ocean that has a tide, I'm not joking. And a little river next to it that's not a part that's flowing to it. Then you can have a stream that's not a part of it, right? And then you can have a little pond, a lake that's not moving, all in the same sandbox and a waterfall, all of it next to each other, working simultaneously. Still
If
water.
someone, if someone asks you to show him the model of flat Earth, just take a dinner plate, take some dirt or sand, and some couple rocks from the outside, and a cup of water. It will be good. So you put the sand and the dirt. You form little islands or continents inside that dinner plate with that sand and small rocks. Put some peaks there, like mountains. You put whatever you want, and you build a small house too if you want. You pour the water and around those islands. You just keep the top of the islands outside outside the water, and you show them, and you just put a bet. Show me a model of the globe with a ball, some water around it, and the atmosphere.
Right. Well, I know that. I know they can't. But my point is that I can actually model out for any goofy person that says a flat Earth demonstration of physical attributes of reality can't be demonstrated on a flat thing. I can do that. That can be done. Every portion of water that I just named, working simultaneously next to each other, can be done. But not on a ball. You can't have a river on a ball next to an ocean moving next to a pond that's sitting still. And this is what we see on an island. If you go to an island, you have the ocean around you. You have a pond on the ocean, on the island, that's not moving, but the ocean is. See?
Have you ever seen a terrarium?
Yeah, seen a lot of stuff.
Yeah, that's a model also. You can consider, consider it a replica if you want. Not just a
but
model.
I'm just saying. Yeah, and I've also challenged them to be able to replicate the solar eclipse or a lunar eclipse. And I told them I know how it can be done without 3 balls. You understand what I'm saying? Without it being a globe Earth in the middle of either one or nothing to do. Yeah. It just has to do with the two light sources of the objects, the brighter one and the lesser one. Literally, that's it. They polarize each other. So basically, when you get the moon in front of the sun, the moon's color, the way the moon is, it's just a brightness that's not bright enough. It's like the yin yang type of brightness to the sun. And the sun is so damn bright to it, or magnified so much more, that it basically reveals the moon to look black in front of you. It's just being outshined by the sun. Literally. Literally. You might not think it makes any sense, but literally that's how I've always seen it in my mind.
Actually, not literally. It will be optically to your eyes, because literally, like on letters, like literally, but optically, when you look at a light that is brighter than another light, the dimmer light will kind of look black in front of the brighter light.
Exactly. That's the only way I can explain it. And I watched it too with my eyeballs right above my house one time. And it also had a rainbow effect or like a flickering effect at one point. And I think that was a spark, like lightning going between the two or going around or something and causing the holes or the craters in the moon. I think it's electrical arcs. But that's just me, man. Just a mock.
Nah, not just them. Like, I've been saying, I saw a demonstration of something like that on the internet a long time ago. They call it black light, and I was like, that might be something in relation to
right.
to eclipse, because it's no coincidence that every solar eclipse it's always in a new moon. You know that you cannot see the moon, and it's basically, I don't know. People say no, it's not the moon, obviously, because you cannot see it, but there's no coincidences.
I think it's the moon. But I was just saying I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth if they don't think that's what's going on. You know what I mean? That's all.
Yeah, it's just that the way we think of the moon, many people think, it's like a ball, physical thing or whatever, and you're kind of put in a form. Another doesn't make sense, but if you think about it more, sort of electrical light effect of some sort, yeah, it will make some sense that the dimmer light looks black to your optics, to your eyes, because that's what we see. That's just the optical effect, the way we see light.
Weren't you guys talking to someone before this?
No, I wasn't talking to anybody.
No, T-Dub, she bounced, man. She left.
Oh, okay. Right. Yep, no worries.
I'm talking to them.
Hey, Castle King's in here, man. What's he doing?
Yo, what's up?
What brings you in here, man?
No, I'm just hanging out with the homies.
You don't sound like your normal self, Castle King.
Oh, I was about to catch a little nap before work. Then I heard my
nappy
name.
Nap?
Yeah, you know how old people eat it. Take that little
Don't
nap.
let me interrupt your nap.
No, it's good that you said my name. I was looking to talk to somebody today.
You think you're on a spinning ball?
If I say yes, are you going to mute me?
Why would I do that?
I don't like to answer a question with a question, but it's sort of the way I've been treated in here. Every time I say yeah. Well, every time I say yeah, I get either the mute or I get the ban or I get some kind of mistreatment.
Okay, so as long as I've been here, if you say that you think you live on a spinning ball, which is what a vast majority of the population believes, I don't see anybody muting you when that happens.
Yeah, I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Okay. As far as I know, actually, I can't even say I know. As far as I believe, we are on a spherical-shaped planet.
Well, that's it's totally within your rights to believe that, man. I'm not going to crash on you. Oh, however, it is frustrating. Maybe you'll admit that it's frustrating if somebody provides you with evidence, measurements of Earth's flatness, and you say, "Nah, man, I still think it's a spinning ball, man." It is a little frustrating. You got to admit. Why?
What's more frustrating is these supposed measurements you guys have. You haven't got to the end of what you're measuring.
You don't need to get to the end. You're only supposed to find the one plumb bob on that horizontal when you hang 1,000,000 of them that don't hang straight down with each other. So you're looking for the one that doesn't match the other ones. Just one. So you can't even find the one that proves your globe. That would be the end of ours. The end of ours would be the beginning of yours, my friend, my brother. Man.
The fun thing about the measurements that we bring up is they're not ours. You know what I mean? Like the flat earthers, we don't measure the earth to be flat. It's the ones who make the maps. The people who create the globe, they go ahead and measure it flat first. As far as the equator to the GP of Polaris, Everybody who makes these maps and these projections, they measure that area to be flat. So if that area is all flat, and then there's a circle of equal altitude in that area, you've got this huge flat spot. Now, you could go ahead and assume or believe that anything beyond the equator, which is just an arbitrary line, it's a measurement point, is spherical underneath that. I guess go ahead, but if somebody shows you a picture of a globe on TV or the internet or a textbook that you saw when you went to school, that's going to be terribly inconsistent with what's actually measured. So it's not the flat earthers' measurements. It's just the globers. They measured it flat and they turned it into a ball. So how do you believe you live on a ball when the map makers measure it flat?
Oh, we have to measure it flat because our instruments that's how they're measured. We don't have a curved,
So the instruments that we use measure the Earth flat.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So the instruments, welcome to Flat Earth. So every instrument that we use measures the Earth flat, GP to GP. So flat Earth. And then you go, but you guys haven't gone all the way to whatever edge apparently you believe in as far as the flat Earth is concerned, even though nobody in here claimed an edge. You think because we didn't go to the edge of it, it's still a ball? That's weird.
Well, the reason why there's no edge to the spherical model is because you just simply wrap around. You go around the Earth.
Model? What model?
The one that we have, the classrooms.
Can you post that? The one that says not for educational purposes, the one they put in the classrooms that say are not for educational purposes. That's the one?
Yeah, the one where it's attached to something where you could spin it around and look all around the Earth. Yeah.
So you believe you live on a piñata because that's a paper mache projection of a flat Earth that's measured. So you think you live on the piñata?
No, it's a model thing that exists. Kind of like you ever play with the G.I. Joe action figures when you're a kid. It's a model of a human being. Yeah, it is.
It's not a model.
It isn't. Not for educational purposes.
Oh.
So, first of all,
what do you think that means?
A G.I. Joe is a miniature, right, of a man. Now, you could measure the dimensions of a man and create a miniature. If you measure the Earth, you measure it flat. How is a globe a miniature of a flat Earth?
You have to use your imagination.
Oh, so this is all abstract. So this is just what you project and want it to be. It's not actually what it's measured to be.
I'm saying since you and I can't fly into outer space like Superman or Invincible, we can't see the Earth and how round it is. We can only experience it here on Earth as human beings.
So you and me are going to do this thing that we always do. Outer space. What is that?
Yeah. It's the place that's not on Earth. It's in space.
So like 6 inches above the Earth?
No, yeah, I gotta go a little bit that.
What?
Miles and miles straight up into the sky.
And miles. How many miles?
Enough to where you're not on anymore. You're not even in its stratosphere, atmosphere.
Stratosphere,
You're out of here. That's that layer of atmosphere all the way.
Wait, but Earth is inside of that, right? So Earth is in space.
Earth is it's a spherical planet that is in space.
So by proxy,
along with the sun.
So you're in space.
Yeah, we're in space.
So what?
We're aliens.
Okay. Then how can you go to somewhere if you're already there?
How can I go to somewhere if I'm already there?
You're saying you're already in space.
Yeah. I'm saying our planet is in space.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How'd you know that?
That's what I'm trying to say. This is what I've been taught since I was a young boy.
So that's just what you've been told, not what you know.
Well, like I said, I can't know.
Space helmet. You should have to have a space helmet to breathe then.
It's called oxygen. We breathe it.
It's just a belief.
All right, hey, yeah, I get it. It's something that we believe.
Religion, as seen on TV.
Yeah, as seen on TV.
As a man who works in the entertainment industry, you'll know. You shouldn't always believe everything you see on a screen.
Oh, well, I don't.
Good for you. But you do believe in space.
Yeah, every time I go to work at night and I look into the darkness of night and I see the stars that reflect in the vastness of space, I believe in that place called space.
Well, you're just seeing the night sky.
Yeah, and those night skies that I see every night I go to work are filled with lights. Yep. Those lights are little stars like the one that we have called the sun. They're just far away.
The sun's the sun, the stars are stars. Yeah.
You know, it's funny, you don't believe the sun and the moon are very far away, yet how come no one's decided to take a plane to go to either one of those places?
Is that a serious question?
Yeah, I'm saying if your sun and moon are not that far away, not millions and millions of miles into space, why don't you just take a plane with a lot of fuel in it and just take a trip to the moon?
Yeah, you can't go to the luminaries.
Wait, why not?
Can't do that anymore. We lost the technology. 1969 we could do it, but we can't anymore.
Can't go We destroyed the technology. Destroyed the technology.
So
you like 40,000 feet in a commercial airliner. It's about all you can do.
Wait, what's stopping us from getting to the moon at night? It's right there.
Castle King, I take
right there.
Sorry,
so I take umbrage with the fact that you say our moon and our sun are not that far away. Did anybody here claim a distance to those particular luminaries?
Well, at one point, someone told me that it's not millions and millions of miles away. It's actually local to our Earth.
Was that somebody in here?
Yeah, that's where I learned that from.
Did they give you a distance?
No, they didn't give me an exact distance.
Okay, so why would you ask us if we should be able to just fly to those places when we have no idea the actual distance, or even if they're solid objects that we can, drive, like fly to or arrive at?
Wait, what? So you're saying they're illusions?
I didn't say illusions.
People don't believe they're like big chunks of Earth that float in the sky. Magic.
Yeah.
And one
Nobody said that they were.
And it's on fire.
Who said illusions other than you?
Oh, well, they really are there. Why can't we just take a plane there? Or a shuttle?
There would be where, in your mind?
The moon.
Yeah, no, we call it the moon, and it's above us, right? So is that something that we can fly to and land on? I don't make those claims. I don't think anybody in here does.
Yeah, Council, just go to a travel agent and tell them you want to go to the moon and see what they tell you. You're asking the wrong people.
They'll tell you 3 days out of the month. You
go.
can't go there. You can't go there 3 days out of the month. It's not
They're going to laugh you out of the shop.
You have to understand something basic first. That all the planes that we have can't go to high altitude. Like the helium balloons or those things. No, planes can't go to those altitude because there is less pressure, and it's called for the engines of those planes to just stay on and keep the plane navigating, have that aerodynamics and go vertically. You can't do that with the plane.
So then are you telling me that we could technically get to the moon, we would just be flying under it?
Can
Don't
get
know.
to the
You
moon?
can't go to the
Who told
moon.
you that?
I'm saying since it's so cold up there, all the way up there, for some reason the engines freeze, why can't we just take a plane and go underneath the moon? You know, so that if you were to look straight up, if you had a ceiling in the ceiling of your plane, if you had a glass ceiling there, like a little glass hole that you could look up, kind of like a sunroof or a moonroof in this case, we could actually see the moon above.
Well,
Yeah,
I
you,
did that
you can
a lot
see
of
the moon.
nights. Yeah, I did that a
Everyone
lot of
does
nights.
that, man. Oh, we're all talking at once. Everyone does that. Everybody flies beneath the moon. In fact, they have things called moon roofs on cars.
Yeah, sunroofs.
And
moon
planes
roofs.
too. There is
Put one on the plane. Put one on the plane so we can see the moon right underneath as we're flying underneath the moon.
What? Why?
It's already possible. It's already possible, brother, and it was possible since the World War, because they used bombarders that have a cockpit in the middle of the plane, in the top, with the gunner sitting there and moon, and he can see the moon. It's not something bizarre.
Castle, it sounds to me like you've taken a few months off, you've mulled things over, and you've realized you don't know that the Earth is a ball.
I remember I said I don't know because I haven't been into outer space to confirm.
Yeah, but I mean, I remember like a month or two ago, you were in here kind of arguing pretty hard for the globe, whereas now you're kind of more like, okay, maybe it's not a globe. So what about this? What about that? Is that right? Have you been thinking about this for a few weeks?
I thought about it enough to understand that it doesn't make a lot of sense, especially when I bring up this example about Fly Me to the Moon, Frank Sinatra style, you know?
Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense that they claim they've flown to the moon and played golf and driven around on buggies. I agree.
I've never heard of them playing golf on the moon.
You've never heard of that?
Mm-mm.
That's what the U.S. government claims. They claim they went up there, drove around on a buggy, played some golf. You not heard that?
No, I didn't hear about that.
Jeep and played
Well, what do you think about
golf.
that? Do you think that's
Never
true?
heard
You think
about
they
the
played
golf.
golf on the moon?
I imagine it'd be possible. It's just that I've never seen or heard anything like that before.
Got the longest freaking drive.
Well, that's what they
Yeah, I imagine so.
It went all the way around the moon and came back and hit him in the ass.
Ah, okay.
So now that you know that they claim that, do you believe it?
No.
No? Why not?
Well, because like I said, I don't believe everything I see, hear, or read.
Good for you. So do you believe they landed on the moon?
It's possible.
Or they didn't play golf?
Yeah, that's possible too.
So you do believe it?
No, I said it's possible. I didn't say I believe it.
But you believe they went to the moon?
Yeah, I believe that someone got there. Either we did, Russia, or China, or somebody.
No, I'm talking about the Americans in
the Americans.
The 1960s and 70s when they claimed to land on the moon and play golf, drive around.
Yeah, I don't know about the golf and driving around, but I think they landed there.
Right, but why would you say you believe it when they say we landed on the moon, but then when they say we walked a few yards and played some golf and drove around on a buggy, you don't believe that? What's making you draw that line?
I'm saying, was the buggy in the space shuttle, or was the buggy attached to the rocket? Or?
Yeah, they packed it in nice and tight as they were flying around.
Right?
Wheels. Yeah, they unfolded wheels. They said it was hanging off the leg of the lunar lander. So it was a fold-up Jeep. Even though they didn't show anybody unfolding the Jeep, they just showed them riding around on the Jeep. And and spitting up frickin' moon dust, and it was like flying up in the air and coming back down quick for being 1/6 gravity.
So you don't believe we did land on the moon?
No, of course not. That's Santa Claus for adults.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think it's a place you can go to. I don't think it's like a big chunk of Earth floating in the sky, like in Avatar. You know, the floating islands. Like I don't think like that. Base.
Yeah. Now that would be something, right? To see a floating rock like that.
You've never seen a floating rock, have you?
No, if you're talking about Earth and the moon.
In reality, I mean. Like a rock.
I'm pretty sure we exist, right?
Yeah.
Earth exists, right? You believe in it now, right?
Yeah, but
it's floating out here in space.
No. That's what I'm saying. When we have a rock here on Earth, and we let go of the rock.
Oh, okay. Oh, because of gravity.
Does it?
Yeah, it's because of gravity.
So have you ever seen a rock float?
Not one that's dense enough.
What is that? Is that yes or no?
It's got enough weight to it to where it just sinks. You know,
So
if
you've
you were
never
to put
seen
it in
a
the
rock
water.
float? Yeah, so you've never seen a rock float.
Pumice floats, not in freaking air though.
Yeah. Maybe the moon is a big ball of pumice floating in some water.
You ever seen those chambers where they have the air pushing up really strongly and people are able to simulate skydiving in there?
Yep.
I imagine if you put a rock in there, it would be floating, right?
It depends how heavy the rock was.
Right.
It had big wings, like hands that stuck out to
Is
catch
that
the air.
is that what they say is holding the moon up?
A bunch of air? I don't know about that. I thought it was
Well, that's what they're
space.
claiming, though, isn't it? That's what they're claiming. That big ball of rock.
Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. This example that someone brought up about Avatar makes more sense now that you think that the moon is local to the Earth. It's just like Avatar. It's a floating rock on Earth.
They want to make an elevator to the moon.
An elevator?
Yeah.
Why make that when you guys can't even fly to it yet?
I hang a cable from the moon and put some weight on that cable. So because the moon is orbiting the Earth, they don't want to attach that cable to the surface because it won't be possible. It will just destroy everything. So they want to apply some weight on the end of the cable, so the Earth will attract the weight, and the cables will keep being suspended between the moon and that weight, which is at the atmosphere of the Earth, and they will put an elevator there. So you will keep going to the moon and coming from the moon. You will play golf there. They won't play golf here on the Earth, just on the moon.
Brother, I'm so sorry. I got lost in your accent. What the hell did you just say?
I said that they will put an elevator to the moon.
Okay.
You will go to the moon whenever you want.
And then how exactly are we going to get there with the elevator?
Can you imagine the amount of elevator music you would have to listen to on the way to the moon? That wouldn't be worth it.
Yeah.
It depends on the kind of music.
Well, it's elevator music.
Well, I've heard some pretty good elevator music out here on the West Coast.
Oh, yeah?
I don't know where you're from or what you guys play, but we play all the classics. I could deal with that.
What if they
classics aren't
What if they played Indigada? Go ahead, man.
I was just going
I'm
to say, if
saying,
you're playing
man.
classics, then you're not playing elevator music. Elevator music is a particular kind of music. It's actually called muzak, with an A.
Yeah, you talking about just the corny instrumental stuff that they portray in the movies and television shows?
Well, no, they actually play it in elevators and hold music.
I'm saying, where does this music come from? Is it a specific genre?
It doesn't matter.
Who makes this
Yeah,
stuff?
it's muzak. It's muzak with an A. Anyway, so do you really think that the moon is a big ball of rock floating around?
Yeah, I believe it's a rock out there in space.
Why?
A round one at that.
Why do you believe it's a rock?
Because when I look into the night sky, I can see it.
Can you see that it's a rock?
I can see that it's something out there.
Cheese.
It could be.
Quite broad.
You ever heard that song, That's Amore?
It could not be a rock, then.
It could be love. That's Amore. See? They got it right the first time.
Yeah, so it could
I'm
not
saying.
be a rock. Okay, good.
It could not be a rock. It could be a piece of cheese. It could be love, like the song Amore. It could be something. It could be a big pizza pie in the sky. For all I know, I don't know. I've been there myself.
All right. Fine. Yeah, that's fair. You don't know what it is.
No, I don't.
So you don't believe what they've told you that it is?
I'm saying I trust the scientists because they're experts in that field.
Which scientists do you trust?
The ones that are correct, mostly, and if they're not correct, that they're okay with being corrected.
How do you know if they're correct?
Because they're correct until they're corrected.
They're correct until they're corrected. So if they claim something, as long as no one disagrees, it's true.
I believe the most credible scientist.
How do you know they're credible?
Who's that? Who's the most credible scientist?
Because they're put up against their peers. They use the same instruments and measurements and ways to determine the truth.
Who's the most credible scientist, just so that I can listen to everything he says?
It's the one who has the right answers and who's not afraid to be corrected if he's wrong.
Where did he
or
get
she's
the right
wrong.
answers from?
What's his name?
His name is Truth. I look for the truth.
Okay, so not a scientist.
Yeah, it's this idea of people who come together who are experts in their field of study and they determine what's right and wrong.
So there's a group of people that you don't know and you don't know their names, and they're deciding what's right and wrong.
Well, I don't know your name. I'm willing to listen to you.
Yeah, but you're not going to just listen to any claim I make and then accept it as gospel truth because I said so.
Yeah.
Who's got on there?
Whoa, hold on there, Megatron. Wait, you're roboting over there, buddy.
Yeah.
Let me know when you're back from Cybertron, man.
Am I roboting?
There was somebody who's doing the Transformers over there.
Says who was accidentally hot micing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it sounds pretty vague. You trust scientists, but who's that?
Yeah.
What are you trusting?
Yeah, I'm trusting that they're doing their job and they're seeking the truth when it comes to these scientific facts that we know of.
That's just like an assumption, though.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm saying you assume that when you go to a Bruno Mars concert, you're going to hear Bruno, right?
Yeah.
What are the scientific facts that you know of? Because you said we know.
Well, you know, gravity, you experience it just like me, right?
How I experience it, I don't experience any gravity.
Oh, is that right? Try jumping off of your roof right now. See what happens to you.
Okay, I fall to the ground. Where is gravity?
Yeah, that's because of gravity, my friend.
No, not because of gravity.
Oh, yeah?
It's because I
Well,
jump.
how do you know?
Remember, like I said, we go back to the scientists that they've figured out this stuff long ago.
What did they do? Never saw you jump from the bottom of a sphere and land back on it like a magnet.
No, Dimok, wait. You asked me to jump, and you told me that's gravity. No, that's me jumping. That's because of me. I jumped. Wait, gravity? Did gravity push me? Or
gravity
something?
is the invisible force that drags you back to the earth.
No.
After you're done exerting the energy that it takes to jump off the roof.
Castle, I've got a quote for you from one of your experts that you're talking about. I'll post it in a sec. Hang on, just give me a minute.
Whoa, gravity.
Before waiting for him to come back. So no, you said that's gravity that makes me come back to the ground. No, I come back to the ground because I am not buoyant inside the medium of air that I am in. If I jump up inside another medium where I can be less buoyant, for example, inside water, no, I won't fall back to the ground.
Wait, what?
I said, I will repeat. I said, I fall back to the ground not because of gravity, like you said, but because I am less buoyant inside the medium of air where I am now. If I put myself inside the medium of water, where I am more buoyant inside that medium, I jump, I want to come back down to the ground. I will just keep going up to the surface of water.
Oh, okay, smarty pants. How about this then? How about you fill up a bathtub full of water and jump off the roof inside the bathtub of water?
I want to go to the ground. The water will stop me because
the water will save you. You'll be floating out the magic carpet. Is that right?
No, if it is a farther distance, yeah, the surface tension will break my bones. So that's not gravity too.
No, that's physics.
So how do you go diving off the cliff?
Exactly, you're correct.
Gravity holds you to the ground. How can you dive off the cliff?
Wait, Dimok, you're correct. I'm not arguing with that. You said something correct. That's physics. I said what is the physics in what's happening. It's the surface tension of the water. When you hit the water from higher distance with high velocity, it will break your bones. It will destroy a plane, for example. Yeah, that's the surface tension of water. Physics, not gravity.
All right, okay, Castle King.
Hmm.
In the side chat, 58 past the hour, from allow George Musa from Scientific American to explain why you're wrong about what you said about gravity. Einstein created his general theory of relativity, which provides our modern understanding of gravity, with the express purpose of expunging non-locality from physics. Isaac Newton's gravity acted at a distance as if by magic, and general relativity snapped the wand in two by showing that the curvature of space-time, and not an invisible force, gives rise to gravitational attraction.
I've already heard the story that you told about
so you're
this.
wrong. So you're wrong. Okay?
Both those scientists, they both recognize the word gravity.
Force. It's not. I don't care. It's not a force. When you call
it's
it
a
force,
phenomenon.
You're wrong.
How about a phenomenon? Are you better with that?
You're wrong. Do you admit you're wrong about it being an invisible force?
It's a phenomenon that we experience. Is that okay?
Do you admit that you're wrong when you called it an invisible force?
Fine, buddy. All right. Okay. It's I'm wrong.
In your citation, it says that it's not a visible force. Did he say that?
Oh, yo.
It's not
Yo, Castle King, I want to
invisible force.
Castle King, I want to ask you a legit question.
Yeah, what is it?
Is the problem just because they are under the same banner, which is the name Gravity? Well, I am under the same banner, but I explained what it is using different thing, it is not a force, which is just the normal gravity, which is called specific gravity. Yeah. So would you consider that being the real one? Just because I am under the same banner, which is called gravity, and I'm not using the warping of space-time, and I'm not using the mass attracting mass bullshit.
As long as you recognize that there's something that's dragging you back to Earth when you jump off that cliff, we're good. Okay, you can call it what you want to call it, man. You experience it just like I do.
No, I'm not claiming to know. I'm not claiming to know why.
Doesn't drag you. It's just when you don't have that buoyancy, you go down. It's the lack of something. It's not having an additional thing. No. It's completely the opposite. It's a lack of an ability. Being buoyant, you go down. So being buoyant, you go up. Not buoyant, you go down. If you want to talk about additional things, yeah, you can talk about the density of the matter, how much distance between the matter and the material and the other material. For example, if you take 2 cubes of wood, the same type of wood, the same exact size, you put them both on the surface of water, they will both float. You take one of them, you put it under the hydraulic press, and you squish it very well. You put it on the surface of water, it won't be buoyant anymore. You know what? More density. The fiber woods have less distance between each other, so because you squish them against each other with that hydraulic press, so the wood is denser than that cube wood from before, so it will sink. Not because of gravity, not because of anything. It's just the lack of the buoyancy.
No, that's not it. You're basically describing a raft. If you're talking about one that was squished, that was flat, now it's a raft. The other one was a log that just sinks to the bottom of the ocean.
Nice. So flip it on itself and make it like a wood, like a cube.
Shape.
Yeah. So restore the shape with the same wood. Just press it. So you take the space between the fiber, the wood fiber, and you make it on a cube again. No, it won't float anymore.
Yeah, because you're changing the way. Oh my gosh, this is.
You just said it's the shape, brother.
Haven't you seen? You don't remember examples of a little boat on a river?
No,
it's flat. The little raft is flat.
Listen, stop talking. What's the cause? You already answered it. What's the cause of the wood doing that?
Density.
Nice, not gravity.
So not gravity. Cool. Good.
Oh my god! But hey, hold on. The one that wasn't, the one that was shaped like a log or a cube, it sunk because of gravity.
Shape. So not density,
Not
the shape.
Not the shape, brother. You can shape the other.
I think I get it. So you mean if you flatten yourself out like a little pancake or something, you can float?
No. Castle King, you can shape that piece of wood. So if your problem is just the shape, you can press the piece of wood. You can fold that piece of wood. You can cut it on half. You put the half up on top of the other half. You cut it again, and you shape it like you want. You shape it as a cube. You carve it. You take a little bit of wood. You carve it as a sphere. No, it's just the density. you squish that piece. Let's take away that piece of wood where we will change its own density. Let's take an egg. You put it inside the medium of water, and you can add salt to that water without touching the shape of the egg. You add salt to the water, and you will be able to see that egg rising up.
Oh!
It's not because it's the same exact thing that happened with piece of wood. It's not the shape. It's only the density equilibrium between the object and the medium where the object is.
So then what was the point of him answering shape then? If he said you and I can create this wood or steel into a shape like a cup, and I can feel this steel cup, and you can too, with water almost to the top, halfway, whatever, it's still going to hover, it's still going to float on the water. It's not going to sink down. So, like the shape is shape buoyancy. I mean,
No.
shape does it also, right? All my main point is it's not gravity. So he
the
said
shape,
shape and buoyancy. So I'm with him. That's all I'm saying.
Correct.
Not gravity.
The shape will help you on the point of the displacement of the medium.
Correct. Yes, sir. Displacement of the attribute of the surface of the medium that you reside in.
Correct. Like when you want to work with both.
Or salt, soap, salt, all that. Mercury. Can you float anvils on mercury?
Yeah, the general materials will float on mercury.
Gold slag. Slag bricks. Slag steel. I'm just saying you can take a real dense object and make a boat out of gold. You can make a boat out of lead.
Yeah. It's simple. It's simple. It's so simple. It's just a kids game. Why things fall? They are not buoyant. That's the reason. And plus, one thing, you can't get rid of the medium.
You know what's funny? This idea of buoyancy to you only exists because of gravity.
No, gravity does not exist.
Like I was about to say, it's only because of the medium. And because you don't have any possibility to get rid of medium. You can't create a perfect vacuum. So avoid to test your thing.
A perfect vacuum?
Just to understand it. I'm not using anything to establish a vector. I'm not using anything. Not electricity, nothing. I'm just telling you. You can't get rid of the medium to say to get rid of the buoyancy and the density thing. To just get rid of that and establish your gravity, you will need the void.
You need to manipulate the medium and take it totally the hell out. All of it. Everything.
A void, complete void. Then you can tell me, oh, it's not buoyancy and shit.
Yeah, and then throw little BBs in there, and they'll stick to a rock, and you'll see the ones on the bottom go that way, while the ones on the top go that way, and the ones on the side go that way. And then you'll have a little
complete void
in there. You'll have an air sphere in there.
You can't have that. You can't have a void. So you can't just get rid of the buoyancy thing.
You can't even manipulate a shape. You can't even make a shape of air in a vacuum. Show me. Show me a spherical oblate spheroid of air in a vacuum.
Vacuum. VACWUM?
In nature? NOW where?
NOW where?
Nowheres. Nowheres is in a vacuum in nature. So nowhere.
You just spelled nowhere.
No. I didn't spell anything. Listen.
You said
you can't
NOW where?
You Matt. Don't spell it when it doesn't exist for you to use.
You said NOW where?
You said vacuum. Where's that at?
That's nowhere.
Where is the vacuum?
Nowhere.
Exactly.
Nowhere. NOW where?
That's right. Now you got it.
Who taught you how to spell over here, buddy?
Castle, we can use it. We can use it as he said it. Nowhere. So now where? So means now where is that nonsense that you are talking about? And our friend already responded. No.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say, now where is my brain? Because I would say I don't know.
We don't know where your brain's at. It's probably with gravity somewhere where we can't detect it.
Now I was talking about your brains, man, not mine.
No, we're looking for your brain in the gravity chamber.
Remember, you're the one that spells nowhere, NOW where. Remember that, smart ass.
Stop.
No.
You're mature. Stop. Demo.
Game over, homie.
No.
Can't beat me.
Not now. Let's have a mature discussion, please.
Yeah, let's do it, because, this is ridiculous.
Do you have a gradient that goes the other way? Show me a gradient of oil and water and soap and salt water and, all those things, like all the different liquids and stuff, how they stack on each other. Show me one going out towards the horizon. Show me a sideways one to show you that you can have a spherical gradient somewhere on this planet we live on. Go get your container, fill it up with stuff, turn it sideways, and show me your sideways gradient. That'll prove we're on a globe.
I got a better idea. How about I take all those ingredients that you just listed and have you go take a bath? That's what you need right now. You need to wash out your brain.
I don't think you'd mix all those liquids to take a bath. It wouldn't help. So listen, what you need to do is go get your damn brain checked, because you can't demonstrate anything you're talking about.
Oh, man.
Quit imagining shit and trying to confuse people in the world that your imagination has anything to do with reality at all.
Oh, please.
So when are you going to demonstrate gradients?
Gradients?
Yeah, going out that way. Not flat earth gradients.
GRADIENTS?
No, I said
gradients.
Demonstrate them. Not going vertical.
Not going vertical.
Yep, not flat earth ones. I want to see a globe one. The other way. Turn it the other way.
Oh, man. The world that we live in is the same world. You just think it's flat.
You only experience it as flat. It's all you've ever experienced, right? You admitted you just have a blind faith that it's a globe, but you experience it as flat.
Yeah.
Yep. That's where we're at here.
Okay.
Faith versus reality. Faith versus reality, and you chose faith over reality.
No, listen, I'm saying if I had the ability to go around the whole world in a straight line from the west going west, as far as I could go, just keep going. At some point, I'm going to end up right back where I started.
Yes,
if I
and
go
that-
far
so-
enough.
I know. We've been over this though, right? West is a circle, right? So it's a circle on a globe or a circle on a flat Earth.
No. You can't go all the way around a flat place and end up back at the same place without going into some place that you've never seen before.
So you
like the bottom of your flat Earth.
No.
You can't walk around your house in a circle.
Oh my goodness. No, listen, man. No, man. Oh my God, bro, you guys are so.
Let's have one of the globe earthers in the chat explain it to you. Mushkin, you there, bro?
Yeah, what you're saying, Castle King? You can't make a circle on a flat plane? Like just go west in a big circle? That doesn't make sense to you?
You know, let's get a piece of paper.
Yeah,
Let's
draw it
just
out.
let's just imagine a flat piece of paper. Now, let's start right in the middle of that piece of paper with a dot, and then go left, go west, and see what happens.
No,
At some point,
you're describing north to south, Castle King.
Oh yeah.
Have you ever used the compass?
West is 90 degrees to north and south, man.
Okay, how about go up the piece of paper instead of to the left? Then will we be going the right way?
Yeah, but it's going to keep changing as you go, as your position on your sphere. You think that west on your sphere is a straight line? It's not.
No.
As you continue west, right, you'll realize that, oh shit, I'm not heading west anymore, because if you just kept going in a straight line, which it isn't even a straight line, it's only a straight line in one axis, right, not turning left or right. It's impossible. You're on a curved surface. You have to fucking turn, and it'd be relative to north. So as you move, as you proceed in motion, right, your position relative to north is going to continue to change in order for you to maintain a westerly heading, which means you're going to go in a circle. Imagine you're at the North Pole. You've got your compass. Your compass is pointing directly at the pole. There's a literal pole there. Reach out and grab the pole, right? Now head west. Now, if you continue in a straight line and not continue in a circle around the pole, you're not going west anymore. You're going southwest. And then eventually you won't be going west at all.
Oh my God. You guys spend too much time at the strip clubs or something, man. Yo, what's wrong with your brain?
Castle King, this is projection, brother. Right? You're the one bouncing at the strip clubs or whatever. Well, we're doing research on actual things, like what we're talking about.
You guys are the ones talking about spinning around.
Dude,
you guys are at the strip club, not me.
This is why you get muted, right? Because you get like hyper.
Oh my God, yo! If anybody who had common sense, was like me, that was listening to this conversation, they would be dying laughing right now, because this is hilarious.
Yeah, any globe earther with half a brain, right, can work out that east and west are circles, right?
No.
So, Castle King, will you bear with me just to explain it to you in simple words? So, in your globe, the globe that you believe in, it's called circumnavigation. It is a circle. That circle is around a pole in your globe. So you do a circumnavigation, a circle around your pole. So when you use the compass, your compass will always point to that centered point, which is the pole. The north, the needle will always point to that center. When you want to do a circumnavigation westward or eastward, you follow the compass. You leave that point, that needle, pointing toward the center, which is the pole, and you go eastward or westward, which is 90 degrees to that needle. Whenever that needle is wherever that needle is pointed to, so it will be the north, you will go 90 degrees compared to that needle. So the compass will never show you west. It shows the north. The needle point always to the north. So you go around that centered point. Let's take that point, which is the north, which is that magnetic pole, and put it in your house. A big magnet, and 1 meter by 1 meter neodymium magnet that will pull your car from like 100 meters. So now you take your compass. Compass will point to that magnet in your house, and you do circumnavigate that magnet. It's the exact thing that you are doing in real life. Circumnavigating your imaginary globe. That's what you think. You're just going around the circle. You can do that also on a flat floor, around your house, or even around your table inside your kitchen.
Yeah, look what I just posted for you, Castle. It's from Perplexity AI. Many people confuse moving in one direction, like east, with moving in a straight line. However, moving east or west means you're constantly adjusting your position relative to north-south axis, which results in circular motion rather than linear motion. Do you understand that?
That's what you're saying. They're saying circular because it's round. The world is round. That's why they say circular instead of linear, like flat.
No, dude, it's not what circular means. Right?
What?
Hold on, Castle King. Okay, think about what was just said. Right now we have a round table with a flat surface. Right, we put a powerful magnet sitting in the center of the table. Right, and you pull out a compass. It's the same thing. You would go in a circle if you're going east and west. If you wanted to stay due east or due west, you have to follow around the north point, right? And you'll get back to the same spot on the flat table, right? Now we convert the flat table into a globe, right? You still have the same situation, right? It's the exact same thing on either. Do you get it?
I can imagine what you're talking about. You're saying that you're going to make circles around this within this circular flat round table.
That's how it works on your globe. That's how it works on your globe too. If you were to maintain east or west, an east or west heading, your compass must always, west must always be perpendicular to the north reference point. If you don't maintain that, you're going to veer off and you're going to go in the wrong direction. You're not going to be heading perfect west anymore. You won't go in a circle anymore. You won't end up back where you started. You'll just go off into any old direction.
Yeah, Castle King, cardinal directions and azimuths are both horizontal.
Yeah, he's got to understand how it's supposed to work on his ball before he can even conceive of it working on a plane. He doesn't even understand his own fucking model, his own belief.
Okay, let's go back to your flat round table.
You don't even understand your ball or how to prove or disprove your ball.
I can imagine the flat round table. Okay, north is directly in the middle of that flat round table, according to you, right?
If you put a magnet there, yes.
If you put a magnet there. Now, how can we get to the end of the table without going in circles? How can we go straight down to the edge and fall off that table? How?
Okay, so, yeah, you would go away from the center.
Well, you can imagine it if you want.
I'm not saying the table is the Earth, dude. I'm just trying to get so you can wrap your head around that a circle is east or west, right? On a globe or on a flat plane?
Remember,
stick with
that. Flat Earth is your idea.
Try not to drift off.
I'm not. You are avoiding my question.
No. Remember the conversation. You think that east and west are straight lines, right? And we're trying to explain to you that they're not straight lines, right? Let's just stick with that. Hold on. Let him process it.
On this flat Earth,
if I were
to go west,
that's the same conversation every time he comes in.
DJ, I understood him. So he won't let go that question. Just answer his question about that table and tell him the cardinal direction. So you tell him that the north is the center.
But they've already done it. They've explained it to him 3 times. He's not going to get it.
Yeah, I've seen that. So
yeah, it's like like beating a dead horse.
So if you are asking about that table and how can you get to that to the edge of the table, so the edge of the table will be your south. If you keep your compass pointing to that north, which is the center of that table, so the edge of the table will be at south, because east and west will always be a circle around the north. So south will be the extremity or the edge of that table. Does that answer your question?
No.
Why?
Because what happens when we get to the very southernmost point of your flat Earth?
Where's that?
Well, yeah, exactly. Where is it?
Yeah, can you go to it and tell us, please? We will get to you. Just call us. You have the Discord. Just get to the channel. Tell us that you are there. You see the edge of the table Earth.
Who says there's an edge anyway? Castle King.
Well, if it's flat, it's got to end somewhere, right?
Why?
Wait, what do you mean, why?
It's not a must.
Excuse me? What do you mean, why?
Because we don't claim to know the shape of the Earth, right? So you're in.
You just said it's flat!
Flat isn't the shape.
Surface.
You should know that by now. Flat
wait, so hold up. Infinity? So you're talking about infinity? It's infinite.
No.
It keeps going and going?
Stop. It's unknown.
Excuse me?
Unknown.
In 2025, it's still unknown.
Yep, unknown.
2025. The 2025 is a man with a PhD.
I'm saying, out of all these years, nobody could figure out where the unknown is?
Castle King, hey, do you have the answers to everything?
Oh, heck no.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Well, no one else does either, do they?
Yeah, I get that. But the thing is, you guys are claiming this place is flat.
Yes,
so where does it stop?
The surface is flat.
Where does it stop at?
Unknown. You were just told unknown.
Why unknown?
Because you don't know. Don't know means unknown.
Wait, hold on. We don't have the technology to discover what's beyond the unknown?
Why don't you?
How can you discover past the unknown if it's unknown?
Well, we take boats and we explore. You ever seen Moana? It's like that.
No.
The problem. Let me just explain something to him quickly, right? Castle King, right? That's a good segue into this, right? So we were talking about east and west being circles, right? So people have circumnavigated the Earth east to west many, many times, right? They've sort of gone around and come back to the same spot, right? East or west, which are circles, right? Nobody's ever gone from the north, right? Think about your globe now. Nobody's ever started at the north and gone down, south, right? Due south, and gone down to Antarctica and then kept going straight south, right? And then come back up around the other side of the globe and do a circle that way, right? That would be a north-south circumnavigation, right? Nobody's ever done that, but countless amounts of people have done east to west, right? Because you were explained that east to west would work just fine on a flat plane, right? But north to south would be impossible on a flat Earth, right? It just so happens nobody's ever done a north to south circumnavigation in all of history.
Why not?
Because Earth isn't a globe.
Excuse me? That's your answer?
Yeah.
So I ask you a question. Why haven't you done that?
Me? Oh,
yeah.
Because I'm not a sailor.
No,
No
I
one's
think
done it.
because you are a lazy one and you want someone else to do it for you.
Oh my God, listen.
That. No, listen. I never done that because it's just the same reason. I never done that because I never done that. There is no other reason. It's not because I don't want or something like that. No, it's just because it's not my point. I don't want to try to discover the edge of the earth. It's not my objective. I have different objectives in my life. Maybe all the rest of humans are not interested to discover if there is an edge and where it is. So
an egg or an edge? What did you say?
Edge. So to answer your question, why? It's only because no one went beyond what is already discovered from this surface.
And none of you flat earthers thought to do it yet.
And we don't need to. We don't need to know that the earth is flat. That's your thing. You think that's needed, but it's not needed.
But when you say none of you flat earthers have done it, no one's done it. No one.
Why?
But that's not a why question.
Like I told you, maybe because no one have an objective to go and try to discover an edge, just like you.
Oh my God!
Why don't you ask? Castle King? Why don't you ask the people that claim it's a globe why it's never been done?
I'm pretty sure they could do it. You take a plane from the airport that is in the Arctic.
2025? Nobody's done it?
I'm pretty sure. I think they could do it. I think they could do it.
Castle. Why haven't your globe mates done this? It's 2025. We've got the technology.
Yeah, we've done it. You take a plane from Antarctica and go south.
Stop. Castle, stop. We've done it, or you would like to see it done? Which one?
I'm saying we know the globe all the way around.
Nobody's done that.
It's never been done.
Oh my God. Are you guys for real?
That's what we said. Oh my God, it's never been done. And you start looking into it.
Wait. You don't think you could take a plane from Antarctica, the North Pole, and go all the way to the south?
Castle, stop. Appeal to future fallacy. We can do a lot of things. There's nothing stopping me getting into a plane, except I don't have a fucking license and I can't afford to buy a massive plane. But
you just rent a seat on the airline.
Castle, if you want to fly from south to north, go and get in a fucking plane and prove all these nasty flat earthers wrong.
Is there an airport at the South Pole?
Yeah, but it turns around and comes back the way it came from. Doesn't go over the middle and go back over the other side.
Military,
they don't let you do that. They don't let you.
Oh my God! Are you talking about through the earth? I'm talking about going around it.
Okay, Castle King. The whole point is that it still doesn't matter whether you say you can do it. The whole point is no one's done it.
No one's done it.
Yes, the conversation ends there. No one's done it.
And even if they did, it doesn't mean that can do it. That's a globe.
Wait, is there such a thing as the South Pole?
That's not what's in contention, Castle King. What's in contention is you think that the plane is going around the ball Earth. That's what you're asking right now. So you're changing your question. It's called moving the goalposts.
Oh, Lord. Yeah, okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you get it? So don't ask a question that's not what you were formally asking. You got to stick with what you were saying.
Yeah, can we go from north to south?
Yeah, that's what you're asking about circumnavigation, dude. North to south. Right?
Yeah, I'm talking about an airport in Antarctica. Take a plane and go due south until we get to the South Pole. Can we do that, yes or no?
Yeah. You're just going in one if you're going in one direction and you're just going to go from airport to airport, I think that can be done. But I think what you're asking, and you keep not reiterating the point that I'm telling you, are you talking about going from that airport all the way around the Earth back to that airport again? Like, is that what you're saying, or no? Are you asking?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying if we took a plane from Antarctica, the North Pole, where good old Saint Nick has his house with all the elves,
it's Arctic. It's the Arctic, not the Antarctic.
He's not from the North Pole. I was told another lie then. There you go. I was told another lie. What is it?
The Arctic.
The problem is you're stupid and you don't understand. The North Pole is in the north. The Antarctic is anti-Arctic. Antarctic. The opposite.
Yeah, okay. Let's take a plane from where Saint Nick is from and go all the way to the Antarctic down below by Australia and those places. Can we go? Can we do that?
We can do that.
That can be done.
Now, after we reach the Antarctic, can we take another plane, the same plane, fill it up with gas, and then go around the other side to get back to the Antarctic, to the North Pole?
No. Because no one's done it.
Prove us wrong.
That's what we're asking you right now. If you can point to a place where that can be done, then that would be great. Because right now it's just a hypothetical that you have. You're holding on to a hypothetical, but you don't have a practical demonstration of it actually occurring, Council King. Do you see the problem? If you had a practical demonstration that you could point to, then that would give it some merit. Otherwise, you're just using a hypothetical that you think could be the case.
Do you know that billions of people?
Hold on, Paraplegic. Hold on, Paraplegic. So, Castle King, do you understand?
I understand that you guys have
you guys
ideas.
No, you guys nothing. I'm asking you for a practical demonstration. Can it be done?
Yeah, it should be.
Okay, should be is suggestive, sir. You're saying should be.
Yeah.
I'm asking, has it been done? Yes or no?
Sure. Yeah, of course it's been done.
Now, give us a demonstration, dude.
Like I just told you.
No, it's not telling me. No, sir. It's not telling me. You're going to have to point to where it has been done, who's done it, so we can look at that example. Who's done it?
Pilots have done it.
Who, specifically?
I don't know the names of these guys, man.
Well, it sounds like you have something in mind, so can you point us to at least where we could look up some information on it? Because you're making it sound like it's possible, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so all we're asking for is who's done it. Point us to that source of information, so we can all look at what you think is a possibility.
The problem is you're afraid to see what's on the bottom of your flat Earth.
No. That's not. Don't change the question. Stick to the same question, but we're answering it, and I'm asking you right now: what demonstration do you have by who has done this? What you're saying. Don't change it to another question. Stick to the same question. Now,
that's ridiculous what you're requesting of me. I don't know pilots by name.
It's your claim, Castle King. You came in here.
You just use your brain.
Okay, we're using our brain right now, and we're asking you, what example do you have to show us that this has been done by who?
We just agreed that you can.
No, don't disagree. Don't change it to something else. We're not going to change to another topic or another question. We're going to stick to this one until you prove it or say, I don't know. You can say, I don't know.
We agreed that you could go from the north to the south in a plane.
Yeah. It's only one direction, but you're talking about circumnavigating, which means that you'd have to go all the way around.
Yeah,
you've
what's
only
wrong with
completed
that?
half the journey. You're only talking about half the journey.
Oh, right. The other half would be taking the plane from south going to the north, but
yes,
do the back way.
And Alpha's asking for the specific example of that being done.
You know, dug deep enough, I'm pretty sure I could find something like that.
Go for it. We're waiting.
You bust out your shovel there, brother. And when you finish digging, bring back the info. We'll happily go through it.
Yep.
No, you won't happily go through it because it's going to disprove all of what you believe hold so dearly to your little hearts over there, man.
Yeah, till then, you can fuck off. Yeah?
Oh, what? You guys are rude.
You're a sidestepping fuckwit. That's what you are.
What? No, man. You guys are rude. As soon as I start introducing some kind of logic, you guys get all
It's not logic.
bent out of shape and start insulting me.
How is that logic, you fucking idiot?
Oh, see? You're mad. You're in your feelings because you know that what I'm saying has a ring of truth.
I'm not mad. The only
Then why are you disrespecting a legend?
Because you talk shit, man.
Oh wait, what?
You do. You talk shit. You don't.
I didn't insult any of you guys.
Castle,
I don't really care.
You're sidestepping again. If you're speaking,
no.
Castle, shut up. If you were speaking truth, you'd go and fetch the data and shut them all up. Just like
Listen, do I look like a dog to you? I'm gonna go fetch something.
At the moment, yes, you do, and a disobedient one.
Woofty woof. Go and get the data, come back, and prove them all wrong. It's that simple, mate. Imagine doing that, dropping into this room and shutting up all those disrespectful flat earthers. You can do it, man.
What do you guys always mute me for?
Then I'll apologise too. When you do that,
listen.
come back with the information, I'll apologise.
Listen, you don't have to apologize. I already forgive you. All right? It's okay. It's not a big deal.
So can we have a proper conversation where you stop sidestepping the actual question and just give straight answers instead of and it goes both ways too, yeah?
Only if you can agree that we shouldn't be calling each other these bad names.
Yeah, look, I don't really care, man. It's not a feeling server. What we're trying to
it's
do
not about that. It's about respect.
Okay, well, I don't know you, so I don't respect you. All right?
Listen, you're getting to know me better than a lot of people. A lot of people wish they could be in your shoes right now.
Okay, but I don't really care, mate.
I know.
Oh my God!
You know, I'm saying, that's why in the Bible it says.
There you go, brother.
Well,
you had me up until we were graced by your presence. Oh, you were talking to a guy that doesn't even understand a compass tool. So a compass tool is an artist tool where you put the pencil in one side and you dial it out open with the two arms. The other side has a point. You put the point in the center, and then you draw a circle. And guess what? The pencil line arrives back where it started, and the piece of paper certainly isn't a globe. I mean, what are we doing here, bro? Okay, so I think you need to take my art classes. I'm on Fiverr. Look me up. $5, art classes. All right, so let's take a vote. Who votes? We unmute Castle King and see if he can actually answer a straight question, or if we let that roast simmer.
Yeah, you can try it again. Go for it.
Well, no, we need a question first.
Can you circumnavigate north to south, back up to north? And who's done it?
Okay, so yeah. Who's done it? Or we could also add on to that. You know, because he's saying, well, if the Earth is flat, how come no one's gone to the edge? Well, if the Earth's a globe, how come nobody's done this north to south circumpolar navigation? Right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, Captain King, let's see if you want to play ball. All right, what's up, bro?
Guys, are you guys... Man, are we adults in here or what?
Well, some of us are.
I don't overtalk you guys. I don't disrespect you guys.
By answering stupidly, you do disrespect everybody in the room.
We're trying to get to the point, brother, where you actually put your feet or your fingers to do some work rather than just your mouth. That's what we're trying to do, bro. We're trying to, you saying somebody's done this before, and we're saying, okay, who did it? Where's that evidence? Right? So it's a challenge to you to say either I can provide it or I can't. If you think it's been done, but you don't know for sure, that's fine. But if you know it's been done, then they ask you for the evidence. So you need to provide the evidence, or you need to drop that claim and say you don't know. So what's it going to be? Evidence or drop the claim? All right, I guess we got to unmute you so you can hear it. All right, what's up? Oh, still muted. Well, I can't unmute him, so if somebody wants to hear his answer, you're going to have to unmute.
Yeah, I got him.
Bro, what's going on here, man?
Were you paying attention to the question, or were you just waiting to talk?
I was listening to your whole thing, man. I heard the whole part about your little art example with the needle and pencil. And my question is, why can't you go beyond that circle that your pencil draws out? Why?
See, here's the difference between guys like me and you, bro. Check this out. I don't know. There you go. Is that sufficient for you, or not sufficient?
Wait. We have planes.
Hey. No, I don't care, dude. I don't give a crap. I said I don't know. Is that sufficient or not? What do you want me to pretend I know just because you said we had planes? You want me to lie to you?
It sounds like willful ignorance.
That's what you have. You should stop doing that.
Here's the will for ignorance, dude. You said that somebody did a north to south circumpolar navigation. Okay, you said that. You were asked for evidence. You didn't provide any. So who's the one, dude? Who's the real one here that's not backing up what they say? Us or you?
Bro, I'm saying this place, it's round. That's why we go all the way around it.
Yeah, cool story, dude. You were asked for the proof of the north to south circumpolar navigation, which you say has occurred. Where is it?
Look, it's a Google search away.
Okay, so you can go on mute until you do the Google search and bring the citation. How you like them apples? Stop making claims that you don't know whether the proof exists or not, and then when pressed, you tell the other people to go look for your evidence for your claim. That's not fair. So you're in punishment until you back up your claim or drop it. You could do it in the text. Until then, you can stay on mute. How about that? Is that fair? Not being unreasonable, you can just say, I don't know. I don't know, it's sufficient. I'm more than happy for you to say I don't know. That's fair. I said I don't know. You should say I don't know, because you don't know. Now you can find out, maybe, by going searching for the evidence, but we're not going to go search for your evidence for you. You got to do it. It's your claim. Now, we'll also, give you an easy out. You could allow one of your global friends to find it for you, and then you could present it. as if you did the work. Because I know that, actually backing up your own claims might be too far of a stretch for you. So we're going to do baby steps. We'll just practice you providing the evidence for your claim by letting someone else do the work and you just do the presentation. How about that?
Well, chances are somebody's in his DMs already giving you that so-called claimed information. So, check your DMs, Castle. Maybe one of the Globers listening on YouTube has helped you out.
Is that what that sound is? I was wondering about that.
Planes exist, therefore globe. Pretty much in a nutshell. That was his claim.
Listen, I kind of feel bad for the guy, but I looked over my notes and I don't see any officially submitted 504 plan, so we can't yet accommodate his disability.
I don't feel sorry for people that try and pretend to be this nice guy, but just go around in circles, not actually saying anything. And I'm sure he understands what the question is. He just doesn't answer. It goes back to retarded planes fly there, so it must be a globe.
I love that Flat Earth Society image that Over the Fences posted. Hello, Timbo, you're back.
What's up?
Nothing, dude. How you doing?
Not too bad. Dropped the girls off at the Grand Prix, so I'm having a day by myself at home.
Right. Any Globers in here?
Well, we were waiting for Teach Kids to give Castle King the answers to the question so that Castle King can play again.
Dude, Castle King is a little whack.
A little?
Yeah, he's all right, man. He just needs a little tough love on learning how to back up his own claims.
A lot of people have a problem with the answer. I don't know. Don't they? I don't understand why. I don't get it. Like if you don't know something, you just say I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. That's a fine answer. There's nothing wrong with that answer.
Just means you've got to go and source information from somewhere else. That's all.
Yeah. I don't know. I'll look into it.
Should we check back in? Has he had enough time?
Yeah. Well, I'm muting. He's just going to whine about being muted, though.
No, he's not. I have faith in him.
Castle King, you're off mute.
Well, thanks.
Hit me with that sweet evidence that you searched up while you were on mute, bro.
I wasn't looking up any evidence. I was playing chess.
Yeah, I know. I know you weren't.
No, you didn't know that until I told you.
True, but I was betting on it.
What's wrong with you guys, man?
Listen, bro, if you're going to play chess while you talk to us, how about this? Let's make a deal. Don't make claims that you can't validate or don't know for sure. Just say,
That's exactly what you guys do. The flat Earth.
My goodness, dude.
Okay.
Name one claim from a flat earther that they don't know. Go ahead.
That you don't know where the edge is. Checkmate. Game over.
Yeah, no, dude. You're missing it, dude. Nobody claimed to know where it is. We didn't make a positive claim to know where it is to then having not known where it is be a negative towards us. Good grief, dude.
Wait, hold up. At least I can say that we believe that you around the globe, whereas your model, you don't know where it goes. You don't know where the it's unknown.
Oh, but I believe something. Therefore, it's stupid that you don't know something.
Hey, listen, I've been on a plane. I've gone China, I've been to Samoa.
Yeah, you're demanding that we have a standard of knowledge while you only need a standard of belief. How's that fair?
Oh my goodness, I'm just saying. When I was on the plane, I didn't fly off into the and I stayed on Earth.
Why would you? Why would you, dude? Where did you fly to?
I flew to China, Guangdong, southern China.
Yeah, dude. China's nowhere near the outer perimeter of anything that would be considered the local territory of the Earth, dude. What are you, dude?
Are you sure? I'm just saying. Started off in California. I went all the way down to China.
Bro, if I fly from the East Coast, Boston Airport, and I arrive in LAX, right?
Yeah, you went east to west.
I didn't fly. I didn't fly off the edge of the Earth, dude. Wow.
Yeah, I know. You're local, man. You're still in the U.S. of A. Try going around the globe, all around, like your boy Castle Kingside did.
Dude, I went somewhere. I went to Kuwait, and then I went to Iraq, but I didn't fly to Iraq. I drove to Iraq from Kuwait.
Okay.
So
you took a plane
from Hunter Army Airfield, and I went up to Maine. Then I went over whatever that Nova Scotia, whatever the heck that is. Then we went to Ireland, and then we went to Germany, and then we went to Kuwait.
There you go.
Yeah.
But you took a plane to get to Iraq.
Yeah, so what?
What? He wasn't gonna fucking swim.
Yeah, you know why, brother? Because we had to be to Kuwait, dude. We were supposed to go to Kuwait. That was our orders. So our orders weren't, hey, just take a plane and just fly in a random direction forever. Good grief.
But what the heck are you talking about? What's the difference between the plane and driving to a point? Is it a globe for the plane only?
So what do you guys think of the SpaceX rocket that recently just came? They showed the camera. They showed that the Earth was a sphere. What do you guys think that's fake?
Is that the best you got?
What? Live national television? Yes.
Live, was it?
Yeah, I watched it live.
Okay. So you got one image shows a curve, and you got other images that show flat. How do you reconcile with? I'm asking you a question. How do you reconcile with them both images being shown?
Now, my question is:
sometimes it's concave too. Like What do you go? Where do you go with that?
Faked. My question is, how do you believe they faked it? There must be a conspiracy behind it.
Can you fake footage?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you saying NASA is some conspiratorial fake?
No,
government.
I'm not
agency?
saying. I didn't say anything like that. You just asked
they
me,
faked it.
why don't we believe the videos? And
You said they faked it.
Can video footage or images be faked?
Yes, they can be faked.
Yeah. Well, we both agree then they can be faked. So what's your proof of the globe then?
Are you suggesting they were fake?
I'm not suggesting anything. I'm just saying, can they be faked?
But do you think they were fake?
Okay, and then how do you prove that they're not fake? How do you prove that they're real images?
Do you think they were fake images?
I don't really care because I can go down to the surface and look at it and measure the surface. I don't need stuff that can be faked to be my evidence of my worldview.
But
no, you're not listening. You're just being.
If you believe the Earth is flat, then you must think it's fake. If you believe the Earth is flat, then you must say, well, think it's fake. If you think it's flat Earth.
Obviously that's what I think. Yeah.
Well, so you are suggesting that NASA faked or SpaceX? It's a
There's
fake
also
government
Globers that
agency.
believe it's fake.
But don't project, man. Yeah, that's right. And don't project, man, because that would be you're saying in your own mind, if the Earth was flat, then those images would have to be fake. You're drawing that conclusion for yourself and then projecting it onto somebody else. Just own it.
But he just admitted it. He just
But
admitted it anyway.
it's also like you can send up something high in the air with a camera that shows a curve. You can do that. So the images could well and truly be real, but it's not necessarily depicting the surface that we live on. It's a distortion. You get barrel. What? Are you saying that's not possible?
Well, no, because the other guy said I'm projecting. So, you know.
Okay, so you didn't listen to a word that I just said? Did you listen to a word that I just said?
No, because you backtracked when I said, do you believe the images were fake? And then you said, well, I don't have to tell you that. But then...
No, I didn't say that.
Flat.
I'm saying these are the possibilities, right? So there's no way for us to determine if those images are real or fake. Would you agree with that?
The Earth is
No, I would not agree with that.
You wouldn't agree with that? Okay, so how do we prove that those images are the depiction of the Earth's surface that we live on?
Because if you believe that SpaceX...
I'm not talking about beliefs. I just asked you...
Well, not belief, then don't use the word belief.
I just asked you a direct question. How do you determine... How do you and I determine that the video footage or the images... So it's a belief. It's a blind belief.
Right, so I believe...
Yep.
SpaceX...
Without belief, yep, without evidence.
That they are a genuine space company.
Okay, so how do me and you determine that those images... Oh my God, man. How do me and you determine that those images that they are showing you are correct?
Because I saw them, and I saw the curvature, and I saw the rocket boosters.
I know, we can all see them, but how can you determine that those images are correctly depicting the Earth's surface?
Because there is a curvature. It looked like Earth.
Okay, great. Okay, so if you take those images and you go down to the surface because you say there's a curvature, then you should be able to determine the curvature from the surface of the Earth, and then we can confirm that those pictures that you claim from space are determining the surface of the Earth by measuring the surface on the surface and measuring curvature, drop over distance. So can we do that?
I saw the curvature of Earth from those images.
On images. We're going around in circles again.
Yeah.
Have a look in the side chat, dude.
Yeah, because what else are those images? What else are those images?
Hold on, Zgross. Have a look in the side chat, right? I just pulled up the video that you're talking about, right?
Get out my bed just to do this.
One's flat.
Yeah. All right. So what we can confirm here is that there is a wide-angle lens / fisheye lens being used here. Right? Because you'll see earlier in the footage, right? It shows a drastic curvature, right? And then later in the footage, it flattens right out, right? That's 100% proof that they're using a wide-angle lens.
Should be getting more curved as you go up.
Lens, why is the rest of the rocket not distorted by the fisheye lens as the planet Earth is?
Because it's an overlay.
Oh man, dude, who cares? Who cares, brother?
Yeah, so
you skip over the part. You skip over the part where it's exaggerated.
I mean, you guys think that SpaceX are fake?
Zigros, listen to what you just said. Zigros, listen to what you just said. You asked him why the shape of the rocket is not distorted.
Alright, too many people speaking over each other, bros. So let's all take about 10 seconds and compose ourselves. Then I'll unmute homeboys here. And then Necros can ask his question to Zigros.
So I will try to ask the question again. So if you say that there is no distortion, you must believe that the Earth is flat from that footage, because at some parts of the footage you can see that the horizon is completely flat, like those screenshots that are shared in the side chat. Because you said there is no distortion because you see that there is no distortion in the rocket. But the surface is flat. So
to me, it doesn't look like a wide-angle lens. I've done photography. I know what types of lenses there are. It doesn't look like a fisheye lens.
Okay, so the Earth is flat because I can see it flat in the footage.
I see a curvature.
I see a flat.
He's not lying. He's not lying, Zigros. Some of the images show flat and some show curved. So which is the truth?
Yeah.
The one that's curved.
The further away from the planet, the more curved it becomes, the images.
So why does it do the opposite then? When you go further away, it gets flatter. Why does it do that?
He's laughing because he can see it there in black and white.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, bro. I took the one that has more curvature, right? I made sure I took that from earlier in the video when it was at a lower altitude, right? And then I took the second screenshot later in the video, right? And that's when it's flat, right? So obviously it's a wide-angle lens.
That's not flat. Is that the picture in chat? The second one?
Yeah, can you see the difference between the drastic curvature, right? If you look at some of their other footage, it's completely concave, right? It goes from drastic curvature to drastic concave, right? It just depends on how much footage they show.
Yes, I'm talking about the pictures in chat. Just
You're not being intellectually honest, brother.
Yeah, you got three different shapes of the surface. Three different characteristics.
What image are you looking at?
You've got curved, convex, then you've got flat, then you've got concave. So which one is it, and how do you determine that?
Which picture in the chat box?
Just watch the video. It's your fucking video.
There's no video there, you fucking idiot.
It's your claim. You claimed you saw the curvature on the fucking screen. So now your claim has been thrown back in your face. We're using your SpaceX card video to show you that it shows flat.
Yeah, all right. So here's a game we're going to play. You both sides claimed that they are using a video. So the first one of you to provide the link to the video in question doesn't get muted. How about that? Is that fair?
You got it, DJ?
I mean, if they post a fucking video they're talking about, then it makes sense, doesn't it?
It was the video that you
I don't
brought
know,
up.
dude. You're the one who brought up the video in the first place, dude. So why don't you post it? Keep in mind, it's
I'm
a race,
assuming
bro.
everybody's seen it.
Oh yeah, of course you're going to assume. How about not everybody knows exactly what video? Because guess what? There's multiple launches. So it's not the case that it's just going to be, oh, this video I mentioned, and then everybody knows exactly what you're talking about. Are you kidding me, dude?
It's in the chat.
Somebody's posted it.
DJ got it.
DJ wins.
Yeah, imagine that. Imagine a Glober provides his own video without the flat earther having to do it for him. Imagine that.
All right, stop milking it, Mr. Fucking Hero.
That's all he's got.
Imagine a flat earther knowing more about heliocentrism than they do. Bit strange.
Because because the Globers never look at it.
Yeah.
They never look at their own claims.
I mean, I'm seeing.
Well, I learned about a new type of globe today. There's a new type of globe out there, which is on the surface it's super curved. Then when you get far away, it turns flat. And then when you get further away, it's like half curved.
Yeah, so obviously, dude, we're not claiming, right, when you see it flatten out, we're not claiming that that is the true horizon and this is proof that the Earth is flat, right? That's not the point here, right? The point is that you denied that they're using a wide-angle lens. We're showing you proof of a wide-angle lens being used, right? Because a wide-angle lens will distort a line, right, depending on where it is in the frame. That's what we see here.
That's
right?
why
So
it concaves, convexes, goes flat.
Yep.
That's why it does that.
I see curves. I don't see flat.
It'll go flat in the middle of the screen. It'll go concave at the top of the screen. Oh, sorry,
Let's all
convex at the top
agree.
of the screen. Yeah.
Yeah, so let's all agree that if you see curved in the image or the video, then that means it's curved. So that means that the skate park is curved because somebody went to the X Games and they used a video, and I saw in that video that it looked curved. So now the skate park's curved now.
Also, Tiny Earth from skydivers too, when they use GoPros.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Really tiny little ball down there.
Let's be fair. Let's set a baseline. So let's ask this question to the guy that was answering previously. Is there any examples of a curved image that is not actually accurately representing the curve of the object? Yes or no? I don't know. It must be a trick question.
It's one of those ones that they don't want to answer.
He's gone.
Surely images from has he?
Yep.
Aren't intellectually capable to answer.
You have to love people whose standard of proof is things they've never seen with their own eyes.
Trust in what do they say? Trust in institutions. Yeah, institutions was the word someone was using the other day. They wouldn't stop using the word institution.
But I was just about to burn him with this comparison I just made in the side chat.
Who's the institutions of science, Timbo?
Yeah. It was that English guy, wasn't it? Because I believe in the institution.
That's almost like Rumpus is the body of science.
They think the institution of science is science.
Oh man! All right, I'm off for a bit. But if he does come back with the answer to that question of, is it possible that you could see curve in an image and it doesn't accurately represent reality? It's like, is that true or false? Is that possible? If you can answer that question, there's hope for mankind.
Let's see.
Peace.
Catch you later.
Don't hold your breath.
Man, I missed out on my nap just for that abuse.
You don't have a map, dude.
No, I said for that. I'm saying I spent my precious time with you.
Okay, go and have a nap then. We're not stopping you from fucking doing it.
I gotta get ready for work now. It's
Go
too
to work
late.
then. Why are you talking to stupid flat earthers if you have to go to work?
I didn't say you guys are stupid. You guys might be delusional, but I don't think you're stupid.
Okay, delusional and stupid would be kind of the same thing, yeah?
No, it's not. Delusional is not the same as stupid.
Shouldn't you be server?
Excuse me, Starscream. What did you say? From Cybertron?
Seriously.
Yo,
you just called us delusional, right? And
I
you
just
say
called
you
this
don't
guy
insult people.
Starscream because he was robot.
You're a fucking hypocrite, dude.
Excuse me.
Fuck off before I get rid of you, dude.
Before you what?
Before I ban you.
Better.
That guy's peace and quiet.
Thank you.
Look, he's supposed to be like he's a big Samoan dude. Why has he got such a high pitched voice?
I don't know.
Fuck.
Because he's Castle Queen, bro. It's not
You should see the image we have of him of his haircut. I don't know if you've seen it. He's got like that mustache in the back of his head.
Flat Lloyd posted.
Yeah, Flat Lloyd has it, man. Funniest shit ever.
They're gonna repost it.
Castrato King, Toby. That's quick.
I already sent this image earlier. I swear, from the moment I started listening to him, I imagined him like this guy talking. Just took away that device from his eyes, and he started talking about and rambling about the same exact thing that he saw in that device. With this,
it's real because I saw it. It's like I saw a dog, but next time I looked, it was a cat. So it must be a dog. It's evidence it's a dog. I think guys that come in like that, like they'd never heard any arguments before. They just go, well, we've got images from so-called space. How can you argue with that? They must be real because I trust the institution of science. Whatever that means.
Well, images of space can only be taken from space.
So you can get like they're not even going to know the difference. If you go up in a high altitude, well, you don't go up in a high altitude balloon, but if you send a camera up in a high altitude balloon, like you can get the same images that they claim, images from space. It's the same shit.
Yep. Space all around us. Don't know about a vacuum of space, but
yeah.
So they're not lying.
Yeah, they're in some type of space. Like the space from the ground to the sky, that's space.
Yeah, they don't know. They don't realise they got something right.
The word?
Dude, that image is so fucking funny. Hey, Castle, check out that fucking mustache you have on the back of your head, dude. It's fucking funny. Oh, he's seen that shit.
It's like he had to go somewhere, and he didn't had a haircut, so he did it himself and couldn't reach to that spot of the head. He couldn't reach it. He had to go to a Hollywood. Go ahead.
He's from Samoa.
Yeah, but you know how these big guys that cannot reach their backs or the back of their heads? There you go. Evidence right there.
Are you saying he's got T-Rex arms or what?
You don't.
You seen this? But he said he benches 600 and squat 700 and that stuff like that. So he cannot reach his back, you know. So look at the evidence right there. He grabbed the machine on a rush. Like right now, you say he was on a rush to work. He didn't have a haircut, and he had to do it, but he couldn't reach the back of his head. That's why you see the mustache. Exactly at the right spot that he couldn't reach.
That's funny as hell, dude.
That's my scientific theory.
They definitely have a hairy back then, yeah?
Observational science.
Predictions.
So I reckon maybe if we tell us his arms have a certain limit of reach, do you reckon he'll believe his eyes also have a certain limit of vision, maybe?
No chance, because if it was flat, then you could see forever.
Yeah, yep. And you'd have zoom lenses in your eyes, wouldn't you?
Yep.
It's funny because the opposite is true, isn't it? They say even if it's a globe, you can see forever because when they're looking at the horizon and the sun's on the horizon, they can see up to 93 million miles away horizontally.
You can see millions of light years away too. Just wait till tonight.
Oh, don't get me started. You know how bright those apparent suns need to be to see the light from that distance? Them things are very bright.
And huge.
Impossible brightness. Yes.
Have you ever seen that video where they do comparisons on, like, they go the moon and then they go to Earth and then they show you the sun and then they show you all these other stars and they just keep on getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Because they have to be.
Yeah. It's a bit like Star Trek when they're at warp speed. They're still little tiny stars flying past them.
Yeah, how does that work? Yeah.
None of that makes sense either.
Yeah.
Like, when do these things get bigger?
Yeah, that's some weird parallax.
When she takes her clothes off. Ew.
What?
What? I said the Earth. I said the Earth is flat.
Geeks.
Oh, geeks. You mean oh, flat Earth geeks?
What's that got to do with taking clothes off?
What? Don't take your clothes off, mate. It's a Discord.
Good.
Give him time.
So have you got any evidence, geeks?
No,
We're still
he's
looking.
gone.
Too late.
Other unprepared globetard.
I don't even know what he is. It's a weirdo.
Yeah, just a toxic troll.
So has it been a busy weekend? Well, not really.
I had 2 bottles of passion pop last night and got told to go to bed.
By
I
the
got
missus?
kicked off the server.
Oh, did you? Oh, that's happened to me.
No.
Dude, I thought it was only 16-year-old chicks that drank passion pop. What's going on?
Yeah.
Ouch.
I went the other way. I went to Canberra Casino and they had a $100 margarita.
A what? What's in it? Gold?
I'm going to try this stuff. I used to drink a lot of it. And I went back to another.
Yeah, I went to Canberra Casino. They had 3 options. You had your regular margarita for $25, a $48 margarita, and a $100 margarita. And I'm like, geez, I gotta see what a $100 margarita tastes like. So
exactly
I bought
the same,
2
yeah?
of them. Oh nah, man, it is fucking unbelievable. It is so smooth and so good. And then I went to another bar.
Do they just
The
use more
bottle of-
expensive tequila?
Yeah, the bottle of tequila they were using wasn't very big, and it was $1,000. So I went to a bar after that where they normally have good margaritas, and I couldn't drink them. They tasted like fucking piss compared to that. I ruined it, but it was bloody unbelievable, man.
So it wasn't Jose Cuervo?
I got no idea what it was.
No, that's a cheap one. Well, it's not a cheap one. It's like $70 or something. That one. I find that one good. And Mexican tequila.
I'm gonna struggle with next week's rent. Can you help me out?
Maybe you should go and sell some $100 tequilas.
Yeah, I just spent all my money on tequila. Sorry.
Oh, good, bro. I don't blame you.
Wait, did I just hear somebody e-beg? The fuck?
I think he was joking. I think he was.
I think he might be serious, man.
Half.
Off to Fraser again next week, Timbo.
Fraser Island?
Yeah, doing another trip up there.
Nice. You sort that cruiser out, mate?
Yeah, it's been good for ages, yeah. I haven't had any dramas. I got it. I detuned it after doing the gearbox and then...
yeah, less power.
Yeah, but it's better, yeah, because it was really top end before. There was no bottom end. It had a big turbo on it. So it's actually better now.
Did you tune it down for efficiency instead, yeah?
No, just for low down torque.
For towing?
Yeah, for towing and off-road, yeah.
Yeah.
But no, it still goes.
It's got a V8 anyway. You don't need that much power. Like like high power, like off the mark and shit.
No, that's not what I use it for anyway. So
yeah,
and I bought some new rims and tyres, but I think I made a mistake. I don't really like the new rims on it. I thought I was going to like them, but I think I like the old ones better.
What'd you end up getting? Just some steel Ds, or?
No, I had what were they? They were Methods on there before.
The multi-spoke ones, or?
No, they had like a chrome face on them, and then a black ring on the outside.
Yeah, another ones. Yeah.
See if I can find a picture. And I went to ROHs this time, Assaults, with they're like a black on the outside. Yeah, they're black on the outside, and then that Cruiser grey in the middle, same colour as the car.
Yeah, the gunmetal grey in the middle. Yeah.
Yeah, it's too dark though. I don't like it. Maybe I should have went to chrome, the full chrome, like metal finish.
Yeah, I like. Have you seen the chrome? They look like weldies, but they got the circles in other ones. I think cut snake. I think not cut snake. Black, redback, 4-wheel drive. They've got them.
Yeah, I got to get to. I don't know who's got what, but I have to get. There's not much of a selection because I've got a GVM upgrade.
Okay.
So I got to get the GVM Plus wheels, and they're a little bit limited in their range.
They're all heavy too, yeah.
The ROHs are lighter than the Methods, actually.
Yeah. See if I can find these ones I like. I know it's off topic, but
no one was talking, so I thought I'd bring up. So I'm going away. Yeah, that's what I had on there. I just threw it in the chat.
This is what. This is what I reckon looks good on the Cruiser, and then I'll look at one. Yeah. Here, check these out. They're cheap too.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
I think they're about $250 a rim. They're solid steel too.
Yep. And then that's what I went to.
Okay, well, you stay at 15s?
No, the 16s and 35s.
Fuck, they look small on that car, man. Fuck, it's a beast. I love that car.
So do I. My favourite, except for breaking windscreens. I fucking drove to Canberra to get a windscreen done and broke it on the way home. I'm so dirty. I got it done before my trip. I'm finally going to have no cracks for a trip. And then on the way home, it just ping. Oh, fuck, no.
Every time.
It's the only car in history that I know of that's gone up in price as it gets older.
Yeah, and uses more diesel.
Yeah.
That's right. I don't buy it for fuel economy.
Hello, my brothers in Christ.
G'day. Who was that? Was that Quantum Foam?
What's up, man?
What's happening?
Much, just out for smoke.
What's your opinion on the topic?
Oh, I just joined. What's the topic?
Do you think that the surface of the Earth is curving, or is it flat?
I go back and forth. Sometimes I think the hollow Earth theory is correct. Sometimes I think the Van Allen belts could be simulating some kind of a reflection, whatever the fuck, creating the moon as some kind of holographic plasma. The astral plate thing it's interesting. Polaris not moving while we're spinning around the sun in the Milky Way, that's interesting.
What about the surface, though?
Surface. You know, I want to answer your question, but I want to tell you about a theory I heard, and it was that we get these floods, these mythological stories of floods, because of the cycles that Earth goes through, whether it's flat or not. It's not like relevant, but the theory is that that there's a gap in the Antarctic ice walls that caused the flood, and it opens up. That's my theory, but the theory is by itself. It's just that there is a moment in time where this gap opens and then it closes back up. And I'm guessing that's what causes the floods. But flat or not, water level, I'm not exactly too sure. I haven't been to space to look at Earth from above. But what I did see
Why
is a
would
lot
you
of
need
other.
to? You can just measure it from the surface if you want.
Well, I've seen videos of weather balloons between 100 to 160,000 feet up, and it looks pretty flat to me. NASA puts the fisheye lens and says it's not, so I don't know.
Yeah, but even from that height, you're not really supposed to see the curve anyway, even if it was curved.
I recently came across some videos of satellites flying over the North Pole, or like what is it called, the Black Stone or whatever, and like there's like a hurricane or like spirals and like the aurora borealis or electric waves like hitting it. So I don't know if that's real or not, but just.
What do you mean you saw? What do you mean by you saw satellites?
There's like a video from a satellite in 1982 called Mir, Russian satellite, and then subsequently one in 1986 by the U.S. Both like recording similar events over the North Pole.
You're talking about that video where it looks like there's an entrance. That one.
An entrance, or just like a lot of electromagnetic radiation hitting the center with a lot of like whirlpool and spiraling, and like some kind of stone in the middle.
How could you confirm that image is real?
I look at the videos from the 1986 satellite recordings on YouTube, and they look very, very identical to the one that's claiming to be the same satellite recording over the North Pole. But how can I confirm that it's real? Well, I don't know.
Well, you can't. Yeah. Because that would be your argument, yeah? I've seen images from satellites. Now I've seen this image from a satellite. Are videos images?
Yeah, but saying images is like disingenuous.
Why?
Because images and videos are two different things.
Okay, so they've got videotapes on satellites, do they?
Yeah.
They do.
That's what I said.
How
Yeah,
they
I
getting?
saw those videos.
How are they getting the videotapes back?
I don't know.
Who's changing the video out when it runs out?
I don't want to do anything. What I like to do is I like to look at multiple sources, multiple videos, multiple publications, different angles. That helps like corroborate things for me personally. If it's just
Have you
one
got
source, one
Have
video.
you got different angles of that phenomena that you were saying?
Yeah, but they look a little. Some of them look different from others, but a couple of them look similar. So
similar in comparison to.
So in the two videos I've seen, it's like a combination or a compilation of videos. I would say like 5 out of like, I don't know, 12 clips are very, very similar. And then 3 of them look like they're from, I guess the 2 of them are from different video recordings, like one from the Russian one and one from the American one. But the other, like, I don't know, 4 or 5, they look kind of different, so I don't know, like, if they're recording the same thing or if they're recording a different phenomenon, so it's a little suspicious. I don't know. I can't really say.
I'd agree with that. Can't really say.
Also,
I'd be in
also
agreement.
the old maps, right? The 1520s to like 1650s maps. There's like 3 or 4 of them, which all map out the North Pole with the black rock and 4 continents divided by like a plus or like a cross. And they're very, very identical to one another.
I've seen those.
Yeah.
You know how map that like you can just create a map and then the next people along who make maps go back to sources of old maps and then they take information from old maps and create like new maps.
Can I give you GPS coordinates for Google Maps?
For Google Earth?
Google Maps.
Google Maps. Apple Maps?
Punch this coordinate in. It's in the side chat. It should pull up the Transatlantic Mountains. Did you find it?
No. Give me a sec. I'm gonna have to go to Google Earth because. Come on, dude! Don't do that.
Excuse me.
Where are we at? Minus 85. Minus 80.
Now, I don't know what result you're going to get on Google Earth because I just used maps. I actually found it looking through maps myself.
Which one's the globe map?
No, I can't find it on there. What if I just type in transatlantic mountains?
You want to pull up satellite view. You want to make sure you're looking at it as, from real image.
Got it.
Yeah. You see that?
I mean, Trans-Antarctic Mountains?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Transantarctic Mountains, yeah.
Yeah.
That's something. One of the mountains almost looks like a pyramid.
They're pretty steep, aren't they?
They're pretty fucking tall, dude.
Oh, you mean that black one, yeah?
Look at the shadow that bitch is casting.
Images of that before.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Yeah. I had a guy give me coordinates to the middle of nowhere in Antarctica, specific coordinates. And when he gave them to me, he says he was like ex-military. There was like people were like uploading pictures of like grocery stores and bars and like.
Yeah, I've seen a video on that. It was like a abandoned hospital and stuff like that. Or the inside of an abandoned hospital.
But it could also just. It's more likely that people are just putting pictures of a place where it doesn't, where they haven't been.
Because I think if you put it into Google Places, then it adds it onto Google Maps.
Yeah. I saw a TikTok of a video showing the Mars rover's location in northern Canada. It has like the
Devon Island.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
And funny enough, last year I saw a news article of a no. Also, it was on TikTok. A fly flying around the Mars rover, and then I looked it up on the news, and like 4 or 5 news publications said that. Well, it's because the Mars rover has oxygen around it to support, and it has enough oxygen to support a dog for 8 hours. And there was like 3 or 4 that said the same thing, and I'm like, what does a dog have to do with this?
Hey Timbo, did you found what he asked you to look on the transatlantic mountains or something? Did you find that?
Yeah, it was Transantarctic Mountains.
Can you post a link or?
It's just GPS coordinates.
Yeah, he's got GPS coordinates in there, but I'm on Google Earth, and I just typed in Transantarctic Mountains. And it comes up with the images as well.
Post the coordinates again. You can punch those in on Google Maps, satellite. Make sure it's on satellite view because you're not going to see anything.
I remember many years ago I was looking through Google Earth as well, and I was looking in Greenland, and they call it the inner ice, and there's like all whiteness. But then I started clicking in the areas, and then there was like towns within where the inner ice was supposed to be, and there was like trees. It looked like how do you say springtime? Like green all around. It had like a communication tower. It was like a bunch of buildings, and then I couldn't find that anymore.
In the middle of Greenland, where it's all white.
In the middle of Greenland, yeah. it showed it was like a huge tower, like a radio tower, communication tower, and then there was like a buildings next to it, and like it was like someone taking pictures, like in like these little roads. People, when you walk a lot across a road that is just a soil and people just walk across it, and it showed like someone was taking a picture from this road that is marked by people walking across it, and then from that little road looking towards the town and towards the tower and taking a picture, and next to that person there was just like landscape with trees and the normal stuff that you get next to a town. It's just like trees and just whatever, green fauna, flora.
I found a place in the middle of Greenland called Summit Camp. But it just looks like, oh wow.
Found a place in Greenland. I think he might be talking about Thule site or Thule site in Greenland. But there's also Thule Island south of Argentina. And Thule was like I don't know if you guys know this, but it's an esoteric secret society of the Nazi regime. And Hitler was alleged to have fled south of Argentina or to Argentina. I just think that's interesting.
Oh gosh.
One there, James. Ignore that transatlantic mountains, but that's in Greenland. I just zoomed over to Greenland. That was right in the middle.
Yeah. What do you guys think about blue ice?
Don't know. I've only heard it once in that letter, and then never heard much about it after that. Sky ice, you mean?
Yeah, sky ice, blue ice.
Yeah, and that letter's the only thing that I've ever heard of it on.
About the guy in like South, whatever, working at the South Pole where he sees the piece, and the girl goes in and says they show her a piece of the skies or whatever. That one.
Yeah, and they can't transport it anywhere because it turns into gas and stuff like that. But
yeah,
and then they dug in, and then they went back, and it was grown back. Yeah, it grew back. Yeah.
I think that's amazing if it's true. That'd be amazing. Something that doesn't have a liquid state.
It's wicked, but yeah.
If it doesn't have a liquid state, but it regenerates in the cold temperature.
Dude, blue ice just keeps coming back. If you take it out of the Slurpee machine, the blue raspberry, that just keeps coming right back.
Just keep some liquid cane on you and you're set, bro.
Well, I went to the coordinates. Did you say we were supposed to find something?
Yeah, turn on satellite. Make sure you have satellite mode on instead of terrain mode or default mode.
Satellite mode. That's on Google Earth?
I assume Google Earth should have that. I was using Google Maps.
Okay, I'll use Google Maps. Thanks.
You can't trust that Google Earth nonsense.
I mean, wouldn't people just be happy to prove us wrong and just go to the North or South Pole with a compass and just walk around the center and watch the compass turn? Is that am I crazy? Should I be assassinated for even thinking of that?
There's videos of it not working properly anyway.
Look at this,
guys. It goes in all directions. What was that?
Look at this. There's some suspicious stuff going on at these pyramids right here.
Where?
They're not, oh no, not again. They're lifting off, dude. It's the second coming.
I fucking love this artifact on them.
Yeah.
It's because they got the new like Airbus imagery, and it fucking just made them start floating. Yeah.
In Despicable Me, they get stolen. Remember, the guy steals the pyramids first.
I mean, what where did I get?
Not to derail the conversation, but I'm curious. Have you guys seen the videos of the supposed researcher, who's giving people DMT and having them look at diffracted lasers?
A professor at my
But they say
university
they
is doing
see
something like
like symbolism or whatever.
And they're seeing like matrix code. Like, that's all I see is the code, man. Like what's his name?
Yeah.
Looking at the screen.
Danny Goldberg, Danny Goldberg, or Danny Golier.
I have a like professor at my university who does something similar to that, but it's for treating like PTSD patients.
I don't believe you.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, no one said anything that you can believe or not. So, whatever.
What do you guys think? Oh, so what do you guys think about the? It's called the Palo Alto Carret Laboratory research that they've done.
Is that the one where they store the seeds and shit?
I sent it in the side chat. They found they knocked down an anti-gravity drone with no propulsion system, and then they had a bunch of writing, and it looks just like the writing that the people were drawing on the diffracted lasers on DMT. It had the same writing on it.
Anti-gravity.
Anti-gravity.
What's gravity?
No.
Wait, is that just a regular drone with a propeller that goes up?
No.
I consider it anti-gravity. Like a helicopter is an anti-gravity machine too.
No. It's in the side chat. Palo Alto Carret Laboratory Q486 research report. You can find more information there.
What's it anti? What is the device anti-ing?
Anti-down.
Anti-globe.
Hey, Kaspark is back. Kaspark. Hello.
The fuck is that? Platter, what is that? What the?
That's where he lives. Canada.
I was doing a little bit of like research on Walter Russell and his harmonic periodic table of elements.
You mean Sir Walter Russell?
And I was looking at the different elements, and then I saw cobalt was on the end of the spectrum for one side, so I researched it, and it turns out cobalt is essential for human life. Without cobalt, we die. It helps us produce B12, which is essential for our life. We're carbon-based, and we're making silica computers. So the carbon is on one end of the spectrum, silica's on the other end of the spectrum, on the highest harmonic of just above us. And on the harmonic above that is carbon, and we need carbon. So I just find that kind of like
cobalt, not carbon.
Cobalt, sorry.
You said carbon, yeah. So like
yeah, cobalt.
Let me pull up the periodic table real quick.
So, by the way, we can actually use cobalt to plate semiconductors, like semiconductor wafers, to enhance their properties, which we haven't done because it's quote unquote expensive. So our capacity to advance technology is still ever growing.
It's not in the same area. It's a transition metal. It's carbon, silicon, germanium, tin, lead. Cobalt's way off.
When you're listing those elements, where are you going? Why are you listing them in that order?
Because they're in the same group on the periodic table.
I was looking at Walter Russell's periodic table, harmonic one.
Let's see.
Harmonic balance. So that means it's not an element or a periodic table of actual elements. It's just a balance of resonation in a container. Like, what are you saying exactly?
So the way Walter Russell describes the elements is that some of them are lacking electron shells. The more lacking they are, like the more unstable. So they're not at the peak of the harmonic. The peak of the harmonic are like silica, carbon, and cobalt, which have their shells filled. And then once they have too much shells, they start depleting them. And then it goes down again until it flips the other way, where they have less shells because they've lost some as it goes up to a different element, and then until the element is stable again. If you pull up with Walter Russell's
a different element.
Yeah, and the next element.
So which element is you? Hold on a minute. I'm confused. I always thought every element was one element anyway.
No.
Only gold.
Like gold and lead aren't the same thing.
Well, the globe doesn't say everything's made. The globe doesn't say everything's made from hydrogen. The globe, like component, like mainstream dudes.
No, like if you add more like protons to an atom, it's a different element.
You're adding protons. How are you adding protons?
I don't mean us physically adding them. I mean if the atom has more protons.
I just fucking spilled water all over myself.
It has more protons. So where's
it's a different element.
I was taking a sip of a bottle of water, was overfilled at the factory. So as soon as I took it towards my mouth, it just went all over my fucking chest.
Are you going to say that everything is the exact same?
I dropped what I'm talking about in the side chat for reference if anyone wants to take a look and follow. But yeah.
So I'm saying, so all the elements aren't made of hydrogen. They don't make a sun from hydrogen fusing to helium and garbage like that. So isn't that the same thing as the shell?
Hydrogen's the most simple element.
Hold on a minute. So it changes from hydrogen to helium somehow. How does that happen?
It gets an extra proton.
From where?
From fusion occurring.
From what? From how?
From the sun.
You can't prove that.
Hold on. The hydrogen is here. Now, how do we get a sun in a vacuum?
What do you mean? Well, I would say gravity, but
it was a simple question.
That's real. I would say like local gravitational effects, but you don't believe in that. So.
Demonstrate that then.
You want me to go build a sun real quick?
No, well, your theory would have to be based on something.
You can't demonstrate it if you just go look at like. If you go and look
did the end of my sentence interrupt the start of yours?
Yeah, if you go look at modern fusion reactors, you can see a physical demonstration of it.
Okay, so demonstrate what you just said.
Go look at fusion reactors.
No, it's your evidence. I'm not doing your fucking research.
Well, I don't have $300 billion to go build a fusion reactor, unfortunately.
So you can't demonstrate it.
Because I don't have $300 billion. Do you?
Why the fuck would I have that much money?
Well, I was just wondering. Because then I could demonstrate it if you gave it to me, you know?
So you need $300 billion to make a sun, not hydrogen?
No, if we want to simulate what's happening with fusion effects.
Hydrogen's the most abundant thing supposedly on your fake globe, or the fake globe, or in the idea of elements.
Yeah, go. Just
Yeah,
turn it
'cause it's
into
the
helium.
simplest.
Go for it.
So, what do you think it's made out of? This question.
I don't really care. It's not my claim. You were the one saying that this is the way it is.
I wasn't talking about it at all. It was D-Mark who brought that up. But, you know.
You were talking about,
pivot though. Pivot though.
elements, and I want to make sure you know about elements. So, like when you mix hydrogen, right?
Hi, everybody. What do you think? You
And
fucking
oxygen.
stir it in a crock pot, or you retarded or
Listen,
something?
hold on a minute. Hold on. I don't know what you're going
What
to
do you
do
have
with
to
this
reduce
storyteller.
ad homs and shit, man? No one else was doing that to you.
Hi, everybody.
So
Wouldn't be the
hydrogen-
first time it's happened to you.
So hydrogen and oxygen, the first time it happened and made water, where was that you saw? We'll go with that.
Is that Phase? Is that Phase Nade shot?
How about you shut the fuck up?
I think it is.
Word.
Can I share another theory I have with you guys?
What an alpha.
No, wait. We're talking now to Butterfly.
About what?
Hey, Butterfly, do you believe the Earth is a sphere?
I can't understand what you're saying with that accent.
Well, that's fucking
Could you
ignorant
turn it
of you,
off?
isn't it?
No, I just can't get it.
Well, if you can't get it,
got a
that's
fucking
fucking
problem.
ignorant, isn't it?
Can you use like a text to speech or
Isn't that the
something?
definition of ignorant?
Can you use like
ignorant
text
fuck?
to speech or something? Hey, don't.
You're the
Hey,
one with the
Timbo.
accent,
Be a
fuck
fucking
face.
peanut. If you're having a trouble understanding our accent, you've got a big fucking problem. So pull your shit in. It's not a fucking cattle truck, and answer the question or fuck off.
Timbo, this guy's been here before. He likes to say that he knows more than us because he actually works in a pseudo-scientific field.
Pseudoscientific. I didn't know quantum information was pseudoscientific, but
You're mumbling.
besides the
I
point.
can't understand you. You're like.
I can't
mumbling
understand your
over.
accent, man.
Hey, don't go back to name calling, kangaroo.
All right,
What?
Butterfly. What scientific
Tell you whatever
experiments
the
have
fuck I
you
want.
done in your field?
What do you mean? We've improved
What do
solar
you
cell
mean?
efficiency.
What do you mean? Didn't you understand his question? You guys got
Yeah,
the same
sure.
accent. So why do
But
you
it's
say
a
what do you
pretty
mean after
broad
the?
field.
He asked a question and then you said what do you mean and then you started answering it.
I'm
So why do
saying
you
it's a
do
pretty
that?
broad field, and I'm giving some examples.
What do you
So
mean?
you've never done any scientific experiments. Thank you very much.
We've simulated solar cells and been able
So
to
you've simulated
quantum simulations. Yes, that's how that works. That's the actual definition. You wouldn't know about that.
I actually asked you a question. I said, do you believe the Earth is a sphere?
That doesn't matter.
Well, it does because look at the top of the channel, right, and see what the channel's called.
Something speculation Sunday.
Okay. So let's speculate then.
What are we speculating about, guys?
Do you believe you live on a sphere?
You need to speculate that.
Yeah, you do. Go for it.
No, you do.
No, you do.
No, you do.
No, you.
No, you do. No, you do. No, you.
No, you.
This dude thinks engineering or doing something like smacking a hammer on the table is science.
Hey, Zegros is back. He needed to answer a question that we had before.
Oh, really? I don't know what happened.
Zegros.
Bro, this guy's funny.
Hey, Zegros, are you there?
Yeah, they're talking to me at the moment. I don't know what they're saying.
Yeah. Oh my God. Stop whispering and just talk into the microphone like you're doing, just a little bit louder.
No, I can't talk loud. It's fine.
Why? Because you're going to wake your mum up?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
Then mute your mic.
Yeah.
He's going to wake up his stepdad.
Which one?
The mean one.
Mute that cunt. He's not going to answer. Oh, Butterfly, you're back.
Hey, can I share my theory?
You're going to answer questions, Butterfly, or are you just going to be a prick?
I have a new theory.
Is that you?
Yeah,
Is that you, Marcus?
Yes, sir.
Are you on a new account?
No, no.
Okay. All right, Marcus, lay it on him.
Okay, here's my new theory. All right, think about this. All right, think about this. Think about this. When something has a lot of
Is it a
energy,
theory or a speculation?
okay, hypothesis, speculation, thinking. You know what happens when you think? You just think of things. Okay, so think about it. When something has a lot of energy, a lot of mass, a lot of it. What does it do when it's being compressed because it's heavy? It glows or
What's
radiates.
mass?
Okay, hear me out though. Okay, so let me spitfire.
Isn't
What if
mass
star-
the resistance to acceleration?
So this is based off of another theory I have, where white hole events happen when you get like to a certain entropy
Hold
in
on
space.
a minute.
What
Hold
the
on.
fuck is a white hole?
Hold on a
Bear with
second.
me.
Hold
Bear with
on
me.
a second. 1 second. Do you understand who is the inventor of white holes that you're talking in the same room with right now?
You invented white holes?
Yeah. When I first became a flat earther, hold on, man, just listen. When I first became a flat earther on the live channels I got on, we would joke about certain things. And I was the first human that said, look, since they say there's black holes, watch. In a couple days, I said couple days being funny or whatever. In the future, they're going to say, look, we discovered white holes. And then they're going to, go to rainbow holes. But that was down the line. Now, but what I said was true, the white hole. And then, I don't know, in 2019, years later, they were like, hey, guess what, Democ? They discovered your white holes. But go ahead. I just wanted to point that out.
I don't know what parades you've been going to, Democ.
So I dropped.
No, it was a joke, the yin and yang. If they got a black hole in space, they got to have a white one somewhere, right?
So I dropped the reference in chat, but this doesn't have to do with my theory necessarily. But hear me out. So I'm thinking if something has a lot of energy and a lot of mass, it's probably it has it, right? So I think science has it flipped. I think stars are actually the black holes, which are radiating all of their mass out. They're ejecting it. That's how planets are made. Stars make
How do you
planets.
divide the mass from the mass?
They eject it. Coronal mass ejections, solar flares, CME events. But hear me out. Follow me, okay? And then I was thinking, okay, strange. There's all these black holes. So how come when stars supposedly die, they make a black hole? Like if stars are black or not black, if they explode, if they're big enough, why do they make
1 second.
black holes? Okay.
All these black holes.
I won't be able to finish. I won't be able to finish.
I know you can finish, but I just want to know what one black hole looks like.
Yeah. You ever seen a black hole?
So my theory is that stars are black holes.
Have you ever seen a black hole?
I mean, I might be seeing one every morning, but follow me, okay?
No, in the thing you're calling space. Have you seen a black hole?
So hear me out. So when a star explodes as it's big enough, I was thinking like
answer the question.
No,
I want to finish what I'm saying. I keep addressing these points. I'm never going to finish my theory.
What's the observation?
It's all good.
Okay, so science says if a star is big enough and it explodes, the bigger it is and the more energy it has, it can create a black, what it calls as a black hole. But I'm thinking,
didn't say that.
Yeah, it does. So what I'm thinking is, it's not actually. What's actually happening is it's creating a large vacuum from all of the energy being expelled.
Vacuum.
And that big enough vacuum, right, from the explosion, I think that's what's actually creating the white hole, or what scientists call what scientists call black hole. So my theory is that the black hole. Stop interrupting. So my theory is that
I want to know where it happens. What are you observing for this to be happening?
I'm just talking about mainstream science. So
it's not mainstream science. Science doesn't talk about black holes.
I am going to try to finish. So
astronomy talks about black holes.
So the black hole at the middle of the Milky Way, I think that's actually a white hole. I think the event horizon or all that shit falling into it. I don't think it's falling in. I think it's coming out. So when you look into a white hole, right, energy is supposed to be coming out. Light's supposed to be coming out. So you won't be able to see
Now
inside of
we're
it.
looking into a white hole that is a black hole. Holy shit!
I know
Hold on
it's
a minute.
I
And
know
it's
it's
an event
speculation
horizon.
Sunday, but fuck.
This is moronic. Can we just
I
not?
know. Thanks, Flatsy.
Okay, go back to okay, go ahead.
Well, we're talking about shit you can't even prove. Like, what are we talking about?
I don't even know what an event horizon is. Don't you know that
I don't even know what a black hole is.
Right. But this is the thing with all this fucking color shit that I hate that they keep bringing up, twinkly colors of a rainbow. If a rainbow is made from clear air and actions or attributes that take place, and then it can divide or spread or whatever is going on with it, and it creates every color of the spectrum in front of your face in clear air. What the fuck do you guys keep saying is out in space with all these colors? How you know it ain't just some clearness or a reflection or Tupac hologram? I'm just saying they say red shift. Well, every clear air has the rainbow ability to have red in it. So is that red shift that part of the rainbow? Like, come on, man. Spectroscopy, come on, man. I only believe in like the up close and personal spectroscopy you doing like forensics.
The one you do in a lab.
Right. Forensically, yes, sir. The other
Then you
stuff.
can test. Then you can test what the composition actually is. Then you can go, oh well, it's giving me the right readings because
Correct. From the material you've obtained with the material you want to test it again. Yes, sir. You actually have the stuff. Anywhere else, it's just an illusion you're creating for everybody's mind that they can't get
and
out of it.
those things that they pick up in stellar spectroscopy are elements that you find in the Earth's atmosphere. Or atmosphere, contradiction in terms, but you know what I mean. Yeah.
Yes, sir. It's the air. So even when your eyeballs look a certain way, you can see the cuts in your eyes, the real fine like mist, you can see the little things look like they're swimming back and forth. You can also, I'm not trying to sound weird, but like if water drips into water, you can see that. It sounds weird, but you can see. I don't even know how to explain this.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. You can see the sound of the water, the water hitting the other water with the color in your eye, like a shine. It's weird, man. It's like it's weird. It matches though. It literally does. I've noticed it myself. But these are just things, even with our eyeball. There's no lens there. There's no mirror. There's no big long bong between me and the object. A telebong. No two lenses. You got all these things to contend with, and they're saying this light we see is this. It's just weird.
Let's bring Butterfly back in, and he thinks that astronomy is science.
Natural science, no less.
Mm.
Oh
Yeah.
God, another moron. Great.
What's the experiment?
What's the hypothesis?
The null ability to do anything or prove anything they say. The hopes that you'll buy an if. If you'll purchase this if from me, we'll get somewhere with technology and science, I promise.
Hey, Butterfly, are you still there? Hello?
Let's hope he's not.
What's he posted up? It really doesn't matter what I say because you guys are anti-intellectuals. Oh,
Anti-intellectuals.
there you go.
Okay. He's the one that's saying that astronomy is natural science. Hypocrites. How are we hypocrites? Hey, Butterfly, you've got the ability to open your mic.
Talking about crit.
Now he's.
He's the hypocrite. Remember when he was talking to D-Mock? He said, "Are you stupid?" to D-Mock. So how is he going to be hypocritical? Now it's game on, buddy. You're free game to all of us in here. So don't be giving us some rules that we can't call you a retard when you clearly are.
Yeah, and retard just means held back. So, I think that's a fine comment.
Is Butterfly even in the chat? No.
It was, not anymore.
Well done, Morvis. I was going to take the second.
Nice one, Morvis. You're lucky I was eating.
I could probably write some stuff and be comedically more funny and be more convincing of some space stuff than all the science guys that come in the room and tell you about it. That's the weirdest thing.
I just always know that we're about to deal with what Adam would call a wanker. When they come in here and they have that nasally voice and they talk to you like, I don't want to hear it.
Carl Sagan. That Carl Sagan you. Today we're going to find out about a bent cardboard.
Wanker isn't just Adam Meekins, by the way.
Oh, sorry. He's he's going out of his way to call these people wankers lately. So I don't know.
Been calling them wankers for 10 years. What the fuck?
Wanker. My southern accent is a bit deep today, guys.
Did you wake up on the right side of the bed?
I had a horrible headache last night, and it's trying to creep up on me again tonight. And I just don't have any patience for these nasally little scum that come in here.
Wait, what did you drink? What did you drink this morning, Flatsy?
Water.
Trying to frickin' get a type of coffee out of you, hopefully.
I probably should. I'm out of filters right now, so I need to get some.
Well, maybe that's why you got a headache.
Get a saline solution up in ya, like some electrolytes.
Yeah, I've been drinking water. I don't know what the heck's going on.
Need some salt in that. Need to put some salt in there. Flatsy.
I don't think that I'm lacking on any salt.
Your brain's growing. That's what's happening. There's no room in your head for it.
And nasally. Us Australians are known for being nasally. Is that a problem for you too?
It is. Stop it. I'm just kidding. You know what I mean by the nasally guys that come in here.
Yeah, it's like these ones. Alright. Poindexter's.
AJ taught me a new word the other day to Timbo.
What?
Sook. It was sook.
Oh, sook. Yeah, sooky lala.
I had to get DJ to fucking translate it for me.
It's being a fucking sook.
I kind of like it. I'm taking it on, mate.
Yeah, we use that a fair bit, actually. He's having a sook, or he's sooking, but we say sooking.
Yep, or what Matrix just put in.
Have a sook.
People used to say "sookie sookie" now in the 80s or some shit. What's that mean?
Yeah, it's like having a whinge. Yeah.
Suki suki. I thought it was a blowjob.
Yeah, like crying.
Not sucky sucky.
The way to sound like you know about science is to say the opposite things of yourself. Say expansion and contraction within the same sentence. Injection as explosion. Circumference as the radius.
Gravitational lensing.
Yes, horizontal as curved. The ejection of the injection of the horizontal coronal curve. What the f? I always thought the Globers were going to make a dance too. The way they were like refraction, bend, dip, drop, curve, rise, hump, dip, drop, rise, curve, refract. Like a TikTok.
Sounds like a Run DMC song.
Yeah.
Does, doesn't it?
Sounds like a porno to me. No, it's just a TikTok dance. Drop, tilt, rise. Rise, tilt, drop, rise, curve.
Yeah, Rebels, there's not really much that's debatable in this.
Yeah, because you got what, 3 claims? You have 3 separate claims, 20 minutes of debate for each claim. So what would be, who would make the 3 claims?
Well, the problem is, aren't debates about subjectivity?
Yeah, that's all they're about.
Well, this is not subjective, it's measured flat. How can you... Oh, I'm not sure. What? We're arguing over how flat it really is? Oh.
Yeah, or how flat it's observed to be, because they would agree that they observe it to be flat. You would have to agree that it's practically used as flat. In all...
over as flat. Sailed across as flat.
Yeah. So what's the debate? That it isn't flat, right? So they'd have to make a claim that it isn't flat, and they would have to put their 3 points forward. Because
it just comes down to measurement. It's not subjective.
Yeah.
They have to come out with a measurement. No measurement of drop over distance. Game over. That's it. You've got nothing.
Look at the sky.
What's your favourite shade of blue?
Fly west.
Actually, I just thought, Pet Shop Boys go west. Next time one of these flat Earth, one of these Globers comes in here and says, just go west, I'm thinking about playing that.
And if you put a horizontal line up and start putting plums, shouldn't one on the left and right start veering at the same rate at the same time?
You guys ever seen those videos where there's a guy who just chugs water just straight into his stomach without swallowing. Just like pours it right into his stomach from his mouth. How do you do that? That's pretty skilled.
Yeah, we used to, when we were younger, we used to have beer bongs. Used to go on, get this tube, and then you open up, it just opens up your esophagus because you got air on top and it just pushes it right down. It's still got to go through. With beer, yeah.
Really? Bro, that's the burps must be insane.
Oh, yeah, it's horrible.
The hardcore dudes do it with long necks.
Oh, VB. get that opinion.
We don't drink VB here, only when we go camping.
Seen like the world record guys down like, so many beers in like 10 seconds, just like mug after mug. But I always thought you had to like open your throat up or have some.
Yeah, you got to do it. Have you ever seen those clear tubes? They're just clear tubes. You can get like maybe an inch wide one in a clear tube, and what you do is you pour the beer into the tube, and then you just tip it up, and because the air presses in from the top, it goes straight down without like glug 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 glug. It just goes roof straight through you.
Yeah, but people, you've got to learn to do. There's a trick to it. You can't just like pour it down your throat unless you know how to open.
Yeah, you got to open it.
Don't throw up.
You're gonna have to talk to some special girls and ask them their trick or something. I don't know.
It's just a gulp. You just do the whole like one big gulp, but you keep it open, so to speak. It's like
some people can gulp really long, like do. They can do that too. So I mean,
yeah, but with the beer bong, your gulp is open and stays open. You're not going gulp, gulp, gulp. It's just kind of like a.
It's
like you open it. Yeah, you open it and it just all goes. It's a column of beer.
Yeah, you're pouring it down a freaking the same thing with. Yeah, he's talking about the beer bong, but that's
the rate of the air release is what's pushing it in because the 2 liter or something like that I drink it go toot 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 because it's going back into the container from me, the air out in the exchange. Now the exchange is straight in because the air is
because it's open. The tube's open at the top. Yeah.
Right. That means it's going to go in quicker, but doesn't mean you're going to swallow it. That's what I'm saying. You've got to know how to open your freaking throat to where you can pour it down as easily as that beer's falling out that freaking tube. See what I'm saying?
There's a tutorial. Found it. There you go.
It's the same concept.
There you go. Oof.
Oh, you don't need a tube. You don't need a whole tube. That sounds like extra.
It works. It goes in quicker with a tube.
A funnel too. Use a funnel.
Yeah.
You don't need that with this technique, man. You can just gulp it straight. Any liquid, any amount.
I'm sure it's the same. I'm sure it's the same thing as when people swallow swords. Like I put a gif of it.
Oh yeah, it has to be.
Oh, that's horrible, Flatsy. Why'd you do that?
Imagine if you mess up and you have to swallow it. It's like got to be the slowest gulp of your life.
Is that a pork sword?
What? He said the slowest gulp of your life.
There's guys. Have you seen the guys that can? I don't know if it's a magic thing, but hold on. There's a guy that can swallow a light bulb and then like swallow sugar and then bring the sugar up. He can bring. Oh yeah, Uncle Fester too, right? Yeah, Christopher Lloyd. Yeah.
Yeah, he swallows the sugar and then he drinks water and then he brings the sugar back up.
He brings the sugar up.
Magic?
A light bulb?
Is that magic? Because he brings the sugar back up dry, like he can. How could somebody fold their stomach in 2 different spots? That's got to be a magic.
Nobody's folding their. You're not bringing dry sugar out of your throat. What the hell?
Yes, they do. In this on the show I watch.
No.
Yeah.
You do it right
it's
now.
a magic trick then. Magic.
No.
David Copperfield brought the pyramids into the casino.
I'm just saying, if you
have you guys seen this weird shit with like Have you guys seen this weird shit where kids like light bulbs, but just by holding it, like, and it's just it's been a lot of kids. It's like all over the place.
My uncle used to do that, but he had his other finger in the light socket.
No, but it's just kids holding light bulbs, and they light up.
Oh, well, he used to also grab you when you came in the room and do it too, and you was like, "What the fuck? No!" He'd stick his finger right in the light. He'd pull the light out, unscrew it, stick his finger in there, and grab somebody. It was pretty funny. They'd get the shock, and he wouldn't. He said, "Come here, buddy. Let me show you a bright idea." And they was like, "What? Show you what?"
idea.
And then he put out his hand. They'd shake his hand, and he'd shock the shit out of them. I'm telling you, that's basically what them dudes did back in the. They were electricians, not Egyptians. They were magicians. No,
Now,
listen. No, I'm serious. They were magicians, magicians, and electricians.
Would that work with my cock?
I don't know what's gonna work on your fucking bird. Maybe it'll make him crow at a different time.
Let's look through the chat. Who we got? Yeah, it's just flat earthers. Who's Volt VIP? FE. It's got FE after it. Who is that? Okay. No. I've been out for a while, so I don't recognise a lot of these names.
There's a lot more flat earthers now, isn't there, Tim?
Yeah.
All right, there you go. In the chat,
I'm gonna
the
change my name
regurgitator.
to Timbo.
The regurgitator brings up sugar dry, unless it could be just magic though. Gotta be magic, right? How can you bring up sugar dry?
Dry tongue? I don't know.
I changed my name back. Easier to say. He's back, baby.
Yeah, I couldn't call you that kangaroo guy. Sorry, dude.
No, Miggy was doing it the other day too, and yeah, everyone's been just calling me Timbo. So yeah, make it easier.
There we go. Thanks, mate. Appreciate that.
No worries.
I'd have just called you cunt in the end anyway. So.
Or Suki cunt.
Yeah, that's gonna stick soon, mate. Yeah. I do like that word, sook, though.
You know that car right down the bottom? Yeah, like I've seen him in here for years. I've seen him in our in home server and everything. I don't think I've ever spoken to him.
I have a couple of times. Alpha has a few times. He does speak up very rarely, maybe once every.
Hey, Car, you unmuted.
Lunar eclipse.
Hey, buddy. Hello. I think he's trying to speak.
Lights are on, but no one's home.
Yeah. Yeah, we can't hear you, mate. But that's all right. See you in here a lot.
He's a good lad. He's all right.
Yeah, he's good. He's one of them good old boys, the country boys.
Oh, yeehaw.
Yeah, he goes. Is he in the FED server as well, isn't he, Fletchy?
Yes.
Yeah. We've got Miss Dubs. Hello. How are you? Kimbo. Mick, what's up? You know who I get confused? I get confused with Necros and Migo Wigo when I'm not watching the screen.
I get confused with Necros and Miguel.
Now, Miguel swears more.
Okay.
I would never get those people confused. But also, I never get you Australians confused.
Yeah, we sound very different.
I think so, but that's not what other people say.
Oh, AI always calls me T-Dub.
Yep. Yes, he does. I still get called Australian as well, mate. It's fine, I don't mind it.
That's all right. Well, English people come from Australia, don't they?
Yeah, that's the way round it went. Yeah, we all broke out of prison. No.
Yeah, history's opposite of what they tell you.
Yeah.
So that means that you're all Australian and we shipped you off to your penal colony in England.
That's right. Yeah.
For stealing bread.
Yeah.
That's why you're overrun by Pakistanis now.
Ooh, topical, but very fucking true.
Because they want bread. Now they're stealing your bread.
So where are you going to send them to? You got to find somewhere with even more shit weather.
Home. Send them home.
Yeah, back where they came from.
It's payback for colonization. That's what they think. I hope that new guy gets in. Who's that new Oh, he's not new, but that politician that's speaking up at the moment. He's making a lot of sense. I like him. Can't remember his name, but I think he's not part of Nigel Farage's kind of mob, but he's kicking a lot of sense around. He's an older dude. I think he might be in the House of Lords or something.
Yeah, I think I know who you're talking about, but I can't remember his name at the moment.
Yeah. But I think the country's going to go that way, that, they're going to vote these morons out, and hopefully we might get a bit of normality back, yeah. I think it's going to go the same way in the Australian election as well. When we have an election, it's going to go back to the Conservatives.
Yeah, we've only voted this prick in recently, so we've still got another 4.5 years to go.
Starmer.
Yeah.
Makes me sick, that guy.
Yeah, me too. Serious
I like
problems.
Katie Hopkins. I reckon she's good.
Sorry, mate, say that again.
Katie Hopkins. I like her.
I don't even mind the leader of the Conservative Party at the moment.
Hopkins is my last name.
Thanks, Kim.
She's KH, and so am I.
Maybe you guys have the same views. Hopefully.
I've heard her views, and I can't confirm what she says, but if what she says is true, it's horrible.
Anyway, fancy talking about politics on the Politics Channel.
Yeah.
I think if we had a smaller country, we'd have the same problems as the UK, but It's a bit bigger.
Politics. Politics.
What's that?
I said polite ticks. Politics, polite ticks. They suck you dry.
So, dude, what's up, man? How you been?
Yo, Jedi, I just shared something with you in the side chat.
Ooh, does it explode? That would mean that it would have to be a solid container then, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it have to be a firm container. I think that's why it's called firmament in some scriptures.
How many times did he say science in that short video?
Yeah, I know. I'm sacrificing my bubble wrap for science. What a waste of bubble wrap.
CB here?
No.
Are we live?
I think so. Let me check. Yeah, the YouTube bot's in here.
Hey, are you
Oh,
sure?
you're right. Oh, is that CB? Who told him? Who told him we were here?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live!
I'm driving, so I'm in listening mode for the most part.
All right, put yourself on mute then.
I love it.
Before Banhammer gets you.
Yeah, no Discord driving.
Nowadays, I'm
Get
surprised.
breathalyzed for that shit.
Yeah,
I'm
tell him
surprised-
that this is a no listening panel, like Platter said. This is a no listening panel.
You hear me? Are you guys surprised that nowadays smartphones allow you to even operate them while you're driving? You know?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's a good point.
That'll change soon.
If they didn't, then they wouldn't be able to fine you for using your phone and make that money.
Oh, they can find you. They just don't have to let you use the damn thing.
Although my car won't let me do certain. If I plug my phone in the car, it won't let me do certain things. So it'll only let me use maps. It won't let me play YouTube videos or anything like that because it will say the car is in motion.
Just the cable you pull out.
Yeah, I just turn it off and just use my phone, and then don't link it up to the car.
No. I mean, in your car, you can actually just remove that cable. I think it's the last one I did was in my Patrol. It was attached to the handbrake, and I just disconnected that, and I could play movies and video clips while I was driving. But yeah, not a good idea.
Ah, that makes sense. I'll have to try that because I prefer it because it's got a bigger screen in the car. So
yeah, good on long trips too. Watch a few movies while you're cruising.
Yeah, the DVD player works in the back. I've got like a drop-down screen, but that works. But the front screen doesn't work.
Flat tablets are pretty good.
Since I have a 2005 Toyota Corolla CE, we have this little thing that
Fucking
plugs
great car.
Yeah, it is. I've had it since I was 16, but we just plugged this little adapter into the place where you would put like a cigarette lighter thing, but nobody ever uses those for cigarette lighters anymore. They use them for those adapters for cars to charge their phones and stuff.
I do in emergencies.
Yeah, we have okay. We have something in ours that's an adapter that you can program the radio station to that thing. And
Yeah, the Bluetooth receiver. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and as long as our phones can connect to that, and it'll play it over the speakers. And we have one of those things that glue to a surface that goes with those little pop-out buttons on the back of your phone. You can just put your phone in there and play whatever. It's kind of the same. It's just not as high tech as these new cars. Yeah, it's very simple.
The worst thing is when you're traveling like long distances, the radio station you got to
You have
change
to
it.
change the radio station.
Yeah. It starts picking up different radio stations. I've got one in my work car because it's an older car.
I'll say I was glad that my new 79 came with a cigarette lighter. That's been bloody handy.
Yeah, the 79 doesn't come with much, does it?
Nah, not even cup holders. Just a cigarette lighter.
Yeah, 120 grand for plastic floors.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got my work car's an old Triton. Triton Ute, the single cab one. So it's got nothing. It's got plastic floors, plastic seats, just so you can hose the cunt out. Yeah.
That's what you want.
Yeah. That's the one I got to use the receiver in. I've got a fucking car yard at the moment.
So do I. All my kids got their licenses now, except for one. So we've got 5 cars parked out the front.
Oh, yeah. We've got 2 drivers in the house and we've got 4 cars. It's fucking ridiculous. I got an old one I'm doing up. I got the camping car. I got my work car. Oh, sorry. So the 3 of them are mine, so I should shut up. And then my missus' car. So I'm the annoying one.
I want to buy another 79, but I want to go pre-DPF. So I'll keep this one for like my long distance shit, but I want to coil convert it for when I move up to the sunny coast and that, so I can go to Glasshouse and.
Why you just blank the DPF off?
No, mine's all blanked on mine. Mine's all done, but mine's all got that chassis extension and GVM upgrade, so it's all still leaf sprung in the back. I want to do
just get the airbags.
So I got it's good for towing, good for traveling, good for towing the boat, towing a caravan, all that shit.
It's a bit rough though, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh, not the best for articulation off road, but I want to go and do some good off roading again. So I wouldn't mind getting another one. Go the pre-DPF, so you haven't got all the bullshit hassles with the cops.
Yeah.
And doing a coil conversion on it, and just an older one that it doesn't matter if I beat it up, so I can take it up to the Glasshouse and do all that sort of stuff in it, rather than wrecking my good one. Sort of traveling.
Yeah, I'm gonna finish this one. I've got an old Hilux that I'm doing up. Not an old one, but 2009, which I'm painting and stuff like that. I'm going to fix that up, and then I'm going to go and get the old V8 Patrol, and I'm going to set that one up for towing the. Got to get a new caravan, but set that one up for camping and stuff, just so I can leave it because I've always had a rooftop tent, so but you have to set up and then you can't use the car. So what I've done lately, I just stripped everything back and just started using my swag again. But also a tent. So what I'm going to do is get an shitty old Jayco caravan, because I had a Penguin and I it was like 15 grand just sitting there. So I'm going to buy a shitty old 4000 one, put off-road suspension on it, new tyres and stuff, make sure all the canvas is good, and then just tow that around because they're light. They're only 750 kilos.
Yep.
And then I can use the car while we're camping. We can go mucking around. So that's why I want the patrol, so we can go back into the high country. Because the utes are no good for, like, the suspension on the utes, the leaf springs are fucked. I hate it.
Yeah, well, that's why I want to do a coil conversion to get another one. I can't coil convert this one because of the chassis extension through DMW. Yeah. They won't do it after the fact. So if I can get something that hasn't been extended, something standard, and then I'll cut the tray a bit shorter and coil convert it.
Yeah, fucking nice. What did you get? Constant load, leafs in there, or?
Yeah, I think they're 500 kilo constant load, but then I've also got airbags as well.
Yeah, for towing. Yeah, I got that in my Navara.
Yeah, but my caravan's 4.5 ton.
Oof.
Probably actually shouldn't be towing it with the cruiser, but it was good on the Ram. The cruiser tows it all right, but obviously not as good as the Ram. I slowed down a little bit on hills, but
that's heavy, man.
Yeah, it is heavy. Yeah, loaded, it's 4. It'd be close to 4.5. Yeah. That's when I drink fuel.
I towed the Penguin. I had a Jayco Penguin. I towed that up to from Melbourne to Kiowa. You know where Kiowa is? Yeah, it's up near you.
Kiowa
on the coast. Yeah, Kiowa. It's on Shoalhaven.
Yeah.
Yeah, around there. So I towed a Penguin up there with the D40, the diesel, and I was getting 350 Ks out of a 70-litre tank. It was horrible.
I pushed a 65-pound box of coffee across my rug wheelchair.
A V8 wheelchair.
He's got some big arms on him.
I wish he sent coffee to Australia, man. I'm a coffee freak.
Dude, just freaking send me your address, dude. I'll get you some. And then,
you can't. You need an import license. It's fucked, man.
No, it's not. I sent some not too long ago to a buddy.
Did you?
Yeah, shipping's a lot, but the thing is, dude, I'll donate the coffee. You can pay shipping once you get it.
Nah, man, I'll pay for it, man. But because I just drink,
dude. I'm just saying that so it doesn't hurt so bad. I'll freaking, dude. I'll
have you got strong stuff? Because I drink 9 out of 10 intensity.
Dude, listen, anybody who's tried my coffee knows my coffee's amazing. It's not freaking bitter. That's what you mean.
Oh no, I like
it's amazing coffee.
I like that bitter Italian coffee. I love it.
Mine's not burnt. It's not burnt, but I can send you strong. Oh, you want beans? Do you have a grinder? Or?
Yeah. We've got the grinder mixed up. We've got the grinder in the machine.
All right, cool.
Got a what is it? Breville Barista Master.
Oh shit! You got the Breville with the burr grinder already in there. Cool. Nice.
Yeah, the new one. They started selling them in Europe now as well.
Does it spit out pucks?
Pucks,
you know what I mean? When it's done pressing the shot, it like.
No, it's a manual. No, it's a manual.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. So it's automatic beans. So it's got the grinder in the top. You press it, and you put what's that little thing with the handle called?
the gun, I guess some people call it the
gun. You put that in one section. You press dose, and it fills it up, and then you got a dampener or damper, and then you put it in.
Pull down on it.
Yeah. So you can set it. You can set it to whatever you want, like your grind size, and then you can adjust how much is in there, so you can have it like thick and strong as fuck. So you can make Turkish coffees and stuff as well with it.
Right. So what I'm saying is, you have to pull down on a freaking lever to actually press the shot out.
Yeah.
Dang.
And then
I ain't never seen no manual shit like that. I mean, I've seen them, but
and then the green light goes off. So when you press it down, if it goes green, that means it's compacted enough. If it doesn't go green, you got to press it again.
It's like a torque, gets you, you got the right amount of pressure for the green light to go off, huh? All right, cool.
That's right. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I think you'll be pleased, bro. You'll be pleased.
I'll send you a DM.
Send me your address. Yep.
Yeah, Paraplegic will reintroduce you to coffee and your love for coffee.
Just let me know how much it is, man. I'll send you some coin.
You'll get it, and then we'll talk.
All right.
You can pay me after. It's cool.
You're looking for another good one in Australia. Little Marionette is a good one.
Like a local roaster.
Nobody knows how to make coffee better than me. Don't you dare! And whatever anybody does, you can't roast your own coffee. It's impossible. It's freaking way worse than rocket science.
I'm not saying it's better than yours. I'm just saying in Australia, if you're looking for a good one, Little Marionette. Yeah, I've tried heaps of different coffees in Australia, and we just put this one across in the bakery, and it's pretty good. Yeah, you go back and drink anything else, and it's not real crash hot compared to that. But if you could get an import license, Paraplegic, I could get heaps through you for the bakery, man. That'd be company.
Nice. I know guys that I wish it was like guys in Africa. They get a container shipped to them in like Africa from America, and they'll fill it with like a couple used cars and like all kinds of free shit, like ballpoint pens and like Post-its, just crazy shit you wouldn't think you would ever use here that we'd like throw away, but over there.
Hey Bear, the funny thing is my missus works in shipping, so we can organise some shit and get it sold over here, mate.
That'd be cool. I just send a
container, mate.
Somebody does a container, then I just like throw a big old package in there. Yeah. And we ain't doing nothing wrong. We're just sending coffee. It's all legit.
New business, Timbo's coffee supplier to Australia.
Yeah, I'll be a plumber and a fucking coffee importer. Sound like George Costanza. Importer, exporter. You guys don't watch Seinfeld?
It should be cheap too. All the tariffs are the other way.
Yeah.
Our Prime Minister.
Did you see that?
Even discuss it with him.
Yeah, they just put a 25% tariff on all our steel to the US.
Trump won't take our president's phone calls because he's just weak.
He's a weak cunt.
Yeah, he's just a weak cunt. He's like, oh, well, I suppose we can hope they don't do it.
Yeah, they're doing it, mate.
If you knew that little fucking weasel... If you knew that little weasel was going to ring you up, AJ, would you accept his phone calls either? Or you just look at it and go, nah, fuck off, cunt.
Oh, it's fucking elbows ringing me, mate. Oh, God.
Each way elbow.
It's elbow again. They're not putting tariffs on our meat, though. They need that. All our meat goes to Costco.
There you go.
Yeah, no tariffs on the meat.
They're our shit, really? Is that where it comes?
Yeah,
it comes
Australian.
Like when what? So when I buy a whole freaking tenderloin, the big freaking $100 one, dang, they better not freaking tax that shit. I don't need $135 for a whole tenderloin.
And it's good. It's good meat. It's high quality meat too. It's not cheap
it's way
shit.
better than when you get like a little 2-pack from like Walmart. Because I cooked the whole tenderloin for Cat like Christmas or like one around Christmas. I like did the whole thing in the oven, you know. So it was amazing.
Yeah, I don't think anyone wants to put tariffs on our meat. Everyone loves it. Japan, they buy all our Angus and stuff. Wagyu.
It's so weird. You'd think we'd get all of our meat from our freaking own damn country. That's pathetic.
Nah, that's not enough. You don't have enough cows, mate.
You just don't get a lot of lamb over there either. We eat a lot of lamb compared to you guys.
We're the biggest lamb exporters. Yeah, we export most of our lamb to the Middle East.
I can't even remember a time when I ever ate lamb or even really duck. I actually had duck for maybe like Chinese like a couple years ago, but
I don't know about duck, but our lamb is fucking to die for. It doesn't smell. It doesn't taste weird. It's fucking perfect.
Damn it. Frickin' ducks are so adorable. When we had I could have never killed our ducks. They were so nice. They were.
I like the eggs. I got some duck eggs in the fridge.
Duck eggs are way better than chicken eggs, I think. I mean,
yeah,
you
they're
can't tell
rich.
a lot of different. Yeah. The yolks,
are
brighter.
Are huge. Yeah.
But you can't kill your pet ducks, yeah? Like, whenever we've had animals, I've got my pets that, I couldn't kill them. They're pets, yeah? But then there's sheep in the paddock that are just sheep in the paddock, yeah? And they're not interested in you, and...
Yeah, have you seen AJ? He's got his llama in the kitchen, mate.
Yeah.
Sitting at the table with them.
No, does he come in the kitchen?
Hang on.
Really?
Wait on. Oh, I got an alpaca that's house-trained.
Alpaca, not a llama.
Aww.
Sorry.
Whatever, an alpaca, yeah.
Yeah, it's house-trained. It goes outside and goes to the toilet and...
No, really? Does he flush?
Yeah, 100%. No, not outside. Just goes outside. It took a while, but hang on, I'll find it.
What does he do? Like, does he walk to the door and like go meh, and then you got to let him out?
No. Yeah, he just go to the door and just wants to go out. Yeah, it'll just won't make any noise. I'll just go stand at the door. But normally, if it comes in, the screen door's already open, so it just walks in and hangs out, and there you go in the chat. We are paraplegic.
It's handsome. Look at him. Yeah, I wear alpaca boots. Tell him I'm sorry. Yeah. I apologize.
There you go.
Yeah, but it's not sorry because they just shear him, so they just take the wool off.
Fluffy boots are my feet.
See, oh my gosh! And all I see is a long neck sheep, and I'm thinking, fucking neck chops are awesome. Oh man!
Look, I've even got a selfie with Timbo.
Nice.
Wait, is that you? Is that you?
Yeah, I'm the one on the right.
Dude, you know what? I would have never thought that is you. I'd have been like, that's.
And here's my latest edition. I know we're really off topic here now, but I don't think there's any
there's no
around.
Globers in here.
Here we go.
Aww.
Here's the latest edition.
Wait, that's a kangaroo, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one's a kangaroo.
Oh, you got a goat?
Yeah, I got heaps of goats again.
Jeez. So funny.
Why'd you get goats? Are they clearing all the clearing all the blackberries off the land, are they?
Yeah, man, I've had some fuck, I've had dramas with these goats, though, I tell you.
They just eat everything. They just destroy the land, yeah?
Ah, man. I had
Through
a big
fences,
buck
they
with
fuck
them.
off and run wherever they like.
Yeah, I had a big buck with them, and they kept following this buck and getting out. And man, they were around town. That was on our notice board. It was all week. Goats here, goats there. I couldn't get them.
It was
They
your
kept running
goats.
into the bush. Yeah, they've been everywhere. So I ended up getting them all back. Got the dog down there. Got a quad bike. Rounded them all up, and I pissed that male off. And now they're all sort of just staying in my stable yard at the moment. Just trying to get them used to me and coming to me so that I can let them out to eat all the weeds, yeah. But at the moment, they're nutters. Except for that one. That's why I got that one. That's a little male that was hand-raised, bottle-raised by someone and just loves people. So I'm trying to integrate him into it because then hopefully he's sort of the boss then and I can call him and the rest of them will come with him and they'll stick together. That's my plan, but we'll see what happens.
That's funny, man. I'd love a goat.
Oh, this goat's pretty cool. Here it is, sitting with my daughter. Look at this shit. There you go. There you go.
I got a retarded border collie and a hyperactive coolie.
I got my Kelpie.
Yeah, well, do you know what a coolie is?
Yeah. He's actually Kelpie cross coolie. This dog.
Yeah. So I got a full coolie. If anyone doesn't know what that is, it's like a. They might not even know what Kelpies are either.
He's a Kelpie cross coolie. Pasquale, here he is. Look at this shit. There he is. Have a look at mine.
Yeah, this one. She's having a good nap next to the couch. Oh, that's cool. Look at this thing. And then look at the other one. Look at this TV cabinet that we've got, right? It doubles as a dog bed.
Actually, I think I remember you talking about that when you got it, or you were...
I ordered it from Queensland. It's fucking grouse. What have I done? Not very good at this technology stuff, but there we go. It's where they sleep. That's the border collie.
Yeah, righto. That's pretty cool.
She chewed, if you can see, she chewed the inside of the fucking door. The other one's mattress has been banished at the moment because she chewed it, so she's got no mattress punishment.
Border Collie is such a fantastic name because they are literal borders when you're herding sheep with them.
Oh, this one's dumb. The other one's smart. That coolie, that thing, she makes all border collies look dumb. She herds the border collie. And the border collie just spins around in circles like, what's going on? I can't believe you put a Mexican hat on the fucking... Yeah, okay, yeah. I see the Kelpie and that silly look that they have, the coolie look. Like, what's going on? Because that's probably a good mix, actually, because the Kelpies fucking bark a lot, and the coolies don't.
No, he's very quiet, man. He doesn't even really bark when he's rounding up the sheep too much either. He just rounds them up. And at home, yeah, we don't hear from him. He doesn't bark really at all, unless maybe someone comes and bangs on the door.
Yeah. Yeah, because the Kelpies, they just fucking bark at birds and chase birds around and stuff. They're crazy.
Yeah, full-bred Kelpie are my mate's one, and it is just a nutter, man, and it just does not stop. But this guy's pretty cool.
Is that your one there?
Tell me if that's a Kelpie. That we rescued that one in the desert. They somebody left like a whole litter of little baby, like, well, they weren't babies, but they were puppies, and they left them out in the desert. And we got the like dog, whatever, the state people to come get the ones that we round up. But we kept him, and we think he's at least some Kelpie. Does he even look Kelpie? I don't know anything about him.
I'll show you a traditional Kelpie.
He's got brindle like a pit bull. Dude, he's scary as shit at night. But he's a sweet boy. It took me 3 months just for him to let me touch him. Just freaking skittish as hell.
This is like a traditional Kelpie.
I think his head's a little bit too big and his snout's too sort of stocky to be a Kelpie. Like a purebred Kelpie anyway. He might have something in there, but...
This looks like a mongrel. Yeah, that's a traditional Kelpie, that one there. But they come in tan.
I wonder if it could be a pit bull Kelpie.
Like a light coloured tan as well. And they also come in black. Black and brown mostly.
Dude, he's got his ears stick straight up. Listens to everything. And he loves running along my car, my van. He waits for me. He likes waiting outside until I get back from, like, going out.
Oh, he's got brown. Brown
I'll say he's not a Kelpie
in the coat.
Because if he runs alongside the car, I'd say he's not a Kelpie, because every Kelpie I know will try and round your car up and you'll nearly run that fucker over. They just keep getting in front.
What's crazy is he runs in front of it. I'm like, don't be in front of me. Don't be in front of me. And he does it.
Then.
Yeah, maybe it is. Yeah, because mine turns around and stops like he's trying to stop the car and round it up. Like he runs forward, flips around, and crouches down in front of it. And I'm like, come on,
keep
move.
being afraid like you're gonna hit. I'm gonna hit him. I worry because I can't see. Let me see if I can find this video.
Anyone watching the Grand Prix?
I'm supposed to be packing to go away, and I keep talking on here instead. I'm bored. Sick of packing.
It takes so much effort. We went down to Apollo Bay last weekend, and it takes so much effort.
Yeah, it's almost not worth it sometimes.
Yeah, well, I do everything, right? So I've got everything in the shed, and I just grab all my bags and put them in the car. So that's pretty easy, but it's getting the girls organised. Like, can you just pack your bags the night before so I can pack the fucking car? No. It's like, and I can't pack the car because their bags are a certain shape. I've got to pack them in a certain position.
Yeah.
And then, like, last minute, I can, the last thing to go in, I go, you just ruined my packing.
Yeah. I get that. And then she says, oh, who cares? Just fucking throw it anyway. What are you complaining about?
Yeah.
I'm like, well, it's got a spot. It needs to go somewhere.
It's like Tetris.
Yeah.
Don't put that bag near my fucking fridge.
Yeah. Why not? Yeah, no, I understand it all. No, I've had my van in getting a new awning put on it, and it's been in there for 8 months. So I had everything unpacked out of there while it was, for a fucking awning. So I was stuck down the coast.
Put it all back in.
Now I'm putting everything back in, and then when I've unrolled the awning, they haven't drilled any of the holes for the flap kit or the poles.
Oh no!
So I've been up on a ladder drilling fucking holes for the flap kit and the poles.
And then you got to put the rings in as well.
Oh, it's been a fucking drama. But anyway, I'm nearly there. And yes, I'm the only one that's ready to go, and everyone else is giving it to me. I got up this morning. I said, "Oh, make sure you find bag." Oh, of course, yes. No, we're not doing that now. We'll do it tomorrow. Fuck. Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's so frustrating. But you can't, look, just I'm not going to cause an argument over this. You just go, yeah, whatever.
No, usually what happens is, I will say the kids are usually pretty good. What usually happens is it's me and the kids ready to leave on the time we agreed upon. And
5 in the morning?
Oh, no, we're usually about 9, yeah. And at 9 o'clock, I'm ready. The kids are ready. We're sitting in the car, and my wife's not even close. And we usually leave by about 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Sounds familiar.
And then she says, I don't want to drive at night. Why are we driving at night? Well, because we were supposed to leave at 9 o'clock this morning. Now we're driving at night.
I actually like doing long distance drives at night.
Yeah, I prefer it at night. And I've always gone inland as well and stayed away from the coast every time we've done like Queensland to Victoria.
Yeah, and you got those nice straight roads. You can sit on 140, something like that,
Yeah, and the only other thing you see is trucks.
Ready at 3 p.m.
Percentage, I think you're hot micing, man.
It just sucks when you break down out there and you can't get a tow truck and you're waiting out there for 3 fucking days.
Well, that happened to you last time, didn't it?
Yeah.
At least the fridge was working.
I had the aircon going in the caravan, had the generator set up. I was right.
Hey, can you guys hear?
Yes.
Were you trading, or are you serious that you guys are already in the car at 9 and your wife takes another 6 hours to be ready?
That wouldn't happen if you were Muslim, would it?
Yeah, that happens.
There's some
that happens.
That's crazy. 6 hours is insane, man.
Yeah, I know, but she runs her own business, or manages a business as well, so she's always sitting there at the last minute on her computer trying to make sure everything's done. The Saturday just always, then she hasn't packed yet.
Yeah,
it always
and it's
happens.
for a long trip. It's not just to go to the shops and stuff. It's like to, yeah.
No, this is a month-long driving trip.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, if she's nowhere near ready, why do you guys sit in the car?
Oh, no, we get out, but we'll be ready to go. We'll jump in the car, say, come on, let's go. And she'll be like, oh, I'm not ready yet. And then we'll end up eventually back.
You jump in the car just to annoy her.
Yeah, and then we end up back in the lounge.
Just to let her fire under her eyes.
Then we end up back in the lounge room and everyone's sitting around on the lounge chairs waiting.
Shame her. You shame her.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
But
I'm one of those idiots that loves to leave at 5 o'clock in the morning. So I'd say, everyone, get your shit ready.
That's smart, man.
4 and I up at 5, and then it never happens though. Like everyone else is ready, and then Missus comes out. We end up leaving at 9 or something like that. But I love getting away at 5 o'clock in the morning. You just get this free run onto the long roads, and you can just drive and drive and drive. And you can, if you've got an 8-hour trip, like it, you can stop and have lunch and unpack and. Set up the caravan or set up all your shit and then, start having a drink. Like, it's the way to do it.
No, that's a smart way to do it. Like right at the crack of dawn, yeah.
Yeah, get out of there. Yeah. Because I get up at 5 o'clock every morning anyway. So if I, even on Saturdays and Sundays. So if I'm sitting around doing nothing, I get frustrated.
And then if you want to get bashed by your wife, you ask her how long until she's going to be ready to go.
Yeah,
you nearly ready? Are we going soon?
You don't even ask that, mate. Don't bother. Are you ready, honey?
Oh yeah, you can ask as nice as you want, but it's not going to go well.
Yeah. You ready, honey? No, I told you before, not ready. Why are you putting so much pressure on me?
Yeah. Yeah, then there's tension in the car for the first half of the trip.
Yeah. The kids go, why are you guys not talking to each other?
Because we've got a whole month to talk and we don't want to waste it.
Yeah, because your mum can't follow timelines. And then I go into the lecture about being late. I start giving the kids the lecture about being late and being on time for things. Never be late. If you're going to be somewhere, you be early or early.
It's really dead in here.
Yeah.
No, being early is a little bit desperate too, though.
I'm early. I get to work early. I get to appointments early. I get everywhere early.
I'm always early enough that I've got enough time to change a car tyre.
Do you even have cars in Australia?
That's a good rule of thumb. That is a good rule of
We
thumb.
ride
I'll be honest.
fucking kangaroos around, you numpty.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You mean you changed the hooves on there or something?
Yeah, that's what we do.
Okay. How do you
Yeah,
oil
Matrix likes to pull off the hose on his kangaroo.
How do you oil a kangaroo?
You want to know?
Let's ask Matrix. How do you oil down your kangaroo, Matrix?
What brand do you use?
Ask him how he married her in the first place.
There's only one brand, mate.
I'm gonna join Educated
Johnson
Black
and
Mind.
Johnson. Bit of baby oil for the kangaroo.
Who was that talking? Did he leave?
Yeah, he's gone now. Yeah.
Thought we had one.
Pull the hose off me, kangaroo, you fucking sick, twisted cunt.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, Matrix, he's the one with the one in the kitchen.
That's right. And he named it after you. He didn't name the fucking thing after me.
No, that was a female. She had a baby in the pouch.
That's Timber.
Yeah,
Hey, what do you call it when you're? What do you call it when you're going to still be on time even after having to change your tire?
On time.
Punctual.
I think that's the first time I've ever heard you be funny, Percentage.
You're not listening hard enough, man. Sometimes I say it in like a really low volume, like it's very subliminal.
I find it hard to understand you as well. Like, sometimes you're a flat earther, sometimes you're a glober, sometimes.
No, I'm always a flat earther, but I try to keep it real. So like when flat earthers say some dumb stuff, I'll be the first to correct them.
Yeah, he's the one that's the idiot.
I see that. Like, for example, what would they say that you would jump on them for?
Like saying like there's a second sun or something like that, like retarded stuff.
Oh yeah, who says that?
Or like you can loop around on yourself. Like there's a Pac-Man Earth.
Yeah, Pac-Man.
Well, that's a necessity, bro.
Your,
that's so necessary.
Yeah, that's your favorite thing, right? Percentage.
It's a necessary thing. It's not even my favorite thing, but it's like
it can
has to
only be that way, right? Percentage. That is a fucking stupid thing to say. Yeah,
it's not stupid, man. I know it sounds stupid, but I promise you, it's not stupid.
Wait,
yeah, it is stupid. When you say,
explain it.
I don't think the idea is stupid. I think you saying it can only be that way is fucking stupid.
No, it can't, man. Like honestly, if you study the real world observations that they've come up with, it debunks
things
every
disappear
possible
and reappear on the.
It's not even based in empiricism, bro.
every possible Cartesian coordinate based
Prove it.
Euclidean
Prove
map
it.
would
Prove
be
it.
destroyed.
Prove it.
Bro, there's only so many ways you can make a map. That's what I'm saying.
Show me. Show me. Show me.
If I show you, I'll just go to.
All you've got is
the
fucking
projection
declaration, bro.
example.
You've got nothing to show.
No, I'm saying if I show you, I'll have to just go to the maps that we have, which are globe projections, basically.
And all the ones that haven't been made too.
I know, but those are the ones they built the archetype, and you would say that that doesn't matter.
A percentage. Can you actually show it? Can you show us what you mean?
I mean, I could explain it.
No, yeah. Can you post something in the chat and then explain it?
Sure. Let me see.
I mean, it is speculation Sunday to a certain extent.
For you, maybe, but not for me. It's still Saturday.
Hey, really?
Oh shit! So each case he's gonna reify a map, right, and then stick a sun over the top of it, and go. It doesn't work.
What, like
it doesn't match what we observe in reality.
What kind of map, though?
He's saying any, all possible land configuration maps.
He doesn't know what logical fallacies are. You can point them out to him, and just hand waves dismisses them.
You're going to post a map without a sun on it, and then put a sun on it.
No, not exactly. But it's like it's tough to say that I'm going to reify it when maps are made a certain way. Maps are made either by basing a center point as 1 point as the center point, or you could have 2 points as a dipole map. You have to have some sort of pole. You understand? Whether you want that to be the celestial pole based off of the celestial sphere, or whether you want it to be the geographic pole or your starting position or whatever it is, there has to be a coordinate
what
system.
Kind of maps though? Because then you got maps that are made by elevation angles to the sun, and then you got maps that are made by traversing the edge of a landmass, and then taking directions from that from your boat to know where the bits come out and things like that. Yeah, so you got that way of making maps, like local maps, and then you got a projection of a map like what you're showing the whole world to be, which would be unfounded anyway.
But in all of them, you have to define what north and south and east. Well, I mean, east west.
There's only one way to do that anyway. Yeah, it's only one way to define north. Oh, sorry. There's two ways. Oh. So you got in the north, you can look at the elevation angle to the star, and then the other way is you can use a compass.
Okay. Or the other way is you could judge it based off of the sun's position in terms of the solstices and the equinoxes, right?
Okay. Yeah. All right.
So, but in all these different ways, these are what give rise to the different maps that we have, the different projections that we have, and you call it reification.
Yeah, but in that you still need a compass if you're going to do that. You need to know. If you're going to use the sun, to make a map, you still need to use a compass.
Well, not necessarily a compass, but yeah, you do have to have you have to have your headings, right? With a compass, it goes by magnetic north, right? But you could use you could use celestial north and just have judge it.
You can't use celestial north when there's a sun out.
Obviously, but I mean, once you know the position and you have this device that measures your the azimuthal angles, then you're fine, right? You don't necessarily have to have a compass, which is affected by magnetic, interference, or it goes by the magnetic poles, But in any case, the point is that with all these different ways of mapping, you're gonna have certain archetypes. You're gonna have either north and center, or
I'm waiting for your post first, so I can. Right, I'm a visual person.
Let me see. There'll probably be nothing you haven't seen before. It'll be like the monopole, the dipole.
Yeah, I know, but I need something to relate it to. Look, I'm not discounting what you're saying, but it'd be good for something to look at. Hey, Eggs, if we need to warn you before we unmute you, then shouldn't you just put your side on mute, and then we don't have to worry about it? Yes, you can. So if we unmute you and then you mute yourself, now you've been. I think you've been. Alright, try that. Now you can mute yourself. Does that work? Cool. All right, percentage. Still waiting.
Yeah, I'm just getting some.
Is Percentage talking about his
Pac-Man,
omnidirectional treadmill Earth?
Yeah, I think so. Okay, so you got 4 different projections there. What's that second one? That's weird.
That's a dipole projection.
What's on the backside of it? It's still a sphere.
Nothing.
There's a fucking turtle in the backside of it.
No, the idea is that it would be a flat Earth that is like just round, like a coin, right? And
where's north?
And both. The north is right there, where you see the point, where the kind of like the latitude lines in the northern hemisphere, where they all kind of converge.
Are there all these globe projections?
These are globe projections, but like the point is that
there you go, Timbo.
Yeah, but you could call it replication, but like I said in the preamble earlier, that there's only so many ways you can map a map, even on a flat Earth. You have to decide what north is and stuff like that, and you have to have a coordinate system.
And the only way is to accept the globe representation, right?
No, I'm not accepting these. I'm saying that each one of these is broken, and any map that we make, regardless of these, is going to be broken because of the real world data that we have. There's no way to have a full map without wraparound.
Are you saying you're posting maps that are broken?
What's that? These are broken individually. Yeah, each one of them without wraparound is broken. You can find an issue with it. For instance, for instance, the azimuthal equidistant one, we know that when it's winter solstice in the north, and and the sun's at the Tropic of Capricorn, that it's going to be rising. It's the zenith is going to be in Australia, even though it's rising to the south in Antarctica, which breaks the azimuthal equidistant map. Especially as you go south from different parts of Antarctica, you'll converge to the same point, which would be the southern ring, but it's actually just the southern pole. It wraps around it at the ring. So, I mean, if you don't have wraparound, it breaks the model. You understand?
You're talking about
map.
rings and wrapping around. I'm not sure you're talking about maps.
I'm saying without wraparound effect, as people are going from, like, imagine this, like, look at this first green and white azimuth equidistant map.
Ground. It doesn't work. We know. That's what we've been trying to tell people for freaking years.
Yeah,
no, it's not just about the sky or the ground. It's all of it together. Anyways,
no,
so you have.
Not. You're trying to treat them as one and the same thing. This map belongs to the sky. Bzz, wrong answer.
No, that's not what I'm saying, man.
We'll stop treating it like that.
I'm saying individual. Like, if you look at this map without wraparound effect, you have people that leave, from.
Okay, I want you to do something. I want you to tell your fucking story without the wraparound effect. So we want.
I'm saying without.
Knowledge, your base knowledge, not some bullshit you fucking heard of. Factual. Get the story out.
Yeah. Okay, so number one, I didn't just hear of the wraparound. Like, I'm the one that kind of like, recognized its necessity and started pioneering. Well, I'm not the pioneer of it. I'm not the first one to ever say it, but like, I'm the first one to say it's absolutely necessary, as far as I know. But number two, regardless, like, we're taking it out of the equation. Let's say we're taking it out. You have someone in Australia going south to Antarctica, someone in South America going south to Antarctica, someone in South Africa going south to Antarctica. Each of them are going to be on the azimuth equidistant map. They're going to be in completely different sides of the flat Earth, right? And yet, as they go south, they're all going to converge. As they get to the southern ring, they're all going to meet, which breaks that map. You understand?
Who's done that though?
We know that deductively because when they did it, in the last in the last Antarctica trip, when you had people when they had
no, they all went from the same position. They did the same position.
They did, but they noticed that when they were getting there, and they were spread out when they were getting there, that the sun's position in the sky would level out as they were moving south. You understand? The argument being that as they went further south, it would completely level out to the point where, because it would be on the Tropic of Capricorn at the solstice.
Yeah, at our summer, yeah.
Exactly, yeah. And the only time it would completely level out was like it does in the north. When you're at the North Pole, it would completely level out, and it wouldn't rise or lower up in the sky. You understand? It just maintains a steady path throughout the day. And they noticed this was happening to a very lesser extent, obviously, because they didn't go all the way to the South Pole, but they noticed it was happening.
Yeah, but you said as you go from each position, you end up south. If you go south from each position, you end up at the same spot. Now,
exactly,
you haven't demonstrated, but you haven't demonstrated that.
I mean, it's a deductive argument that I haven't demonstrated, obviously, myself. I haven't done it.
Because they all went from South America.
Yeah, they did.
So they went from one position and went south.
Yes, but they weren't they had the different camps, and they noticed that this was happening when they went south.
How far apart were the different camps? They're not that far apart.
Yeah, true. That being said, if they were to go from the south, from the other continents, I'm absolutely certain that they would observe the same thing with the sun. They could call it. You could call it a reflected image or holograph or whatever they want to call for the reason why they see the sun in all around.
They would end up in the same spot, though.
What's that?
You can't say if they left from each left from a different position that they would all end up in the same spot. You can't say that.
I can confidently say that because we know. Hold up, because we know the sun maintained its path. In the southern hemisphere, we know that it didn't just only it wasn't only around the South American kind of southern part of the world. It was still up over Australia and South Africa and stuff like that. So it didn't traverse in this big circle super quickly. What was happening was anyways. I'm not going to go through.
Yeah, but you're just reifying a map, though.
I know, but so I'm saying that alone breaks the azimuth equidistant map.
Based on the sun's position. That's all you're doing. You're just going, okay, well, this map must be true based on the sun's position.
No, I'm saying this map must be broken.
Is a physical object in the sky and we rotate around the sun. Yeah. That's all you're saying.
These globe projections are broken. Therefore, the flat Earth must be a Pac-Man effect.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so just so we're clear, guys, I went to the edge. I saw it. I looked over the wall, and you're not going to believe this.
You're an edge.
You're not going to believe this. You're not going to believe this.
Just mute him.
Guess what's on the other side?
Your mum.
Mute.
What?
Niggers.
Your punchline.
Or niggers. Just more niggers. That's all. Just a bunch of fucking niggers. There's just a.
Yeah. You got
the Earth is flat because we're so smart. Yes, we're so different and contrarian. Yes, we are contrarians.
Hey, Snot Slime. Hey.
How many mods are in the server right now?
What's wrong with these guys?
The first one was funny. The second one was really a bit cringe.
Timbo, you were wrong when you said his mom. Based on what he said, he saw his dad.
Well,
or his daddies.
I have a bone to pick with Banhammer on this one because you're a little bit slow on the uptake there, Banhammer. That went on a little bit too long, I'm afraid.
All right.
I got the first mute, but I was slow on that. I don't know who got the second one.
Batman.
Hey, Batman.
Yeah,
Got it.
Azimuth, yes, we could say that they're globe projections, but again, we have to realize that map making, it has to follow certain rules. You have to have a start location. You have to have a north and south, and or else it's just, your map won't work. You know.
Well, which map works?
None of them do. None of them. So go to the second picture. The second picture, it would work.
All of these,
what about a desktop globe?
What?
What about a physical 3D desktop globe? Does that map work?
That would work, but there's no curvature in real life. So it's like another imaginary. That's the issue with that.
I'm not saying there's curve. Yeah. I'm saying would it work as a map? Like I was trying to.
It would work as a map. Yes, it would work as a map. If we ignored the fact that there's no curvature in real life, then
if it worked as a map, they'd have globes sitting on ships, bridges, and airplane cockpits.
You don't have one. You don't have a globe sitting on your dash on your car for your trips, Timbo. I was just about to install one.
Yeah, and you would have.
Obviously, it's not efficient to have a globe spin.
You would have curved navigation tables, curved charts. You would have curved parallel rules.
Curved distances.
Yeah, curved distances, not linear ones for your measures, your legend. But now we're going to have a wraparound.
Wraparound
map. Going to have a little tunnel on one side, leads back around to the other side. I don't know how that works.
It's like a snake game in no around.
There's a name I haven't seen for a long time. Ildiko.
Wow, that's been ages.
Hello. Maybe she's busy. Well, welcome back anyway. Good to see you. All right, keep going, percentage. This is interesting.
Maybe it's actually a hula hoop then. So, yeah, there we go. That explains it. You got the flat earth in the middle, and you got a hula hoop around the sides. Yeah. God has a sense of humor. He made Earth ringed by a huge hula hoop. I wonder if when you get in the place where you wrap around in the hula hoop, if once you get in there, you're chased by little beads or something, because hula hoops have little beads that race around their sides.
I wonder if you're chased by them when you get in there.
Like Spokey Dokies on your... Remember Spokey Dokies in your wheels?
Yeah.
What's the beads in the hula hoop? I didn't understand that.
Well, you got to go along with what Percent's saying. Then it all makes sense.
But where are the beads? You were saying that, you know how hula hoops have beads in them. Is that... I'm not much of a hula hoop. I just didn't know what that was.
I'm going by what Percent said. He says that it has to be a wraparound effect.
I'm stuck on the hula hoops, not the map.
No, he's saying that when you get to the side, as far as you can go, then you're going to pop back around to the other side. So I invented the hula hoop earth.
Right, but what was the beads part?
You know, and a hula hoop has beads inside of it that go shh.
No.
Was it high quality?
See how that might work.
And Eggshell should know he is a professional hula hooper.
I'm surprised you don't know much about hula hoops. You know, look into that.
Yeah, you would have had one like that when you were in the circus, wouldn't you?
Did study circus arts at university. Went to unicycle.
Surprise me, mate.
You're that cute. Usually the people that play with the hula hoops are...
Eggshells is a professional hula hooper. I was right.
He studied it.
He studied it at uni.
Yeah, well, I did aerialist, Roman wheel, unicycling, fire twirling, fire breathing.
I'd love to see you have a unicycle competition with my son. That'd be very interesting.
It is insanely hard to unicycle. It took me like a month before I could go any distance at all. By the end, I could unicycle to university, but geez, it took a month to go more than one pace.
I'm going to drop a link for you. Have a look at this. I'll link his Instagram. I'll find it and he does full skate parks, grinds rails, does the skate bowls. Wow. Everything on a unicycle, man. I bought him one as his first bike, actually, and he learned to ride it when he was probably 3 years old or something. He used to go up and down the hallway.
That's incredible.
Little champion. Anyway, I wanted to get back to the point. Percentage, have you mused anymore? I know I asked you this a while ago. Have you mused anymore on what the mechanism is that makes you pop back up the other side? And
teleportation.
You know, but I'm thinking let's say we're sailing, we're just kayaking along in two kayaks, and you reach the edge. Sorry, I was asking you questions. So percentage, let's say we're kayaking towards this edge, and you're in front and I'm behind. Do you pop out of existence for me at some point when you pop up over the other side of it, or
no?
Do you still appear to be in front of me the whole way around?
I'll appear to be in front of you the whole, everything is wrapping around. It's at a very far distance. It's like a complete submersive effect in terms of your senses. Every single thing is it's imperceivable. You understand? Everything is affected. So as far as the eye can see, it'll be wrapping around from a very far point to and before you know it, you're on the other side of the map.
You're just using words now. You're saying it's submersive, it's imperceivable.
You can't tell it's happening in any sense.
Yeah, where's the transition point?
The only reason we know it's happening.
The proof of it happening is you can't tell it's happening.
No, you can't tell it's happening, but the only reason we know it's happening is because we know that the Earth is flat, and that some of these observations.
Yeah.
It has to on a flat Earth, yes. Earth without curvature.
Globe projections don't make sense.
What's that?
Do they not?
Because all the globe projections don't make sense.
Any map sure the main maps are globe projections because we haven't mapped out our own map, but it doesn't matter because any possible map following the rules of map making have a central position.
Make more baseless assertions. Yeah. Where's the transition point? Where's the transition point?
We don't know. For instance, take the second map.
Transition.
Yeah. Like take the second map that I posted, the dipole one, right? You see both poles, and you have the latitude lines like going around both poles, no problem. But you have the equator is a straight line through the flat Earth, right? But we know people, like it separates the two edges are on, in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, basically. We know people, traverse the Pacific Ocean all the time. We know that they do. And they'll maintain the heading and follow like their you follow the equator basically, and they'll get to the other side of the Pacific Ocean. So we know that this map is broken without wraparound effect. With wraparound effect, it's no problem. They go from one end, they pop at the other end, and they start off in the States and they're in Japan with no issues, right? But without wraparound effect, it's broken. You go to the monopole one, it's broken.
West.
The quadrupole, it's broken. All of them are broken without wraparound effect.
Are you saying you can't get from the US to Japan without without wrapping around? What are you talking about, man?
Yeah, so you'd have to see how the latitude lines go all the way around, and then for the equator it's a straight line through, and the argument would be you'd have to go all the way around the edge of the Earth, basically, or the edge of the map, if you will, to get back to the other side to the equator. You understand?
This is so
It
dumb,
sounds
man.
like what you're saying is this would fix the bearing and distance issues that flat maps create by saying the paths are as if they would be on a spherical Earth. It's just the Earth isn't spherical.
Well, don't
Exactly.
give him
exactly
that.
right.
Don't give him that.
The wraparound effect will be like it's what would make it make it the globe kind of a whatever the globe accuracy possible on a flat Earth.
Yeah. It would make it whatever.
Yeah, the real world distances they have this is why the globe is so popular. It's because it's actually the distances are accurate and stuff like that, right? But the point is the real world observations that we have would fit on a flat Earth with wraparound effect. Without wraparound effect, it doesn't fit, and that's why Jeranism, for instance, that's why he went globe, because he had two options: either go globe basically, or have a flat Earth with wraparound effect. Those are the only two options. He didn't have enough faith. He didn't have enough faith to stick out wraparound effect.
That's because he had so much faith in the AE map. That was his problem.
Yeah.
But any map, that's what I'm telling you. If you have any faith in any map or all of the maps without wraparound effect, they're still all broken. He still would have went globe, even if he had faith spread out between between all those eggs spread out in different baskets. He still would have went globe without wraparound effect. You have to have the faith.
Projection. Show me one that's not a globe projection.
It doesn't matter, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell you. There's the archetypes of maps are such that
map. You said any map.
Yeah, any map has certain archetypes. You have a coordinate system.
And each one you show is a globe projection. Show one that isn't a globe projection.
Because those are all maps we have, man. We don't have any non-globe projection maps. Even the Gleason, the most famous flat Earth maps, like the Gleason maps, it's a globe projection. It's azimuth equidistant.
It kind of would also fix one of the problems that I was talking about recently, which is that it's suspiciously easy to debunk the globe, where it would make sense why navigators and geodetic surveyors, land surveyors who set state boundaries and stuff like that over great distances, why they would be confused and convinced it's a ball, because geometrically it works like a ball. It's just not one. To me, the idea that people who set the states in America or in Australia or anywhere where they're going due north, south, and east, west would end up with these glaring geometric issues if the Earth was flat. But if the Earth was wrapping around at a rate that matched the given curvature, then the geometry would work. So you'd have these very smart people who should be able to figure it out, but they can't because of the effect that Percentage is proposing.
So Percentage is just saying it's a globe then?
No, I'm not. I'm saying it's definitely not a globe. There's no measured curvature. The Earth is flat.
Okay, so why didn't Richard E. Byrd report back that he got to the point where it flips back?
What do you mean flips back?
Were the wraparound?
Percentage is saying it's constantly doing it.
saying it's imperceptible. You
Well,
can't.
so
You couldn't.
if you're going down south,
You're standing in the middle of it, or nowhere near the edge of it, you wouldn't be able to tell.
So your evidence percentage is that you can't tell.
you can't tell that it's wrapping around. But for instance, Admiral Byrd, he went south from, I don't know where exactly from. Let's say, for argument's sake, that was from South America. Okay, he went south, and then he claimed that when he kept on going south, he saw new lands. Right? We don't know if he, if he like saw water between, or if he just saw a different part of Antarctica and it was like a little bit warmer. I don't know exactly, what he claimed. We don't have enough information for that.
He didn't report water in between. He reported going over the ice and then there being land as large as North America.
Yeah, it described Antarctica, really.
Yeah, it might have just been another part of Antarctica. Like, I don't think it's possible to, I do think the Earth has finite limits, but the edge, this wraparound effect happens before any edge. Where the edge is inaccessible to us. Yeah.
It has to have a finite limit because there's a constant volume in order to have constant gas pressure.
No, not even that, because who knows what the nature of the heavens are, or the nature of the edges of the Earth are. I don't know, but it has to be finite because the Earth is not eternal.
Well, yeah,
it's not infinite plane.
It is finite.
The only thing that's infinite is God. Yeah,
you can't have an infinite plane and finite gas pressure. So the infinite plane is even QE agreed with me. The people who stick to the gas pressure argument and think that the Earth might continue on infinitely are just making a contradiction and not aware of it. If the gas pressure argument is true, there must be a boundary.
What do you mean if the gas pressure measurement is true?
If the argument is true. If a necessary precondition to gas pressure is a physical container, then you cannot have that container can't be infinitely large, right?
Exactly.
It's true. Yeah. That being said, I don't think we'll ever reach the container or whatever it is, that the edge. I think it's inaccessible to us, and we'll always ever it will infinitely loop in this finite kind of area. Like with the wraparound effect, we won't be able to escape it.
So do you
actually think,
I'm still stuck on
scripturally speaking,
how does it happen? Are you physically transported like Pac-Man is to the other side of the screen? Or are you momentarily duplicated, so I still see you in front of me, but in fact you're tens of thousands of miles away, or the question reflection that merges with reality?
No, it's everything is wrapping around. It's just as if imagine you have a paper, right? And you just connect the sides and create a cylinder. It's just like that. It's just keeps on going. But, I know. But there's no curvature.
Are you looking to undermine
premise one is that there's no curvature
idea by asking that question?
Am I looking to
Are you going to base whether you find it holds any credibility or not based on his answer?
No, I'm just curious about
where the problem lies. In being able to explain how that would happen, because that's accepting that it would happen to begin with, and then asking how does it happen.
I don't understand what you're saying. I'm just curious, in his head, how would the wrapping around work? That's why I'm asking how he thinks the wrapping around would work.
I almost think this conversation's done, but I don't know.
I don't know how it's, the howness of it is beyond me and my limited, human intellect. This is something that I believe Allah created, and I don't know, the wisdom behind it. But I do know that Earth is flat, and I do know that it's seamless and imperceivable. So it's as if you are on a ball, but we know that it's not a ball.
Yeah. I mean, I can see why they don't like it, but I also see the problem it's trying to resolve.
Question.
That's the thing. Most viruses don't recognize that it like the individual maps, all the maps are broken without.
So that would make your argument, like, not matter because you don't have a map.
No, we do it like any map with wraparound effect. Any map that you use will now work. So, for instance, you take the azimuth equidistant map.
The maps are broken, but now all of the maps work.
What's that?
The maps are broken, which you just said. Now all of the maps work.
Yes, the maps are broken without wraparound effect, but with wraparound effect, they all work.
What the fuck? How does it make any sense?
It doesn't
makes perfect sense. Without wraparound effect, azimuth equidistant map, you go down to the south, you somehow meet people that are supposed to be on the opposite sides of the Earth, but you're all on the same place.
No one's done that.
Fine. Dude, the dipole map, you're supposed to, the Pacific Ocean is on both sides of the flat Earth, and yet people can traverse it. So without wraparound effect, it doesn't work.
Shut
With
up,
it,
man.
it does.
Shut up. Because what you're saying is, if we accept that this globe projection is flat Earth, then, and if we accept that this other globe projection is flat Earth, and this other globe projection, just shut the fuck up, man. You're fucking dumb as shit. Sick of listening to you.
Fair enough. But you haven't gotten past the point where it's like, it's not just reification because these are the only ways to make maps, man.
No, it's not the only way to make a map.
I understand your criticism. I understand your objection of it being, reification or what have you. But there's no way to make a map without having a north or south or
projections.
a pole.
They're not independent of the globe.
Forget the globe. I'm saying if you're going to be a cartographer and make a map without any globe or any preconceived notion.
Sail around the land, and they take directions from a compass. And they draw the land that they're sailing around.
I know. Oh yeah, absolutely. But I'm saying even if you were to do that, you're after you map out everything, you're going to see that it's going to be broken because the Earth behaves as if everything moves, and the lights and the land, everything behaves.
Start there.
Everything like even us as we're moving, everything that's moving, and all the land and all the lights, all this work as if it's a globe, but it's not a globe. We know that the Earth is flat. So any flat map you make is going to be broken without wraparound effect.
Who's moving?
What do you mean who's moving?
You said everything's
moving. I'm saying if people are traveling. Yeah, people are traveling. The birds flying. Animals running. Everything that you perceive with your senses. It's going to go against this flat map that you're making at some point. There's going to be a cutoff where
you're the only one that's making a map.
Sure. Let's say I'm a cartographer making a map. Okay, I make a flat map. I'm telling you at the end, at some point between these two ends of the flat map that I'm making, there's going to be a communication. It's going to be connected. You understand?
Yeah, they're connected by east and west.
No, I'm saying even north-south will be connected.
How?
Everything will be connected. All the limits of the map will be connected.
How is south connected?
South will be connected to the other side of the south.
You have to start heading north again.
Okay, so
for instance, let's say it's a Mercator type
from each point in the south and come to the same position by heading south. At the same time.
You won't go to the same exact position. You go to
empirically proven.
What's that?
What's up?
I don't think he's saying it's been empirically proven by people doing these things. I think he's saying if you were to do them, this is what would happen.
Yeah, it's a future appeal to the future fallacy. Like someone's got to do it, and then my theory's correct.
But that's also saying unless it's happened, it's impossible.
No.
Well, it depends on what. It depends on what map you're talking.
For evidence of what he was saying. So if someone's done it, then okay, it could be possible. But if no one's done it, then you can't actually say that what he's saying is correct.
It depends on how you map. What map you guys are talking about.
They're your maps. You said every map is broken.
Yeah,
but they all work.
Some of them you've had people do the thing. that that would show it's broken, and some of them you haven't. Yeah, like for instance, if we use the dipole, if I mapped it in this dipole kind of manner, where I had the where I was doing it by the celestial sphere and like the celestial north and south pole, right? Then like it would be broken already because we know people traverse the Pacific Ocean. If that's where I put the edge, the far end of the map at. Or if I did it at the Atlantic Ocean, we know that people traverse the Atlantic Ocean. So it depends on how I make the map. What part you want to say is the thing that the limitation that people have already done. You understand?
No.
Basically, it could wrap around anywhere.
Sorry, no.
It could wrap around anywhere. We won't know where it's wrapping around, and won't know what map is the most accurate one without more information. And and it depends on how we draw our map in the first place. It's not an empirically provable thing. It's a deductively logical thing. Like it's the only way we could have it with the premise of it being a flat Earth.
Deductively logical.
He doesn't know what logic is, and he doesn't know what logical fallacies are.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Nothing
It's
logical.
like Witsit saying. It's like Witsit saying that he can deductively figure that there's an ether. By the way, which is not a case of logic at all.
Well, I mean, it depends on how you define ether.
Dude.
Yeah, I think it does.
Seriously, if you define ether as the medium that light propagates through.
Yeah, but I think Flatsy's right in that if you can't define ether in a way that's falsifiable, like I don't think you can prove anything, but certainly one of the things that's core to it is define it in a way that's falsifiable so that you can say, I've attempted to falsify it and fail, where I don't think ether exists in a falsifiable way.
Why have we gone to ether?
Don't know.
I compared it to what he was incorrectly calling a deduction.
Logic. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know, man. I like your enthusiasm, but
Dogged too. You've been on this for weeks. I love it.
At least somebody does.
yeah, I like hearing different things. But as long as they relate to reality,
It does relate to reality, because we have real world observations that any map that we have without this effect don't relate
any
to reality.
reputation we have, that's what I've got contention with. Like, and you saying, flat earthers must accept this as being true.
Yeah, the maps
I don't agree with, but I do think that the better way to say it is there is a problem in flat Earth that this resolves, and it doesn't do to just pretend that the problem isn't there.
There's only a problem
the only
if you
problem you're
reapply.
talking about is the problem is with a map.
But like you guys are stuck on the
not
idea
with
of
flat Earth.
verification.
And the things at the
Mapping Earth is not.
apparent motions of the sky. That's all.
Yeah.
Then there's a
it's where
problem
land
if you
masses are.
accept absolutely that things in the sky are objectively in their positions and blah 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 blah, and not apparent. And like you cannot have a God's eye fucking view of everything.
But you can go in a plane.
God describes it to me.
Land masses still have locations and orientations. But land masses still have locations and orientations and like maintain a consistent distance from one another, right? And even if the sky is cloudy, Indonesia's still north of Australia. So I don't think just saying, because the way we map relies, sometimes relies on where things are in the sky, and I don't like that. Therefore, I can ignore the fact that maps are a useful way to model reality.
Well, I agree with you, but they use maps. Like maps are used. Yes, certain types of maps are used, but there's no map of the whole place that we live. That is correct.
I think there are. I mean, I mean that's perfectly correct.
Which one then?
Right. No model is. What I'd agree with is no model is perfectly correct. And I don't
Not a
think any
model.
model should
Just,
be
I'm
more than
talking about a map. So, which map would
I'm
you
talking about a
say? So which map would
yeah, I
you
think like
say
I've
is
got a desktop
correct?
globe.
Yeah.
I've got a desktop globe that I think is fairly close. I would say it is probably 95% of the way to getting things
Have you
bang
got it
on where
there
they
with
should
you?
be.
Have you
No,
got
I'm
it
at a
there with you?
hotel.
Oh yeah.
No, I don't bring my desktop globe on work trips.
Oh, I
That
do.
sounds dodgy, eggshells. Why are you at a hotel?
Because I'm working in Melbourne for the week.
Oh, the weather's horrible, isn't it?
Nothing's interesting in Australia. Except
Nothing's interesting in
Whatever.
Australia. You're in the Australian Formula One Grand Prix. Nothing is
Oh,
interesting.
I would love to visit Australia, dude. I've never been
Wait,
there.
1 second.
Who cares about
Who's talking?
Formula One?
Here we go. All right, where are you?
That's the number one.
You
One.
forgot about- You need a couple more ones.
Yeah, whatever. I'm not really interested. So, do you believe
You forgot?
you live on a rotating sphere?
No. I live on a slice of pizza.
Ah, the old Glober, but doesn't have the cajones to. We know your type in here.
He doesn't know anything, eggshells.
Yeah. I don't really care if the Earth is flat or it's a ball.
Okay, what are you doing in here then?
I'm expanding my mind on the topic.
This place is reserved for people who would like to have a discussion about where they think they live. Would you be up for that?
No, I'm going to be like the 50 other people in here and just sit on mute.
Okay, fuck off then. How's that? You can leave on your own accord, or I can make you leave. Or you can have a discussion about that. You have 3 options. Pick one.
Yo, Matthew Learns. Speaking of 3 options, you're a third option. The second option should be Earth is not flat without wraparound effect. The third one should be.
Let me just say,
Earth is flat with
you're
wraparound
about to get muted, so you should either leave or get muted. So 1 just to let you know your
I'll
situation.
have a conversation. Yeah.
Or have a conversation. Okay, so sorry, what was this about the third option?
The third option should be that Earth is flat with wraparound effect.
No, I wouldn't. It doesn't work even if it's flat with wraparound effect.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Because if it doesn't work, then your globe doesn't work.
Yeah, it does.
Then Earth is being flat with wraparound effect works because it just simulates the globe. It does, but it simulates the globe without curvature.
Not with four distant cities.
That's what
even with
this
these
is
distant
fixing.
cities, because there's wraparound effect.
The wraparound effect would mean that. I think it would. I think the way he's describing it, it would fix all distance and bearing issues, such that that 4-city test, the 5 lines between 4 cities, would come out with the correct distances and the correct bearing.
No, well, okay, go ahead and draw them. There's the distances right there.
That's assuming that's correct to begin with.
That's number 1. You could say number 1, the distances are wrong, or you could say number 2, that they don't fit on a flat map.
Yeah, but something so you know, Matthew, that Percentage said before I said is, it sounds like, and Percentage agreed, is it sounds like what he's saying is if you've got a globe, that would work for his wraparound effect. So a globe model, in order to map distances, would work for his wraparound effect. It is a valid map. It's just, and that's the way the map works. It's just that it isn't curved.
How do you measure those distances?
Using a sextant and celestial navigation.
So by the sun?
No, by celestial navigation.
Okay. And then you're 39, and then you're 69 per degree.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
I think that's fairly well established that that's a correct measurement, 69 miles per degree or 60 nautical miles per degree of zenith distance.
Yep, which is fine with wrap.
I don't know. Has anyone ever measured that though?
What do you mean? That's
how many degrees? No, I'm not being facetious or anything. I'm just saying, Like, how many degrees has someone measured by traveling 69 miles at a time per degree? What's the maximum that they've measured?
Oh, yeah. Well, that's a good question.
I think you go, like, depending on how accurate you want it, but I mean, like, when they're sailing, you know, when Captain Cook was sailing repeatedly from London
You can't
to
measure
Sydney.
distance. Can't measure distance over water, though.
Well, I don't think that's true. I mean, if you're sailing down the coast of Africa, you can't stretch or compress that distance more than the coastline that you're sailing next to.
So how are you measuring the distance over water by sailing next to land? Unless you know the distance on the
has
land.
a known distance, and you're continually taking sites. And
so how's that? Has that been measured for 1 degree per 69 miles? Like, how many degrees? That was the question. How many degrees have been measured over?
Look, I think there's lots.
Adding up
There's lots of ways to do it. For example, one way I would consider measuring it, like, none of them are going to reach the impossible flat Earth standard of being 100% accurate. No measurement is, but if you just go, what's the speed of the GP of
especially if you're just measuring an angle measurement to the sky and then saying, okay, this is exactly 1 degree, you know, like, you're always going to be off. And then you've got to measure 69 miles somehow as well. And then go, okay, well, now we've confirmed that every 69 miles is a degree.
Yeah, there's lots of ways to do it. Like, one I would think is get the speed of the GP of the sun, and then just do simple division to go, multiplication, to go. That's done 360-degree lap in a day.
Then you need to know the size of the Earth.
The best way to do it would be to have multiple people crowdsource it, multiple people 69 miles apart from each other, and them just measuring their altitude angle to the same celestial object at the same time.
It would have to be a high celestial object too, though, wouldn't it? Because once you get below a certain angle degree, then, you know, you guys say that you're dealing with a refraction as well, so it wouldn't be in the position that it would claim to be in.
That's why the GP of the sun, because definitionally refraction is 0 if it's at zenith. So the GP of the sun, if you know the speed and you know the time, then from that you can get the distance, and that will give you the circumference of Earth.
You know the speed of the sun? What do you mean by that?
Well, just pocket speed. Just the GP is a single point on Earth. It's nowhere else.
Yeah.
Right, but you're just using it as a spot, right? And you're just going, right, this spot is here, and then an hour later it's 1,000 miles away, and it continues in that way for 24 hours before it reaches.
How do you know it's 1,000
Because
miles
you measure it.
Who measured it?
Jesus. It's just avoiding conversation at all costs.
No, who measured it? It's not avoiding it's addressing the fucking conversation.
Let's say it happens over a line that's already been measured.
Exactly. You just could do it on
when? How?
point.
Who?
Land is like adequately measured with like all this, like, you know, Google Maps and people being in their cars all the time, doing trips and stuff.
So what are you pointing to when you measure an angle distance to the sun? What are you getting? The center of the sun, the edge of the sun, the bottom, the top? Like what are you measuring the angle to?
In the way I'm suggesting.
Not just normally, like how you're talking about getting angle measurements to the sun and GP. Like, is it to the center of the sun?
Yeah, but generally what you do is you do it to what they call the lower limb, which is the very bottom of the sun, and then you adjust that for what the known angular size of the sun is to get the center.
Do you have to do this with a solar filter, or?
Yeah, the sextant has solar filters, like very strong filters that you flick into place so you don't burn your eyeballs out.
So directly 90 degrees the bottom of the sun. That's what you mean, like that point that would be the very bottom of the sun with a solar filter. That's what you'd measure to.
That's the way it's recommended. Yeah. So you shoot to the so you're lining up so the bottom of the sun just barely touches the marine horizon, and then you adjust that for what the center of the sun would be. Some people shoot it straight to the center of the sun, but that's a little bit slightly more wibbly in terms of you can tell what the edge of the sun is, whereas the center is a bit of a guesstimation.
It would be cool if someone would dead reckon circumnavigation of east to west.
What's dead reckon?
East-west circumnavigation.
What
like
is-
going into
what is
straight
that?
line. Going in a straight line, not following a heading or whatever, just, setting your...
How do you maintain that?
You don't.
See
It's
that
a guesstimation method.
No, I would like my idea would be to have proprietary software where you have use like facial recognition kind of software to just recognize the landmarks, the scenery and stuff like that, and keep your angle to them equal.
Then you're relying on a reified map. That's not dead reckoning.
No map. I'm saying you have software that actively looks at the field of view of
software
whatever
relies on a map.
plane. Yeah, the software is
Yeah,
just
dead
looking
reckoning.
at the scenery. It's just looking
can't
at like
dead
just
reckon.
as if you have.
You can't dead reckon. It's impossible.
I mean, you can. It's just a fallible method of doing it. But like some people are really good at it. If you
Okay,
read
how do you dead
Shackleton's,
reckon though? Look, let's go through a method.
you take in as much data as you can. So
So we're going to start from a starting point, and we're going to head west, right? So at that starting point, you can get a dead reckoning to west. Now, how do you maintain that dead reckoning?
So yeah, a variety of methods. So you're constantly cross-referencing them. So they would do things like
Against what?
I'm explaining that, man. So you'd be dropping, I think it's like wood shavings or something overboard to check what the currents check what the currents are doing. So you can adjust.
Are you
if your
serious,
current,
dude? Your dead
That's
reckoning is going to be wood chips.
Here's mine. You do it on land first off, because if you do it on water in the air, you're gonna the crosswinds are gonna
Land's
mess you
better.
up.
I would agree. Land's better. Yeah.
So you put on your dashboard a camera. This camera will use facial recognition type software to measure the angle to certain landmarks in the distance. Okay, and it will maintain.
First of all, you
an
need a
equal
road
angle.
that goes dead reckoning.
No, we're gonna have an off-roading beast of a thing. It doesn't matter where it'll drive on it.
You're just going to drive over national park bushes and stuff like that, are we now?
Yeah, let's say it's a motorcycle that that we can kind of maneuver over anything. So yeah,
with
you
a
have this camera.
motorcycle, you're going to get off track and you need to correct to something.
No, we're just gonna go right through, go over it.
I don't think you guys realise that dead reckoning is impossible.
Let me finish explain the thing.
If you get off track, you need to correct, and you can't do that without anything to compare it to.
What you
We're
guys
not gonna
got
get off
going
track.
on here?
This
Is
is
this
the
speculation?
whole point is that
Yeah, there's a lot of speculation going on.
Yeah.
A lot of speculation. Yep.
the whole point is that this the recognition software will maintain the angle so that we don't get off track.
But the
All right, and we
recognition
have-
software has to rely on something.
So
It'll
how do you
rely
dead
on
reckon-
what it sees.
yeah, with a percentage, with what you're proposing in the open ocean, what are you referencing?
No, not in the open ocean, on land.
Okay, but if you're going to cross vast distances of oceans and you're going to use that type of software, what are you going to use as a reference?
First off, I was talking about doing online, but if I was going to do over the oceans, I would go high enough where it could recognize cloud formations, and maintain
And it's going
equal
to
angles
sail in
between
the
them
clouds.
off the distance.
Okay. Well, that's what you believe.
Have you ever tried this in real life percentage? Just a quick question, yeah? Because
No, I'm the brains behind the operation, bro. I'm not but the software exists. It would just be a matter of coding it to recognize these things instead of just fixing on faces and stuff like that. It's doable.
yes, but all that would have to be set up based off a map on where these locations
No, bro.
Originally
Who cares
are,
about
yeah.
the map, man? It's just looking at what's in your field of view. If it could, you could like set it to recognize a mountain peak, or like a hill in the distance, or a waterfall,
And how
whatever it
do you
is.
know- You've never been off road before, have you?
I mean, even in the boat, yeah, I used to do a lot of fishing offshore. I'd go, say, offshore, and I'd be relying on a GPS. Now, if you zoomed out on that GPS and you were just cruising along, it looked like you were heading directly to target, yeah? As soon as you zoomed in, you could have been kilometers off your target, and you're recorrecting again and again and again. It's a constant correction. That's what you sort of try and talk about.
I was listening.
Yeah,
I was
based
listening.
on cardinal directions. Yeah, always.
Correct,
Sorry,
yeah. And I think that to know that mountain is due north or due south or northeast, whatever direction you're trying to take, then there needs to be cardinal direction of the mountain. Again, comes
No, it doesn't care about that.
mapping.
It doesn't care about whether the mountain's east or west or north or what. It just sees it and it's in your field of view, and it maintains an equal
This is
angle to you relative to
hypothetical,
the
though.
distance as a different reference
It's
point.
hypothetical, right? I mean, you're just making it up on the spot.
No, I mean, I made it up about a year and a half ago. But yeah, no,
Okay.
I mean,
Is this in research and development right now? This type of software?
Probably. I don't know, because the recognition software exists.
Have you? I know, but I'm saying, are you doing anything to be involved with this type of software in research and development?
I came up with it. I should patent it, but
I know. But are you currently in development right now?
No, the answer is no.
Okay. So let me ask a question to a previous topic that was brought up, and I think what's going to happen here, it's going to solve an issue, which there's a lot of liberty being taken with how. It's being proposed as it's a dichotomy, whether a percentage is wraparound effect and or the globe being one or the other, right? And I think Timbo was actually highlighting the problem. It's not the fact that you're trying to reconcile a map to fit the entire worldview. It's that people are trying to figure out whether or not which one is going to be useful for the type of navigation. For what purpose are you going to use that map for? Now, world maps are different from specific charts, local charts, and local maps. Do you guys know this information? That there's a big difference between an entire worldview, like conceptualized? Or do you think that a representation of the entire world is correct to say, as far as the globe or a AE, or Gleason's, would be a great way for us to say this is what the entire Earth looks like in accordance with what the landmass orientation and or landmass sizes are? I'm asking this to percentage and to eggshells, because I think you guys are the ones that are saying that it's a dichotomy.
So if we're just concerned about landmass orientation and sizes, then I would say that it would be the former, the globe. The Gleason's would not be.
Well, what does eggshells think? You think it's a dichotomy as well, like percentage? You have to either say it's a flat Earth with a wraparound effect to solve the problem for distances, or do you think it has to be a globe?
No, I don't. I think the wraparound, like many of the other flat Earth solutions, ends up causing more problems than it solves. But all I was saying is I think it does solve a significant problem.
So you're saying stay with the old good and trusty, right? Just the old globe that'll work just fine.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah.
Okay, so the wraparound effect, flat Earth, is not really solving any issues, is it?
Well, it solves bearing and distance issues, is what I said.
Bearing and distance issues.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that flat Earth solutions, like this one, tend to solve one problem, but at the cost of breaking something else, usually.
What
this does is...
What other problems are there?
Yeah, I was going to ask him that too. What's it breaking, Eggshells?
It breaks my brain that somebody's in...
Oh, no, then it's not... He's okay, you're just saying...
Explain that.
You're just saying it's hard to think about. That's all. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm not saying it's hard to think about. I'm saying
it's breaking my brain. That's what you said.
It seems like it invokes logical impossibilities. It seems like it invokes somebody appearing in two places at once.
Why? Give me the
law of non-contradiction.
So here's the thing. But here's the thing. What he's proposing.
Somebody else.
What he's proposing, and I heard it in the way he was wording it. Maybe his wording is kind of like not to everyone's liking. But according to what I picked up on, because I always kind of hear what he's saying between what people are not perceiving, especially for you, Eggshells. he's basically saying he doesn't have the wisdom, and I heard this, what he said between he was saying, to understand the entire worldview in a conceptual way. But the best way in his, I mean, I'm going to try to steel man him, but if I say it incorrectly, percentage, you can correct me. In your feeble way of being able to explain the grandness or the complexity of the world that we live on, this is like the dumbed down version or the poor version of like being able to explain the complexity of like how we can go from one place to another on a worldview, a large scale, like a macro scale worldview from distances. Like if you go from, Chile to Australia or something, like you're going to have to explain it in some particular type of way without having the globe involved or being a flat map, but at the same time adjusting for how you wind up being in another location without it being like around the globe. Right? Like you're going to have to explain. Am I correct?
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's the problem. That's the problem. I think it fixes. It does a very good job of fixing that problem. That there are, flight times, for example, like Santiago to
what problem does
whatever it is.
Right. But let me just get into this a little bit because I've had this conversation many times. Yeah,
it invokes a solution.
No, but
that is a sphere without being.
You're working. Okay, imagine the problem being a sandbox, right? So you're inside of that sandbox and you're trying to create a solution within those parameters. You're working with inside some type of parameter, but what I'm saying is, what if that sandbox is the wrong way to think? You're thinking inside the box. I'm going to actually use the Turner phrase. You need to think outside the box. So the thing is, you're not really realizing the realm that we exist in is far more complex than you could possibly perceive. So you're trying to make it perceivable. What if it's imperceivable to the human vantage point? So if we're on this realm, if we're in this realm, right, and we're trying to figure out what it is, right? What is the Earth, like as far as like the entirety of it, and you're trying to reconcile that within your mindset. Do you think you're going to come up with an answer that's going to be able to satisfy the issues that we're having right now? I'm asking everybody in here. Not even percentage and eggs. Do you think there will be some answer that we can give within a dichotomy or otherwise, maybe however many options you give, that will be a solution to what you think the Earth we live on at some point? Just asking.
Yeah, I think it is.
You think
I don't think I think the Earth is physical.
Yeah, I know.
And while there are many mysterious parts about it, is physical limits in terms of where the land masses are. It's just physical, and you can shrink that down and end up with a to-scale useful representation.
So you think it's
Absolutely.
Okay? You think there's a solution? Percentage? Do you think there would be a solution? I'm asking you now.
Sorry, could you quickly rephrase it?
Do you think there's going to be a solution to figure out the problem of the realm in which we exist in, as in the macro sense, the entire worldview, the Earth as a whole, if you will?
Like the howness of it? No, I don't think we'll ever know it.
Well, the what is of it. What is it? That's what I'm asking. Some, like eggs and everybody else, they've been told that it's a globe, right? So he thinks in his mind that's the solution. Do you think in your solution being that it's a flat Earth with the wraparound effect would be the solution to solve the problem?
I do think so, yeah.
Okay. So what I'm proposing to you guys is, what if you're both wrong? Because here's what I'm saying to you. Throughout history, there have been great minds that have been trying to work this problem out. And by that, there have been other cartographers that have put this into some type of form of conception, right? There's been different maps. How many different types of maps have there been? Between what you can understand, how many cartography individuals have been putting things together? Like, for you, percentage, and for you, eggs, how many people in history have been doing this outside of this particular voice call?
I don't know the number. How will the number help us?
100 more than I can name.
Right.
Yeah,
so,
thousands.
well, the issue is, you think in your mind, you got it down pat. We got eggshells in his mind. He's like, the solution is simple. It's a globe. And percentages, well, the solution is simple. It's the wraparound effect on a flat Earth. You get what I'm saying? But how many minds have been put to the test thinking about what landmass sizes, landmass orientation, Like, there's been many people that have thought about what the Earth is as a whole. Do you think it's been solved yet?
I think I solved it.
Who has solved it?
What's your third option?
My third option is simple. It's imperceivable.
Well, the wraparound effect is imperceivable. That's my.
Well, I mean, no. I'm not talking about a solution. I'm saying the Earth as a whole is imperceivable. Greater minds than anybody in this call have been trying to apply themselves. Actual work to be put down, sailing across the oceans, flying above the surface of the Earth, and nobody has given us a gold standard and by which we can rely on that this is what the Earth looks like as a whole. It's never been done.
Yeah, but it's kind of a category error because we said because Egg said it's a globe, it's curved, and I'm saying it's flat. Both wraparound effect. It could be the curved or flat, right?
What if it's something outside of what you're saying, percentage, and the same goes for you, Eggs?
Sure.
Then we know nothing. Then we know absolutely nothing.
No, it's not about not knowing nothing. What it is you're trying to figure out what the macro is. The macro is imperceivable. The micro, however, is where you and I are. We can understand the micro because that's our realm. That's our vantage point. We can hover above the micro. The macro is what's imperceivable.
But the macro is made up of little mini micros, right?
I know, but you're trying to put the puzzle pieces in an orientation that makes sense to you. But what if they don't make sense to the other cartographer who put things together? Like, look at the many map projections that have been put out there as far as the whole entire realm of Earth. There's so many, right? Hundreds.
What makes it imperceivable?
The size, the grand scale.
But
I would say that's a fallacy. That's fallacious.
No, it's not fallacious. Look, the reason why you and Egg thinks it's there's a solution to this, and this is the issue. Yeah. The issue is you think it's a sandbox. It's something we can know because we're standing on it. That's great. But you're basically looking at it from a micro perspective. When you zoom out, how far do you think you can zoom out to see the entirety? You don't have the creator's eye. You can't see the entire world. So you're going to see it from the micro. And the farthest you can get... Well, it's not, because if there was a solution, Eggshells, there would be a gold standard. We do not have that for both of you. We do not have a gold standard.
If it wasn't,
there isn't one. There isn't one. The best we got is things that are in our local level.
That's dodging the question.
That's all we got.
No, it's not. Because so let me ask you this direct question. And you said greater minds than ours have devoted time and attention to doing this.
Yes.
What conclusion have all of them come back with?
It's
have they come back with divergent conclusions about the shape, size, diameter, proportions, layout of the landmass?
Yes.
Okay, show me one that's come back with something other than a ball of 3959.
Everybody who's made a map. Everybody who's made a map.
Show me one. What
are you talking about? Show you one.
Ball of 3959.
Yeah.
Well,
how many?
My question.
It's never been a. Listen, dude. Yeah, the ball has not been existent only until recent history. You should already know this.
Not true.
It is true. Yes, it is. When did the ball exist? When did the 39? Yeah, Eggs. When did the 3959 ball exist?
Oh, I think back as far as Ptolemy. Thousands.
As far as how do you know? Citation, please. 3959 ball existed since Ptolemy.
You can't dodge your
citation, please.
Ask me to prove my claim.
You're the one that said that it existed. I'm talking about recent history. You're talking about farther beyond that. You're saying a lot farther in history.
Fine.
We've had the 3959 ball existing.
I don't think Ptolemy said 3959 either.
Yeah, I want a citation from Eggshells.
I think it was slightly bigger. But fine, let's do the citations in order, though.
Go ahead.
The first was yours, where you said people who have devoted time and attention have come with divergent answers about the geometric shape, the proportions, and the layout.
No, not geometric.
That was what I asked you, and you said.
I didn't say geometric shape.
Please show me one example which shows somebody, one of these people smarter than us, that's devoted time and attention to trying to work it out, that came with some wildly different answer in recent history.
Okay, it's not wildly. Listen,
we need evidence for it.
Yeah, it's not. Well, you can consider it. You can consider it wildly.
Alpha's claim.
You can consider it wildly, but the problem that we're having is cartography is not and excuse my colloquial language of saying this, it's not an exact science. So when you have cartography being done, people are relying on other maps to support their new map theory, right? So look at, just type it into Google, how many maps are there of the Earth? You're going to have a history of a time, it's going to be like a timeline. And what it's going to do is going to put the different maps in the timeline and when they appeared. And not only that, they're going to tell you the information when the person proposed it and why they did, and the supporting information they used to make the map. So what you're going to notice is that everybody's relying on somebody else's ideas. You're never going to have a consistency. There's always going to be things that are anomalies within their map projection, and they're going to be useful for something very specific.
Fine, and if those divergence was like, you know, this person has a prominent headland that is, you know, 6 foot further out than the other person's map, then I would go, okay, that's just noise. But if you said this person puts Indonesia in a wholly different place, and this person says the difference between New York and LA is 1,000 kilometers different, then I'll be like, okay, now you've got a really good point. You're saying they're trying to do it and they're coming with divergent answers, so we can't really trust any of their answers because the answers are so divergent.
It's not about trusting. No, hold on. You're putting words in my mouth. No, I have to stop you. When you put words in my mouth, I got to stop you.
And now he's putting boundaries on limitations as well. So
he's adding a lot to what I didn't say. You're putting things into my mouth that I didn't say.
What is the point in saying they're divergent? What is the point about them being divergent? If you can't show that divergence, and you might be now agreeing that divergence could be minimal.
Yeah, no. How do you listen? The divergence is a difference between. I'm gonna have to hold you down because you don't know how to stop talking through me, man. So the divergence would be having an AE map versus one of those world maps that you see like on timeanddate.com. You know, just a regular Mercator map that's kind of a square, puts everything, side view, like a side-scrolling view, kind of like percentages Pac-Man type Earth. So you're going to have that idea versus the AE map. Do you think both of those maps are the same? And in accordance to landmass sizes and or orientation, Eggshells?
That they encourage you to read them. They are absolutely concordant with the spherical globe map as well.
All right, you're struggling. I think what's happening here is that you are trying to put, and just like everybody else tries to, in this argument, you try to put the whole entire world in a very conceptual way so that everybody can agree or disagree, or putting it into a dichotomy. That's just not the case. Because if the orientation of the Earth varies from the AE map to one of the other Mercator projections, then of course that's going to change a perception of how you think where you are on this Earth and how you travel, right? If you live on an AE map with the orientation of everything being like in a circle versus everything being kind of like it looks like on the Mercator map that looks square, then yeah, it's gonna change your perception on how you think you go from point A to point B. And that's the issue, right? It becomes like something where you're trying to reconcile where everybody is on the Earth in relation to where somebody else is on the Earth. Somebody in Japan versus the US will be differently orientated from somebody on an AE map versus a Mercator projection. And this is the issue, right? And many different world maps have been trying to reconcile how they're going to put the world to look like. In which way can we view it? Like if we're seeing the Earth from a top-down view. And this is the most difficult task because there isn't a gold standard by which we can go by. However, there have been many attempts to kind of put the Earth in a perspective where everybody can see it like it's a whole entire Earth. But the issue is nobody's been able to resolve how it looks to then say it can work like a Pac-Man Earth, it can work like an AE map would going around in the central north. Nobody can say any of that because we haven't noticed the Earth in its entirety. And if you've met somebody that has, bring him into this call so we can talk to that person. Therefore, what you're proposing is something as a speculation, what you think the Earth is based on a macro sense, the entire Earth, and something that you could perceive from your vantage point in the micro sense, just in your local area. And probably a little bit farther if you go up on a plane that could see hundreds of miles, if not sometimes up to 1,000. But that's it. You can't see anything more than that. So it's limited. until somebody can tell you, I've been to a place where I've seen the whole entire Earth, and this is the orientation. Let me tell you how it looks. Let me draw it out for you. Then you got nothing. Not especially if it's inconsistent with reality, right? This is what I'm saying.
Three things, Mickey. Number one, well, the wraparound map or whatever that I used, I chose for it to be the Mercator one. It's not that I think the wraparound, like the Earth is a Mercator projection or whatever like that. The wraparound effect works with anyone. It can work with like an azimuth equidistant. It doesn't matter. Just I chose that because honestly, it was a good image that I found for the game. The second thing is that I think you're making a category error. I think you're making a fallacy by saying that which is true for the like constituent parts, like on the micro scale, it's flat or curved, flat or curved, and you're not attributing that to the whole. I think that's a fallacy of a division that you're doing right there. And the third thing is I think eggs is being respectful. I don't feel it's necessary to do the mute and monologue thing.
I was interrupting a little bit.
Yeah, it's not up to
I think what would a gold
how
standard,
we run the room anyway. So,
what would a gold standard look like if it wasn't just Google Earth?
All right, let me post an answer to just a response so you guys can see what I'm talking about. I mean, I'm going to post some images too in reference. Hold on, I'll answer you in just a moment, Eggshells. Here you go. Now, have a gander at this. I just typed this in here as far as map projections go. This is just the answer that I get. It's a response back from Google. So, if there was a specific gold standard by which to go by, this would not be the answer. At all.
You need to. That's why I'm asking you. You need to define.
No, I'm not going to define anything because it's not. Listen, this isn't my bag, right? It's not up to me. It's not my claim. To me, it's inconsequential because in the local level, that's all I'm concerned with. I want to go from here to there. I want to know how to travel from here to there. And if I get to know how to do that by local maps and charts, then Bob's your uncle. Now, if you're trying to figure out something like the entire worldview, that's your problem, not mine. So what this is saying here, right? We're going to get into the map projections. What does it say here as the answer that Google says? And if you don't want to read it, I will.
Go for it. I'm still stuck on the question I asked you.
Yeah, but you need to be stuck on this. It says there are no set number of map projections, as the possibilities are virtually limitless. But hundreds have been created.
I said that.
And no, you didn't. And they are categorized into types like azimuthal, conical, and cylindrical. Now, if we're going to talk about this, you don't really understand the depth of the argument, or at least the position of somebody that's arguing from map projections, if you don't realize that the map projection number it's infinite. There isn't any set number because you can think about the Earth as a whole in many, 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 many ways. So that is an issue. When you're trying to resolve whether or not it's a globe, it's a AE map, whatever you think the Earth is as a whole, that's your problem, not mine. I've already told you guys, it's not a category error. That's your problem. It's not my problem. I'm not trying to look at the Earth as a whole. I'm trying to see where I'm at the moment. I could see from my local level. If I'm going to go from point A to point B, I'm going to rely on maps and charts on the local level. That's what pilots use. That's what mariners use.
I don't think you use them. Come on, be honest. Have you ever used them to navigate?
Yes. Now, this is the issue, right, for you guys. So when you start to realize, that this is what you're trying to argue is the entire worldview, the macro, not the micro. That's the issue.
Hang on, you're
conflating the two.
4-minute monologue running from the question.
It's important. It's important because you're gish galloping to problems that have nothing to do with the local level. You want to talk about the macro and not the micro.
Come on, just pause. Be respectful. Let's have a back and forth, reasonable discussion. You said if the Earth were mappable, then there would be a gold standard. And I think what then is incumbent upon you is to be able to define gold standard.
Yeah, you got it wrong. It's not just the world; it's the entire world. So there needs to be a bit of addendum to what you said. It's the entire world, not just the world. Because I could say that too, but I could be talking to the micro sense, right? The local level. If I'm talking about that, yeah, you can do things to map things, more accurately because you're down here, specifically, right in the local level. Not the entire world as a whole.
You're just saying the same thing 9 times, though. Fine.
Well, you're not addressing it 9 times. That's why I'm going back to tell you once again,
I
this
have
is the
addressed
issue.
it now. I addressed it.
What is it? What did you address?
Fine, it's the whole world, the entire world. Are we good now?
Yes.
Okay, so you've said it doesn't meet this category X, and X is gold standard. I said, can you define what X is? And you've said, no, that's not my job. Then you cannot say that something is not X if you don't know what X is.
Yeah, there's limitless number of possibilities.
Fine.
Okay, so what's the problem?
It doesn't mean that one of them isn't a gold standard.
Okay, then find Waldo then, Eggs. Find Waldo and then come back and tell me where's Waldo.
Define Waldo. What would a gold
that's
standard
your problem. You find Waldo. I don't need to.
Okay.
It's not my bag, dude.
Let's say right now I sent you and posted you a box. Before you've opened the box, you will need to be able to tell me whether Waldo's in that box, whether X is in that box, whether this gold standard is in that box. If you don't know what that gold standard is, you have no way of saying it. And what that is cheating, right? It's not even fallacious reasoning. It's sneaky argumentation, because what you're doing is preserving the ability to say, this doesn't meet my standard, because you won't share the standard ahead of time.
Yeah, so I already told you what the standard would be. Landmass I'm going to tell you right now. Landmass orientation, specifically in regards to other landmasses, and or landmass sizes, specifically and or to other landmass sizes.
Okay. So in what way does Google Earth not meet that standard?
It's a globe using a Mercator projection. Yeah?
But
did you look up? Okay, first of all, did you see the whole? No, I'm pausing you. Did you see Google Earth, and did you look it up to see what map projection it's using? Google Earth. What you said.
Your standard.
Google Earth. Did you look it up to see what map projection it's using? Eggshells.
It's using a globe for me, unless you.
I know it's a globe. What map projection is the one that's overlaid over that sphere?
You're not listening, man.
I am.
Google Maps.
I heard you.
No,
yes.
What do you mean Google Maps?
No, Google Earth. Google Earth.
Both have a spherical projection, which is what I've got on mine. If you've still got your stuck on Mercator, fine. You might have a personal setting that's different.
Dude.
Mine has a spherical map.
No,
the answer to your question is a spherical.
No.
So now, let's go back to the point.
No, wait. So you don't know how to stop. That's why I'm trying to tell you. This is the reason why you get muted, bro. So go look up what map projection Google Earth is using, and then when you read it online and you see what it is, then you can come back and be like, okay, this is the map projection that Google Earth is using.
It's using a sphere. I've answered the question.
No, that's not the answer, dude.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It does matter. You're arguing the whole world.
Let me make the point. Let me make the point, man. The point is, I said what's a gold standard, and nothing in that was about whether it used Mercator or not. It was just about whether the land masses were right in their shape and orientation and relationship to one another. Then when I presented something that matched perfectly that, you brought in something extraneous to that, which is, well, it can't use Mercator. So now the gold standard is must not use Mercator and must have the land. Is there anything else that meets this gold standard, that is in this gold standard?
It needs to be something that we can identify empirically.
Mm-hmm. When you say we, who's we?
Whoever. You, me, someone else. When they say, hey, man, this thing here, it checks out. You can verify that this is the truth right here. This map right here, you can check it out for yourself. I can check it out. Anybody can look into this. You can test, repeat, falsify this. It is true, empirically. Can you do that?
Sure. So I've just Googled. Yes,
sure.
Google Earth uses a globe.
Sure. You said sure. Okay, so what map projection can be done in that way? As in the entire world.
Google
and what?
Google
now you're gonna answer my question. So we're going down the line of the path of logic. So what map projection is Google Earth using?
I just said that, man. You're muting me.
No, you didn't.
Ask me the question.
No, just look it up, Eggs. Look it up, dude.
Globe projection. Globe projection.
Yeah, it's not globe projection, for God's sakes. It's not globe projection, dude. There's an answer to the question, and it's not globe projection.
Well, okay.
Just look it up. What map is Google Earth using? I gave you the answer. Just look that question up. It'll tell you. It'll spit you out the answer. What map projection is Google Earth using? For God's sakes, anybody can do this. This has been an old argument in here. The reason why I'm addressing it is because it gets overlooked. People don't actually talk about this, especially those who think the Earth's a globe.
Yeah, so I've Googled it. Web Mercator or spherical Mercator or WGS84 pseudo Mercator.
Correct. That's correct. That's the answer.
WGS84 geographic projection, which is
that's the model. That WGS84 is the model, but we're talking specifically about the map projection, which
does
would be.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, that answers the question.
Debunk what you just said.
It doesn't debunk what I said. No, it's not debunking.
Some use WGS84.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is specifically it addresses what map projection they are using. So when you go from you saying globe projection, that doesn't answer the question. When you say Mercator, it does, just like the answer you just read. That's answering the question. Now, when you do that, you're going to identify whether or not you can use that as a gold standard. Does it meet the criteria of being something you can verify empirically?
Sure, I think so.
You think so? That's subjective, sir.
Yeah.
How do you know so?
How do you know it doesn't?
Because I'm asking you the question. Either tell me how you can verify it. It's you. The burden is yours, not mine. You just said you can. You think you can verify it. No. You're not flipping this around. This isn't the eggshell show. This is the 24/7 flat Earth show. You're going to be able to answer the question: can you verify the Mercator projection?
You are saying there isn't a gold standard.
No, don't say you're saying. Can you verify the map projection Mercator? Yes or no?
I think so, yeah. Absolutely.
You think so? Then tell me how.
Go to places, take readings, check that the distances are correct between things, check flight time, use a sextant, travel between cities, take photos from the air, compare it to satellite imagery. I would do a bunch of those, put them all together, and look for glaring errors. And if I don't find glaring errors, then I'd say this is correct to a degree of blah, blah, blah percent. In terms of the layout of the continents, their size, orientation, and relationship to one another.
Wow, dude. I don't think
You're
you've
saying
done
that hasn't happened.
Yeah. Who's done it, Eggshells? Anything that you
You're
said.
saying it hasn't happened.
Yeah, who's done it?
You're saying it hasn't happened.
Yeah, who's done it?
That's a question.
I'm agreeing with what you said. I'm agreeing with what you said. Yeah, I'm agreeing with you. Who's done it?
What one individual has done it, or
I don't give a shit if it's a team of people, Eggs. I'm asking the question here. Fucking make it a team of people. Who gives a fuck? Who's done it?
I would say to a greater and lesser degree every human alive, probably. Maybe not every human alive, but a good.
Well, there you have it.
Good proportion.
Yeah.
Like I've traveled significant distances.
Yeah, good for you.
I think that
good for you.
Cartographers and people who do like ocean bathymetry and like people who put together WGS84 and many of those people would be like. I mean, it's a pretty simple point. It does work.
Yeah.
And what would be necessary, I think, for your main core point to be true is if these many people who've tried this method that apparently doesn't reach a gold standard, obviously I think it does, it shouldn't just be that they are somewhat divergent or they can map what they think is a sphere in different ways. It should be that they are mapping it in a way that is impossible for a sphere, and their conclusion is that we're not on a sphere. It shouldn't be they go, I think I'm on a sphere, I agree with the proportions, I agree with the layout of land masses, but look, here's this funky different way I can represent that gives us more information useful for certain contexts.
Yeah. Look at what I just posted again, because I took a snippet of this so you could see. I reposted it, by the way. And if we read over and over, I mean, obviously sometimes you just have to kind of lay your sword down, dude, because there's no way you can keep fighting something that on your side, they're telling you there's no number of map projections. It's limitless. That doesn't mean that you're going to be like, well, by to a lesser or greater degree, everybody's seen it for themselves and verified it. Because it's saying here, there isn't an answer to this question that you're trying to figure out and reconcile. And some people put it in a false dichotomy and all kinds of shit. Because it's telling you here, well, the reason why, right? They're categorized in many different ways. Azimuthal, canonical, and cylindrical, right? The categorization map projections are often grouped by the type of surface they are used to project the Earth's surface. Azimuthal, conical, and cylindrical, right? Examples. Azimuthal preserves direct... Shut up, dude. Azimuthal preserves... Shut up. Azimuthal preserves directions from a center point. Conical uses a cone to project the Earth's surface. Cylindrical uses a cylinder to project the Earth's surface. So many different ways you can look at the Earth using these map projections. But they're not a way to see the whole entire Earth and then give it its value as it's true. There's no way that you can do that based on how they're figuring these map projections out, dude. The entire world, there's no way.
What point? Because I agreed with that. I've already said the same thing in different words. What point do you feel this makes that debunks what I'm saying?
This is showing that they're using the different map projections, and specifically the one that Globe Earth is using, the Web Mercator. They're all useful for a specific thing, but they're not giving you the entirety of the information of what it's preserving, which is the trueness of the Earth. It's not preserving that, dude. You, in your mind, because you believe it's a ball Earth, you think it's preserving the trueness of the Earth, and it's not. So, as you see down there, even further down that snippet, it says, even,
tried to tell me
wait a minute.
You're wrong.
Yeah, no, because you keep thinking that the Web Mercator is the best thing we got going. But I'm telling you here, it says here, properties preserved, different projections prioritize preserving different properties, such as shape, area, distance, and direction. This is something coming from the globe perspective, not from the flat Earth perspective. So we didn't make this up. This is just the information that's out there. I don't think you are. I really don't think you're agreeing with this, Egg.
But I don't think you understand what I'm saying at all. I think you're tilting at windmills right now. You're like debunking.
No. I'm highlighting the problem or the flaw in your logic, rather, that you think that there's a gold standard. You think there's a gold standard. You think the Web Mercator working off of the Google Earth is the perfect way to look at the Earth because that preserves everything. You're wrong. Yes. It doesn't.
So what I'm saying is, if you want to map something, it's fine to make maps. Same as like if I wanted to draw a picture of a dog, I could draw a picture from many angles. I could skin it. I could show you its internal organs. There is no limit to the number of ways I could represent that dog. But if I wanted a gold standard that preserved all the proportions of the outside of that dog, I would just get something that's dog shaped. So I'm saying the same thing about this, okay. So let me link it for the maps for you.
It's not
if you
analogous.
Try to turn something I'm making it analogous for you.
It's not analogous. The Earth is imperceivable. A dog is perceivable. The Earth is imperceivable as a whole, as the entirety of the Earth. It's imperceivable. Nobody can perceive the entirety of the Earth as something that, like a dog would be. You can see the entire dog when it's next to you.
I think you can see the entire. I think somebody, if they get thrown off away, can. So let me.
That's your issue. You have to reconcile that. You have to reconcile that.
Just being a dishonest interlocutor. Right?
No, you're not being honest and telling us how it can be reconciled. How do you know the whole entire Earth is being able to be? It's not analogous, number one. You can't use a dog to be perceived like you would the entirety of the Earth. It's not the same. The analogy is false.
Fine, it's not the same. It's not the same. Fine.
Make something the same as the entirety of the Earth. What is analogous to the entirety of the Earth?
Being so dishonest right now.
No, it's not dishonest. It's being truthful to the statement that you're going to make an analogy to the Earth, the entirety of it.
Yes, I'm doing that. If you can stop interrupting like a child. If you're taking the Earth and the Earth is a sphere, just if the Earth is a sphere, and you want to represent it in a way that appears, that fits in books and charts, then yes, there is no way to do that without invoking distortions, and all of these different map projections are choosing which forms to preserve and which to maintain in order.
The prosecution rests, Your Honor.
But what I'm saying is, if you keep it in the form of a sphere, all of those distortions disappear, and you do have something that does represent fix all of the things that you said. So it shows the continents, their distance from one another, their orientations, and their sizes, which is exactly what you asked for. I'm saying you can have that gold standard, but only if you map a sphere onto a sphere.
Yeah, so you gave up the ghost basically in this argument, which is what I'm fine with. You can't continue to... Yeah, I do. You just said it yourself. There is no way to know.
No way to make... So why would there be distortions? If the Earth is flat and we're representing it in its entirety flat, why do we need distortions?
No. Now, who's doing that?
Why can't you map flat
who's
on the
doing
flat?
that? Who is doing that?
You just said the reason why it was distorted in the first place. The reason why it's distorted is because you guys have a radiance value. You guys are turning it into a sphere.
Yep.
You just said it.
He doesn't catch that, Joe. This is a difficult thing. When you talk to Eggshells, he doesn't really catch what he's saying most of the times. He's got to probably play back the audio and be like, "Oh shit, I did say that." Like, he's talking so fast and he's in his own head that he forgets what he says prior. It's difficult to have a conversation with him. He forgets sometimes.
Sure. So, if the Earth is flat and the maps are flat, why?
It's not if it is. It is flat.
It's not if it is. That's the way it's measured. That's why
it's flat.
It's only being distorted. You just said it. Now you're trying to change it around. Why are you trying to do that?
He's doing the if thing.
So
well, if it's this,
it's an even bigger problem for you then.
No, it's
the
not.
Earth's flat. The maps are flat.
Why would it be a problem for us? It's already a prerequisite that it's measured flat.
Yeah, I already told you, Eggshells. I already told you. It's been reconciled. The problem that you're having is the imperceivable part, the entirety of the Earth. That's not our problem. That's yours. You're trying to put the whole entire Earth in a very perceivable way, and I'm telling you, it's not. And the reason why, I'll give it to you one more time. Here, I'm posted in the text chat again. This is the third time that I'm posting it. You can go over it again. I think it's important because this didn't come from a flat earther. This is the answer from the globe Earth.
I agree. There are many projections. Nobody's arguing it. I'm saying, why are
take that snippet. Next time you want to have this conversation about map projections, take that snippet and read it over before you come back and tell us that there's some way that you can say, well, this would be the best thing that we got going. No, it's not. How do you know that?
Because if you map a sphere to a sphere, the distortions disappear.
Yeah.
You're saying...
What are you, a rhyme? You're a guy that rhymes every time?
Say it again.
Answer the question. Why are there distortions?
If you map a sphere to a sphere, like the distortions go away. Really?
Yep.
What are the distortions? Exactly. What are the distortions?
Changing bearings, distances, layouts, shapes of continents as a result of turning it from a sphere into flat.
Right.
Why, if it's flat, are there distortions?
When has anybody ever used when has anybody ever used the entirety of the world to navigate? When has somebody took like a let me put it this way. I guess let me put it in a bite size for you. When has a pilot or a mariner take a globe into the cockpit, right? When have they took a globe there and say, okay, let's use this thing instead of our local charts and maps and navigate? We'll use this. When has anybody done that?
That's a debunking point I didn't make. You're good at debunking points I'm not making.
No, I'm debunking. This is the idea that...
It is answering the point that you just made, because you basically trying to say the reason why it's distorted is because they taking the globe and turning it into a flat, when it's not, when it's actually the other way around.
Yeah.
That doesn't necessitate you take a globe into the cockpit, right?
That's exactly what you just said, though.
Maps are flat. Why would there be any distortion at all?
The distortion happens when you turn it into an entire worldview. How many times have we've been going round and round with this? What do you mean, why?
Okay, so let me ask it. Let's scale up.
Oh, wait a minute. The way they do navigation is flat. Okay. The way they do navigation is flat. The way they measure it is flat. Then they have a radius value which they have to calculate. That is the distortion. Remember, it's a globe. But whenever they want to do anything practical, like navigation, finding directions, measurements, they have to basically change it back to flat, because that is the way they perceive the world. So the distortion is not coming from the globe. The distortion is not coming from the Earth being flat, because that is the prerequisite and to begin with. The distortion that comes with the calculation of a radius value saying that the Earth is a globe, which you basically admitted When you say if it's a Earth, it's a sphere, we're going to take it as a sphere, and that's where the distortion is actually coming from. You admitted that, and now you're trying to change it again, Eggshell. To it's a problem when we basically change the map when we change it into a flat Earth. No, that's the prerequisite. That's how they have to perceive it to be in order for them to do navigation in the first place.
Fucking bang
You're
on,
talking to
Joe.
yourself, man.
Nah, he's talking to you, bro. And look, Joe. Eggs, you're not getting it, bro. Joe just laid it out for you, man. Just straight. That's what it is, bro. You're trying to make it sound like the globe.
That's the question. Why would there be a radius?
No, dude. You stop being like this guy. Okay, Eggs is just right now. He's just poisoning the well because he doesn't want to be wrong. His pride is too much. He can't be wrong. There's no way. He's like the king of sophistry, so he's just gonna be in here spinning everybody's wheels.
Bro, get him out of here.
All we know right now is that you're incorrect because you don't bring a point. You said, well, we know a sphere is a sphere. That's how we know. Like, dude, you don't have a point, man. Number one.
So can I ask you, your local neighborhood or maybe your local city, do you think that can be mapped to within?
I've already told you. I've already told you that everything locally on the micro. I've already told you, Eggshells, everything locally on a micro sense can be done with a pretty much good accuracy.
I just wasn't sure where you put at micro. So fine. City, yes, sounds like. So at what scale from there to, let's say, like state to continental US to?
Well, I'm not. It's not. It's not. That is not my. Listen, let me tell you this, man. That is not my burden to carry. I don't need to figure that out. What I know is that what I don't care. Listen, let me put it this way. I'll make it even more clear for you. I don't care about that question because it has nothing to do with if I want to get something done, I know where to go. I know exactly what to pull up. I know what maps I'm going to use. I don't need to bring a world map when I'm traveling, dude. That's not my problem.
I'm just trying to say, like, when your gut, where do you? Because obviously, you go once we're mapping the entire Earth. There's such a big problem. It's indistinguishable.
Yeah, it's not my problem though. It's your problem.
Well, it seems like a problem.
It's your problem. It's your problem, not mine.
Percentages trying to fix.
No. Percentage is giving his. He's just basically going off and giving us what he thinks it is. You can't listen to. There's one thing you can't do is put words in other people's mouths. What they say is what they say. And what you say is what you say. And what we hear you saying, basically, is that you're having an issue trying to reconcile what the whole entire Earth would be worked out as on a map. That is your problem, not anybody else's problem in here. We don't need to consider the Earth as in its entirety. You do. For some reason, it's a bee in your bonnet. It's a bee in your bonnet, and you have to figure it out for some God-known reason. You need to know what the entirety of the Earth is. It worked out in some kind of projection or model or something, but we don't need that shit. We don't. For what purpose are you going to need the entirety of the world? What do you need that for? Tell me the usefulness of that. What's it used for?
When did I say it wasn't necessarily useful?
Yeah, here's okay. So yeah, it's not useful according to you. So if it's not useful, Eggshells, why are we going to use? Why do we need to be bothered with this? Why?
Because you're trying to discover the nature of reality, and you've got a problem with your maps.
In what? Really? Oh, how do you discover the nature? How do you discover the nature, bro? How do you discover the nature of reality in a giant worldview map? What's the nature of reality going to tell you when you stare at a giant worldview map? What's the nature? You're not looking at the nature of reality. You're looking at a fucking conception from a human.
Well, here's where I'd be interested if I were a flat earther.
Okay, you're diverting. Diverting is noted. Let me take notes here. You're diverting.
I'll answer the question.
No, you're not. You're diverting. You got your track shoes on and you're running away.
How do you know it's a diversion? You don't know what the answer is.
Because answer it then.
Fine. The reason the whole world map is relevant is because that would be one of the most crucial ways to debunk the globe. Rather than just going, oh, look, if you look through wibbly, thick,
but that's your, listen, hold on, Egg. That's what you think. Listen, Eggshells. That's what you think. Yeah, that's what you think would be the debunk. That's why
I say it is relevant.
That's dude. Yeah, that's what you think is a debunk. You think that's the debunk.
And then that's not debunking the globe because the globe had the burden of proof there because the globe is the one that's making the claim.
Doesn't mean you can't
Your
debunk it.
your claim is that your claim with that map is that the Earth is a globe with a radius value, which makes things limited, and that you have the calculation that has to be evaluated in reality. So you're the one that's making that claim. It's no problem for it's no problem for anybody that believe in the flat Earth, because everybody, yet again, and even you just admitted it earlier. I don't know why you're trying to run away from this. You admitted earlier that we actually do measurements in navigation flat. You guys actually has a distortion whenever you have a calculation of a radius value, because you believe that the Earth is a globe with that radius value being validated in reality. But since it's not validated in reality because we measure the Earth flat, we navigate it flat, you want to say that it's locally, you can say that as much as you like. So therefore, you have to go past the local measurement and the local navigation. You have to go past that. You have to go past that and say, well, we need to talk about the entire Earth because we have a radius value to validate here. We don't have to do that. That burden is on you.
On that point, take a breath sometimes, Reg. On that point, if the distortions come in from what you're saying, if the distortions come in because we have a flat Earth, flat maps, but then we add the radius.
Okay, see how you see how you flip that around, Joe?
Yeah, he keeps
see how you flip that around. The distortion happens when it turns into globe, not flat. He's like, well, when the distortion happens when you turn into flat, he just flipped it. See, people, if they're having a conversation with eggs, don't notice his little fucking slimy ways. But if you listen to him, you know he's trying to slip in like the problem is ours. It's not ours, but it's yours. You have to shoulder it, not us. No, mute and actually demonstrate what you were trying to do, which is your gimmick, trying to flip the burden, thinking that we have the issue. No, we don't have the issue, sir. You do.
Right. The distortion is because the distortion comes from the calculation of your radius value. That's where the distortions come from. You guys have a globe, and you have to turn the map flat in order for you to navigate with it. In order for you to get GPs, geographical locations, you guys have to turn it flat again. That's where the distortions come from. The distortions don't come from the Earth turning into a globe. Like that, I don't know where you're getting that from. You just admitted it. You say if the Earth is a globe, and I assume that the Earth is a globe, it should have no distortions because you could just look and navigate the Earth as a globe, which means you don't have to turn it flat. Now you're saying, oh, well, because we turning the Earth flat, well, we couldn't navigate it as a globe, so we had to turn it flat, and now we have these distortions. Maybe because you still got the maybe because you still calculating it, you still using math as if it's flat instead of just basically just using it for navigation by horizontals and by horizontal lines, horizontal baselines to its vertices, to the stars, things
Angle
of that
measurements.
nature.
Yep.
So maybe you should just use that, but you guys have to make it a globe. You still have that notion of it being a globe, and you saying that you need to map the entire Earth, and that is your reason for saying, well, we know it's a globe because we already have a radius value, which is the entire Earth. We know it's that. So that's where the distortions is coming from. It had nothing to do actually with flat Earth. The burden is on you to to validate the distortion.
That's his problem, not ours, man. We don't care about that shit. That's his problem.
Yeah, and you're making it more confusing than where it have to be instead of just leave the burden where it should be. You keep trying to flip it on the flat earther instead of just saying, oh, well, yeah, this is our problem and this is our burden and this is how we're going to take care of it. Basically, you're saying, well, this is our problem, this is our burden. Yeah, the maps is distorted because of our calculations, and it's you flat earthers' fault. Like,
yeah, let me tell you something else he was doing. Joe, so you came in a little late, but he was using percentages argument about, using the AE map and then being the wraparound effect for how somebody would see, large distances being done on the flat Earth. So he was using that as a catalyst for him to say that, that would fix the flat Earth problems. He was saying it in that way. So kind of piggybacking on what Percentage was saying to elucidate the fact that flat Earth has a problem. So what I was telling them is that Percentage is only using his idea of what he thinks and is, basically hypothetical. But Eggshells was saying, well, now that he's actually pointing out a glaring issue with flat Earth, and Percentages reconciling that issue. And even Matthew Learns was like, nah, doesn't even make any sense what Percentages saying. But Eggshells wanted to be a little sophist and say, no, it's actually reconciling the issue of flat Earth. Percentages argument for a wraparound.
It's an issue with the flat Earth maps that we have.
Well, the AE map, right?
All of them. Not just AE.
Fine,
right?
fine.
Quadruple, any.
Fine, but he's saying that it's going to solve the issue for flat Earth. And by saying that, he's saying that because he's basically, Percentages actually saying it too, by the way, that flat Earth has an issue. And that's why Jaren went to the globe. You know, Jarenism? Because they couldn't solve the problem of going from one place to the other without there being some way to figure out how you can go from, North America, you take off going west, and you come back all the way around to North America, and how are you going to do that if the Earth is flat? So Percentages argument for wraparound effect, something that just occurs. I'm just giving it to you what he's saying. I don't vouch for that, but I'm just telling you what he's saying to catch you guys up on what's going on. But basically saying that wraparound effect is what solves the issue for that. Or you could think of the Earth as a globe, which would be just fine. But Percentage was like, no, the Earth is flat. I'm not saying it's a globe. Do you get what I'm saying?
Oh, like Pac-Man.
Yeah.
The issue with Jeranism is he didn't have enough faith in God's flat Earth to adopt the wraparound effect to reconcile it.
No,
so that's why he
was stuck on an AE map. He even said on one of his shows, he said, the AE map is the one I go by. So if I see a 24-hour sun, then this map that I believe in is not true. That was his problem.
I understand that, but even if he wasn't stuck on the Gleason, let's say he was stuck on a dipole or any map, he'd still have the same issue.
He couldn't let go of it because he'd been arguing for it for years and years and years.
I know, but even if it was a different map or multiple maps, so he would still have the same issue.
Out of embarrassment for him claiming a map, he had to go to the globe because he was so embarrassed that for 6-7 years he'd been arguing for a map that wasn't correct. That was it.
I hear you, but again, if he was adopting multiple maps or a different map, he would still eventually run into the same issue, where he would have to test his faith in God's flat Earth versus his broken, flat map. You understand? Either adopt a wraparound and keep it flat, or go globe.
You don't have to adopt a wraparound. I don't know.
You absolutely do. You absolutely have to.
Yeah, well, that's the argument that I was kind of giving Percentage and Eggshells, because even Eggshells was like, yeah, exactly. Because even Percentage was agreeing with, Eggshells was agreeing with Percentage, saying that it solves the flat Earth problem, but sounding like there's a problem with flat Earth, right? Because that's what it's insinuating.
Yeah, it's a problem with the map. That's it. It's not a problem with the flat surface. It's a problem with the map.
CB, you got some background noise, bro.
And we've always spoken even before these fucking morons went to Antarctica and were claiming if you see a 24-hour sun. We years before that we were talking about maps not being what we claim, not being correct and not being true to what we observe. So
it would be fine if some person that came into flat Earth somebody came into flat Earth and was just getting used to the arguments and was still thinking that the Earth would be considered like the AE map or the Gleasons.
Yeah.
But further down the line, if the person still, after many arguments and coming to this channel and having discussions about maps and such, still hangs on to that notion,